Good morning, everybody. May I have your kind attention, please? Students and delegates are requested to occupy their respective seats only. Use of mobile phone is restricted within the hall. I repeat, use of mobile phone is restricted within the hall. Photography and videography is strictly prohibited within the hall. I repeat, photography and videography is strictly prohibited within the hall. Kind attention for media persons. This is for the kind attention of media persons, please. Space or gallery is designated for them in the center of the hall. You are requested to remain in your respective slots. Media persons, please remain in your respective slots. Thank you.
Hello, testing. Hello, testing. थोड़ा पीछे ही रहिए, थोड़ा आप पीछे रहे।
on the theme climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. While we begin with the inaugural function in a short while from now, we would like to screen a documentary film, Jewel in the Crown. This film is about the temple of knowledge called the University of Kashmir, with a vision to be a destination where a student realizes his or her dream. The mission of the University of Kashmir is to promote excellence. So let's view the film, The Jewel in the Crown. The Jewel in the Crown, please.
من الظلمات إلى النور. O God, lead me from darkness to light. On the banks of a lake radiating beauty and in the ambience of a shrine inspiring faith, there is a temple of knowledge we call the University of Kashmir. It's an ambience that reflects a perfect harmony of different cultures and religions. The university was established at Lal Mandi area of Srinagar city in 1948 as the University of Jammu and Kashmir. In 1960, the institution was shifted to Hazratbal, where it was inaugurated by the then Vice President of India, Dr. Radhakrishnan. In 1969, the same got bifurcated into the University of Jammu at Jammu and the University of Kashmir at Srinagar. What was inaugurated as a block 7 decades back has today expanded as a republic of knowledge with a vast network of campuses. Our roots are here, but our branches have spread far and wide. Besides the main campus and Zakura campus in the vicinity of Hazratbal, we have satellite campuses in North Kashmir at Delina Baramulla and border district Kupwara, and at Fatehgarh Anantnag in south. The university also has a network of colleges for undergraduate programs. Kashmir University was accredited as A+ with cumulative grade point average or CGPA of 3.31 by National Assessment and Accreditation Council or NAAC in May 2019. The university figured 53rd among universities of the country, ranked by the National Institutional Ranking Framework of the Ministry of Education, Government of India. The University of Kashmir is the only university of Jammu and Kashmir that figures in the Quacquarelli-Symonds or QS rankings 2023. Accordingly, the university figures between 451 to 500 in Asian University Rankings category and at 110 in Southern Asian Rankings category. The 4 pillars on which our institution rests are teaching, learning, research, and outreach. All the 4 have a common base that offers support, strength, and smoothness. That base is good governance. To ensure an interdisciplinary approach and to soften the curricular borders, we have shifted from faculty system to school system. At present, 14 schools, 52 teaching departments, and 13 research centers offer 66 postgraduate programs, 8 undergraduate programs, 50 PhD programs, 11 PG diploma and certificate courses. Keeping pace with the changing times, 1,482 new courses were introduced, and the syllabus revision was carried out in 78% programs in the light of UGC, AICTE, BCI guidelines. The average placement of outgoing students has gone up. The last 3 years are packed with achievements. During this assessment period, many new programs are introduced that include MTech in Embedded Systems and Solutions, MTech in Power System and Control, MTech in Design Engineering, Integrated BEd MEd, Executive MBA, Integrated BSc MSc Physics, Integrated BSc MSc Energy Studies, Diploma in Career Planning and Counseling. With 225 classrooms equipped with modern gadgets, internet facility, user-friendly projectors, 100 departmental labs furnished with the latest technology for cutting-edge experimentation and research, 30 state-of-the-art seminar halls, auditoriums, and a majestic convocation hall, the university throbs with life. The huge edifice in the middle of the main campus is the central library called Allama Iqbal Library. It's a well-automated library system that includes 57 departmental libraries housing more than 770,000 books. The library has reading halls, career corner, book bank, a special division for visually impaired, and a 24/7 facility for students. The online resources subscribed by the library have gone from 4,500 to 9,500. The university has the distinction of being the only institution of Jammu and Kashmir with National Accreditation Board for Education and Training for the conduct of Environmental Impact Assessment or EIA and Environmental Management Plan EMP. Research is the lifeblood of our academics. In the past 4 years, the university has earned more than 177 extramurally funded research projects. Around 2,475 publications and nearly 18,000 citations appeared in globally acclaimed databases such as Scopus and Web of Science. The H index of the university in Scopus has gone up from 47 in the previous cycle to 79 at present. The university has also filed many patents. This was possible because of a platform the university established for supporting and incubating innovative technologies across J&K. This effort has fetched the university 16 awards at national level. The university awarded 466 PhD degrees during the last 3 years, and 21 teachers received international fellowships. Our university has its footprints on the world map. Sharing knowledge and ideas at global platform enriches the minds of our students and faculty. For promotion of research, the University of Kashmir formally collaborates with international universities. Indo-US Indo-Canadian, Indo-German, Indo-Australian, Indo-Polish and Indo-French projects widen the canvas of learning. The university has been awarded the Center for Kashmir Himalayan Biodiversity by the UGC under its Center with Potential for Excellence in Particular Area or CPEPA scheme. The Ministry of Science and Technology provided Rs 9 crore for the first ever ice core lab we have for Himalayan glacier studies. The University of Kashmir has establishment of Centers of Excellence and award of SERB, PERS DST, FIST DST grants, etc. 2,525 students were benefited from Central Government Scholarship Scheme and 672 students were benefited from institutional scholarships. Besides, the university provides 6 scholarships per program to research scholars during the year 2022. The university provided consultancy services to public and private agencies, thereby generating sizable amount of revenue. The university has robust informal educational mode and has a full-fledged school of open learning. We marry technology with education and the bond grows stronger. Our digital packages like e-contents, e-tutorials, MOOC and a 24/7 Swayamprabha DTA channel on life sciences attract more attention, more audience. The university upholds institutional values, professional ethics and gender justice. There is an internal complaint committee that takes care of gender-related issues. We have lady proctors and wardens to cater to the needs of girl students. Women have due representation at key administrative positions. Moreover, there is a separate transport facility for women. Through an online feedback system, students assess the performance of their teachers. The probation clearance of newly recruited faculty is linked to this feedback. Organizing outreach programs by conducting community services through NSS won us a prestigious presidential award. A model school in the university campus prepares our children for a challenge they have to face much later in their life. We have also a healthcare center in the campus besides a school of Unani and Ayurvedic medicine catering to the health needs of the society. The university's Directorate of Physical Education organizes sports activities throughout the year. It especially encourages women participation in sports. To promote health and fitness, the university has a gymnasium for men and women. To promote art and culture, the university has an Institute of Music and Fine Arts. Through the Directorate of Lifelong Learning, the university empowers women, supports communities, teaches skills and provides facilities to help students learn new methods improving their employability. In tune with the challenges of a changing environment, we work on many fronts. We use renewable resources by harnessing solar energy, plant trees to retain the green, facilitate ICT to save paper, encourage e-governance to ensure smooth administration. The introduction of solar panels is a step towards that. The university is not just education, it's also care. For specially abled students, it provides some special facilities around the campus. University without diversity is a lamp without light. We organize colloquium lectures that diversify a student's approach to learning and develop in them a good apprehension of intellectual concepts. A series titled Know the Nobel Laureates is our window to the world. We don't believe in threadbare debates and ideas. It's all fresh, creative, and lively. Our vision is to be a destination where a student realizes their dream. Our mission is to promote excellence. Our goal is to fill the dark of ignorance with the light of knowledge. The dark will go, the light will come.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Mic check.
Kashmir and Chancellor of the University of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha Ji. Advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar Ji. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan. Now, I shall request the audience to please rise for the national anthem. National anthem, Shuru Kiya Jai. Thank you, everyone. We welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. A very good morning. We welcome you to the inaugural function of Y20 India. I am Nijaha Paroveti, Ganana Lagu Chetasam, Udara Charitanam Tu, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of India's G20 presidency is a Sanskrit phrase extracted from Maha Upanishad meaning one earth, one family, and one future. We, on behalf of the University of Kashmir, extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and Chancellor of the Universities of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha Ji. Advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar Ji. Shri Alok Kumar Ji, Principal Secretary, Higher Education Department, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan. Director, Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji. Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji, Senior Faculty from Patna University. Vice Chancellors of the universities, Directors of various institutes, delegates from outside the country, like USA, Australia, and Sweden, just to name a few, and from within the country, like Warangal, Uttarakhand, Chennai, Guwahati, Punjab, and Goa. Deans of various faculties, heads of teaching departments, chairpersons and members of various committees of Y20, officers of the University of Kashmir, invited guests from civil and police administration, members of civil society, and budding energetic youth folk, a very good morning. Dear audience, we now play the University Tarana, presented by Education Multimedia Research Center, University of Kashmir. The University Tarana, please.
Yeki lalvakan his salvanire, yeki sheikh shugan his damdari.
Imoj Kashiri ji aayi, vat vat alim ki agar sari. Imoj Kashiri.
Imoj Kashiri,
ये थी सुबह च रहमत हजरत बल, ये थी सुबह च रहमत हजरत बल.
yeki sham ch farhat zoont dal, prat tapur chu yeti bombari gat, prat chayit gal sob yambar zal. Budi shokt badi shahs alo, grez ashikt iqbal asfari.
Imoj Kashiri ji aayi, vat vat alim ki agar sari. Imoj Kashiri.
Imoj Kashiri,
Vedar zamiran hasbawat, vedar zamiran hasbawat.
deva gire bacha gani, anhar khayalan hunz dod kol, mehro suz umse ko gani. Yeti greshmas har makhtal shich, yeti shin bak mazs achnari.
Imoj Kashiri ji aayi, vat vat alim ki agar sari. Imoj Kashiri.
Imoj Kashiri,
Yedi nur munar ki partawas, yedi nur munar ki partawas.
ak akis vujit akhtab bano, yat shok ch thari pet wal saniyet, usnuk zon loluk kha bano. Yat patris rang chhat sazal pulai, yat fiz has par div pwari.
Imoj Kashiri ji aayi, vat vat alim ki agar sari. Imoj Kashiri.
Imoj Kashiri, Kashiri, Kashiri.
We thank the Education Multimedia Research Center, University of Kashmir, for presenting the University Tarana. Ladies and gentlemen, we now create an auspicious atmosphere by the ceremonial illuminating of the traditional Isband, coordinated by the team from Department of Students' Welfare. May I take the opportunity of requesting our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha Ji, Advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, and all the dignitaries present on the dais to please join the Isband illuminating ceremony, wishing Y20 a huge success. We request a huge round of applause from the audience, please. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the beginning of Y20, a process which brings together young leaders from across the globe to discuss and debate global challenges and come up with policy recommendations that would take the world forward. We wish Y20 a great success. देवियों और सज्जनों, हम आशा करते हैं कि Y20 भारत की अध्यक्षता में युवाओं के लिए एक सुनहरे भविष्य का मंच बने. We once again thank all the dignitaries present on the days. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in view the rich tradition of felicitating our dignitaries, and as a token of gratitude and respect, we now present the dignitaries on the dais with bouquets, shawls, and mementos. I now request the Honorable Vice-Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to present a bouquet, shawl, and memento to Honorable Chancellor of the University, Shri Manoj Sinha Ji. Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha Ji, and Honorable Vice-Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan. I once again request the Honorable Vice-Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to present a bouquet, shawl, and memento to Advisor to Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar Ji. Thank you, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, and Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar Ji. I now request the worthy Registrar, Dr. Nisar Ahmed Mir, to conduct the Principal Secretary, Higher Education Department, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Alok Kumar Ji, to the dais, and I request the Honorable Vice-Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate Shri Alok Kumar Ji. Shri Alok Kumar Ji. Thank you, Honorable Vice-Chancellor. Thank you, Shri Alok Kumar Ji, and Registrar Dr. Nisar Ahmed Mir. I now request the convener, Y20, University of Kashmir, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, to present a bouquet, shawl, and memento to Director Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji. Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji. Thank you, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, and Director Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji. I once again request the convener, Y20, University of Kashmir, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, to present a bouquet, shawl, and memento to Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji, Senior Faculty from Patna University. Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji. Thank you, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah and Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji, Senior Faculty from Patna University. I now request the Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to present a bouquet, shawl, and memento to Honorable Vice-Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan. Can we have a huge round of applause from the audience, please? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, and Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take the privilege on behalf of the University of Kashmir to felicitate the coordinator of Y20, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah. Thank you, coordinator of the Y20 event being held at University of Kashmir, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah. We once again thank all the dignitaries present on the dais. Dear audience, I now invite the Y20 Chair, University of Kashmir, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, to officially welcome the dignitaries of the Y20 consultation. Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, please.
His Excellency, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of J&K Union Territory and Chancellor of the Universities of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, Shri Raju Rai Bhatnagar, Advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Professor Nilofer Khan, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh, Director, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Guru Prakash Paswan, Senior Faculty, Patna University, dignitaries of the days, let us see and include Vice Chancellors of different universities of J&K, Directors of various prestigious institutions of J&K, Senior officers and functionaries of the administration, civil and police administration of J&K Union Territory, members of the Raj Bhavan family, officers and delegates of and the staff members from the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, our international guests, speakers and delegates from G20 countries, deans, heads, professors and officers of various departments in the university, students from all across the country, delegates from all across the nation, members of media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. It's my profound pleasure to welcome you all to this beautiful campus of University of Kashmir for Y20 consultations under the aegis of G20 presidency of our country to deliberate upon an extremely important theme, climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. Thanks to the Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakurji and his ministry for giving us this opportunity to host this event. Ladies and gentlemen, after the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji announced India's aim of achieving net zero emissions by 2070 at Glasgow, there was a historical breakthrough agreement reached at Conference of Parties COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh on new what you call as loss and damage fund for vulnerable countries, which was primarily championed by India. And the theme of the G20, the overarching theme of the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, fundamentally reflects the ethos and the traditional ecological wisdom of our region and promotes the doctrine of unity and global solidarity at a time when the entire world is struggling with existential threats such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, ecosystem degradation, and growing disasters. Dear students and young future leaders, let me tell you, the University of Kashmir provides you an ideal ambience in the lap of the Himalayan mountains and the biodiversity hotspot to deliberate upon such an important thematic area. In fact, Y20 provides you a platform to voice your concerns and perspectives before the global community. I must reiterate that University of Kashmir is an A plus accredited university by the NAC and is the topmost university in the Jammu and Kashmir as per the NIRF ranking framework and figures in the topmost institutions of the country as per this framework. And the immense contribution of our university in the areas of climate change, biodiversity and sustainability is evidenced by our exceptionally large number of projects undertaken in these areas, which include many international projects like Indo-Canadian, Indo-US, Indo-German, Indo-Australian, to name a few. And the outcome of these projects is enormous in terms of the exceptional global research footprint in the topmost journals of the world, sir, for which we have been rewarded with 2 centers of excellence. One Center of Excellence in the Himalayan Biodiversity by UGC and the other Center of Excellence in the Glacial Studies by the DST. They are delegates from G20 countries and all across the places from our own country. I'm sure that you must have enjoyed the heritage tour yesterday afternoon and of course the campus walk this morning. There's a lot more packed for you during the day. Honorable LG Saab just inaugurated the sustainability exhibition that gives you a flavor of our ecological wisdom and approach for the sustainable livelihoods and development. There would be an on-spot poster competition also on the theme climate change and sustainability by the students. And more than 80 students, I must tell you, sir, here are selected from the run-up activities that were done across the institutions, both at the school level and the college level in our union territory. And there are 4 panel discussions, pre-lunch 2 and post-lunch 2, wherein the different sub-themes of this major theme would be deliberated upon. So dear ladies and gentlemen, I once again welcome you all, especially our Honorable Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, for gracing this occasion, and I wish you all the very best for the deliberations during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, convener, Y20. I now invite Director Youth Affairs, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh ji, to apprise the august audience about the Y20 consultation. Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh ji, please.
Honorable Lieutenant Governor and the Honorable Chancellor of the Kashmir University, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar, Advisor to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Professor Nilofer Khan, Vice Chancellor, Kashmir University, Shri Guru Prakash Paswan, Senior Faculty, Patna University, Professor Manzoor Shah, Convener Y20, Kashmir University, senior officers from the administration and police and other departments, faculty, staff, and students of Kashmir University, delegates from various G20 countries, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Salam Alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, the administration from the Union Territory of J&K, the Vice Chancellor, Kashmir University, all the faculty members, the students, for organizing this Y20 consultation. I would like to mention the brief background about the concept that we have here. So, the relevance of G20, why we are having so much buzz, so much importance for G20. You would agree with me that this is one of the most important time for us as a nation when we have assumed the presidentship of G20 on 1st December 2022 for 1 year. a few numbers would highlight the importance of this occasion. So this G20 group, which is 19 countries plus one European Union, that controls the 85% of the world GDP, 75% of the world trade, and it also has 66% of the population of the world. So you can appreciate how important, how big the occasion is for us. And also this opportunity, as our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned, that we as a country, as a nation, we want to highlight our civilizational value, which has been very aptly embodied in the theme of this presidency, that is Vasudev Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Now, what is Y20? Y20 is one of the engagement groups. We have 11 engagement groups under the overall framework of G20, wherein Y20 is one such group which provides a platform for all the youth of the G20 countries and the guest countries of the world to share their opinions, ideas, values, cultures, and their discussions on the identified themes. For this year, we have identified 5 themes which are of great importance in current times. The first one is future of work, industry 4.0, innovation, and 21st century skills. The second one is climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. Then we have peace building and reconciliation, ushering in an era of no war. Then the fourth one is shared future, youth in democracy and governance, health, well-being and sports, agenda for you. So these are the 5 themes which have been identified for the discussions at various stages. Now a brief about the importance of Y20 and why has it been formed as a separate engagement group. The UN, the United Nations definition of youth is 15 to 24 years, which is the 15% or 1.2 billion youth across the world. As per the India's National Youth Policy, we have the youth defined in the age group of 15 to 29 years, which is globally 18% of the world population, and in India, this is 27%. That makes it 370 million, 37 crores. So you can see how significant this group is not only for India, but for the world. As youth, they are the future leaders and they are the main stakeholders in the policy making of any country, not only India. So, keeping that importance in consideration, this Y20 has been started since 2009, and in every presidency, every country hosts a separate platform for the youth of these G20 countries and the guest countries to voice their opinions. So we are here now at the University of Kashmir to have discussion on the theme climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. We are thankful to the University of Kashmir for organizing the Y20 consultation at their esteemed university. The University of Kashmir, ever since its establishment in the year 1948-49, has evolved as an eminent institution committed to excellence in teaching, research, and extension in the overall realm of higher education as per the expectations of the society and the nation. The university is also excelling in research and renewed focus on promoting interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. It is worth mentioning here that 9 scientists from Kashmir University have recently made it to the year 2022's research database of the Stanford University that ranks top 2% of scientists worldwide. This is a recognition and reflection of the high standards of quality in teaching and research at the University of Kashmir. As per our theme of this Y20 consultation, as I mentioned, the climate change and disaster risk reduction. It is high time that we invoke our inner climate warriors and contribute in our own little ways so that we leave behind a prosperous world for the upcoming generations. It is our duty as citizens of the nation and the global world to protect and improve our natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and we have compassion for all living creatures. I firmly believe that the consultation will provide a platform for open discussions, presentations, and interactive sessions that will focus on addressing the challenges faced by young people and formulating a roadmap for their development. We all are gathered here to share our ideas and views to make this world a better place to live in. I firmly believe that our youth will take the lead in pushing for global action because we are all in this together, one on one planet, one earth. I urge all of you to take advantage of this opportunity to learn, network, and engage with one another. I look forward to your active participation in this meaningful and exciting event. On that note, I would like to congratulate University of Kashmir for hosting this Y20 consultation, and I wish it culminates into a grand success. All the very best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh Ji, Director Youth Affairs, Government of India. I now invite Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji, Senior Faculty from Patna University, to share his viewpoints with the audience, please. Shri Guru Prakash Paswan Ji, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On the dais, an inspiration to a lot of young leaders like me, a lot of aspiring leaders like me, Honorable Lieutenant Governor Sahab, who has constantly promoted and cultivated leadership across the country, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, Shri Rajiv Rai, Bhatnagar ji, advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Jammu and Kashmir, Madam Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofar Khan. We just heard a dynamic speech by Mr. Pankaj Kumar and Professor Manzoor Shah, the chair. Friends, it's a very important occasion, and we have to understand that this year 2023 is a very crucial, it's a very significant year. We have just come out of a global pandemic, and we have seen how things changed drastically. We have seen how India took a global leadership position, and why 2023 is an important year. G20, we are all part of, is being hosted in India. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization is being hosted in India. On the initiative of Honorable Prime Minister, the United Nations is celebrating the International Year of Millets, which is again a very crucial step. We are the world's largest democracy, and the consultations have been the foundation of any democracy. When the Honorable Prime Minister says that we are not only the world's largest democracy, we are also the mother of democracy in the world, in the history of the world. You look at any of our foundational epics, you look at our Upanishads, you look at our Mahabharata, you look at our Ramayana, it is all a product of dialogue, a product of discussion, a product of disagreements. And we respect disagreement. We value dissent. That is what makes us a special democracy. And I'm sure in the next couple of days on the theme of sustainability. And why is it important? And why is it important here to discuss about the theme among the young leaders? And when I say young leaders, I am of the firm opinion, you are not the leaders of future. You are not the leaders of tomorrow. I firmly believe that you are the leaders of today, and you will decide the shape of the new world order. All of you who are sitting here in your respective areas, we are going to discuss multiple initiatives on a global scale that we are leading. You look at the CDRI, the coalition of disaster resilient infrastructure. India has initiated and multiple partners have come and joined in. You look at the International Solar Alliance. The vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is such that he has to take everyone together. And why India is crucial in this game of things. This year, in the month of January, a conference was organized. It was called the Voice of the Global South. The countries which were referred as third world countries before. How the global South countries can come together on one platform, can voice their concerns. What are their values? What are their ethos? It's very crucial. And the exchange of ideas, the conversations, the relationships that we are going to make in the next couple of days, it is going to stay with you for the rest of your life. So I sincerely urge all of you to make the most of your time. Because here, like the previous speaker also said, India is one of the youngest countries of the world. India is the startup hub to the world. You look at the number of unicorns that India is producing. There is a lot of scope to exchange ideas, to exchange notes, and have a lifelong relationship that could be beneficial for your country, for our country, and for the world at large. COVID definitely has brought us together. We saw during the years of COVID, India becoming a global manufacturer of vaccine. I'm sure you are aware of the Operation Vaccine Maitri. And it is a very emotional moment for us. Whenever we speak of Operation Vaccine Maitri, one incident that was recounted by the Honorable External Affairs Minister, Government of India, Shri S. Jaishankar, he said that he was in New York for the UNGA event, United Nations General Assembly event. And there the Jamaican foreign minister, the foreign minister from Jamaica reaches out to the Indian foreign minister and she says that, sir, I am carrying the vaccine Maitri in my heart. This is how COVID has brought all of us together, friend. It's very important. And from India, the Indian way of life, the culture, the civilization is such. Before we entered in this hall, we were taken to a beautiful exhibition. And I'm sure you will have time apart from deliberation to have a close conversation with them. What are their struggle? What are their ideas? Because in this world, which is going to be dominated by AI, going to be dominated by ideas, the new capital is not going to be only economic capital, but the social capital, the capital of ideas that's very crucial. And therefore, friends, the global commitment, I'm sure the young friends would be aware that a beautiful documentary made in India, Elephant Whisperers. Elephant Whisperers won the Oscars. And if you are not aware, I think you should definitely go and have a view of that. It is a commitment, our civilizational commitment to ideas of diversity and inclusion. And friends, I think it's very important. We look forward to deliberation. We look forward to the conclusive argument, the conclusive point, the way ahead is going to come, and we'll definitely make sure that a policy prescription is coming out of it and a follow-up is done. Thank you so much for hearing me out patiently, friends.
Thank you, Shri Guru Prakash Paswanji, faculty from Patna University. I now invite Shri Akash Jha, Secretary Programs and Logistics, Y20 India, to kindly share his views with the audience. Shri Akash Jha, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you. Shri Akash Jha.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My greetings from the diverse India to Honorable Dais, His Excellency, Honorable Governor, all the representatives and the organizing team from the Kashmir University. I take pride in representing the voice of youth on behest of Y20 India at Kashmir. As we are almost in between of our presidency, we have passed 4-5 months and we are again churning this journey forward. as my preceding speaker spoke about the idea about Y20, I would like to make a mark here that it's a voice from India that during the Australia's presidency in 2014, for the first time, the Indian delegation made it a point that the voice of youth should be heard in these global decisions, the global economic, scientific and climatic decisions that are being made, and as it impacts the youth stakeholders foremost. So from there, it was the first time where Y20 as an engagement group started, followed with the presidency of Turkey, presidency of China, and today we are here at the Indian presidency. Indian presidency has made it a point that under our leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, this presidency has not been confined to an elite class. It's a people's presidency where Y20 being the leading partner of the G20 amongst having engagements today, we are reaching out to the last mile. Each youth in India in rural parts, we are reaching them with Y20 chopals. At the universities, we are reaching them with Y20 talks. At the different forums with inter-engagement groups, we are reaching them with different interventions. So today, when I go amongst the youth and hear that this is for the first time where I have been hearing from the peace and stakeholders across the delegations of G20, they said we have never seen so many engagements, such a dialogue and so much participation from the youth coming on board across diets. It's not that we are having a chopal and we are leaving it that and there. It's our ministry that is taking that whatever एक छोटे से ग्राम सभा में भी जो युवाओं की चर्चा हो रही है, उस चर्चा को जिस्ट बना के हम हर तरीके से उसको ग्लोबल टेबल पे ला रहे हैं और उसके ऊपर नेगोशिएट भी करेंगे कि व्हाट द यूथ ऑफ इंडिया इज फीलिंग अबाउट द G20 एंड हाउ they want to interpret and participate in this policy making. So yes, as we progress towards this historic milestone, historic journey, because it's only after 2 decades from now we'll be having this presidency. So I congratulate everyone and I encourage, endorse and also would like to be a part that the youth of Kashmir participates in this decision making. I once again congratulate Kashmir University, Honorable Excellency, for having Y20 here at Kashmir. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Shri Akash Jha, Secretary Programs and Logistics, Y20 India, for sharing your views with the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a matter of great honor to invite our visionary and inspiring Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Neelofar Khan Ma'am, to address the audience. Professor Neelofar Khan, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum and namaskar. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, JNKUT, and Honorable Chancellor of University of Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, the chief guest for today's event. Advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar ji, our guest of honor, Vice Chancellors of various universities, Shri Alok Kumar ji, Principal Secretary, Higher Education, J&K Government, Mr. Junaid Azim Mattu, Mayor Srinagar, Shri Karmat Hafiz, Secretary Youth, Shri Akash Jha, Secretary Program and Logistics, Y20 India, Shri Guru Prakash Paswan, Senior Faculty, Patna University, Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh, Director, Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, distinguished delegates from G20 groups of countries, international and national speakers for today's events, deans of various faculties, heads of departments, directors of research centers and satellite campuses, officers of the university. I can see various officers from our UT administration also. Everybody is welcome and thank you for being us today. Participants of today's programs for various institutions from our own UT of JNK and Ladakh, and other young students from other parts of our country who have joined us, especially our young students from schools, colleges, and universities. In fact, this auditorium is always very vibrant and very lively when we see the presence of youth in this hall. I am so happy to see good number of our young students in this hall, not only from our own UT, but from other parts of India also. Happy to see all of them over here. And indeed, it's a matter of great privilege and honor for me to welcome you all to this historical event, the Youth 20 Consultation on Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction, which is being held in the University of Kashmir under the aegis of India's G20 presidency. The august presence of our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, amongst us in itself speaks of his strong concern and unwavering commitment to the welfare of youth of Jammu and Kashmir. On my personal behalf and on behalf of the university's teaching, non-teaching, and student fraternity, I thank you, sir, for kindly consenting to grace this occasion as our chief guest, taking time from your immensely busy schedule. In fact, it's a source of great encouragement, not only to the university, but to the youth of our UT. Your presence has highly encouraged us and further strengthens our resolve to hold much more programs of national and international significance under your dynamic leadership. As the Vice Chancellor of the university, I would fail in my duties if I do not express my deep gratitude on this historical occasion to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur ji, for giving our university an opportunity to be a part of country's G20 presidency through the platform of Youth 20 Consultation. I also welcome our distinguished delegates and panelists from different parts of the country and abroad to this beautiful valley of Kashmir and to the beautiful campus of our university, which has been a seat of great learning and scholarship ever since it came into existence. Our Honorable Advisor to Lieutenant Governor Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar ji has always encouraged us by his presence in this university whenever we have requested him. We are also grateful to our Principal Secretary, Higher Education, Shri Alok Kumar ji, for listening to our request and being with us this morning. We are also thankful to him. The University of Kashmir, ever since its establishment in 1948, as the erstwhile University of Jammu and Kashmir, has today risen to figure among top 100 universities in the country. The university is a grade A plus institution as per the assessment carried out by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Besides ranking 110th in South Asia in the QS South Asian Ranking 2023, offering a range of traditional and innovative programs and doing cutting-edge research in key areas concerning the society at large. The University of Kashmir has created a strong imprint on the country's academic landscape. It is determined to carry forward this mission to achieve the status of a University of Excellence in near future. I am glad to inform the dignitaries on the dais and our eminent delegates from different parts of the country and abroad that the University of Kashmir is amongst the first universities in the country to have implemented the new education policy 2020 at the undergraduate level. In keeping with the mission, the country's leadership to empower women in different spheres of life, Our university is a proud institution having 60% women students enrolled in our post-graduation programs, while this figure is nearly 50% in the research programs. The university is presently part of a national project, Gender Advancement in Transforming Institutions of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. It's a moment of great encouragement that our academicians not only figure among top scientists of the world today, the research conducted in our university is published and recognized globally. While our students are excelling in extracurricular and sports activities besides innovations and incubations, I must place on record that all this transformation has been possible with the dynamic leadership provided by our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, who is a great source of encouragement for our faculty, officers, non-teaching staff, and students in our journey to achieve the academic excellence in its true essence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the country's G20 presidency at the beginning of Amrit Kal and amid celebrations related to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, I feel proud to inform this August gathering that our university's mantra to work is to connect the university with the society and connect the society with the university using education, research, extension education, and outreach programs as our means to achieve this goal. The idea is to fulfill our mandate of addressing the pressing social and environmental issues of the time by way of generating knowledge, conducting research, and entering into collaborations to share this knowledge and information. Ladies and gentlemen, today's historical event is a great occasion for our immensely talented and bright youth to join the strong, inclusive, and action-oriented agenda of the country's leadership and address one of the highly critical issues of our time, the climate change. We chose this theme for a host of reasons. Primarily, the fact if anyone has more at stake in this fight against climate crisis, it is the youth of the country. And if anyone can strongly help address this crisis, it is the youth of the country who hold the key to a bright and prosperous future. We also chose this for two more reasons. I am glad to inform here that our university has been at the forefront of conducting cutting-edge research on key aspects of climate change, and this research has been published and acclaimed globally. Our university is proud to have been awarded the Center of Excellence in Glacial Studies by the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Center of Excellence in Biodiversity by the University Grants Commission. Although other themes chosen by the country for Y20 consultation are equally important, the theme of climate change truly fits into one earth, one family, one future, or what we call Vasudeva Kutumbakam philosophy ingrained in the country's G20 presidency. Our Honorable Chancellor has been a strong votary of inter-university collaborations. I think this event offers universities across the UTs of J&K and Ladakh an opportunity to collaborate across in order to address these new social and environmental challenges like the climate change. As has been emphasized in the national education policy, universities cannot afford to work in isolation anymore. It is therefore important to see how best we can collaborate and share our knowledge, expertise, and resources. I am very happy that we have our vice chancellors of our sister concerned universities present here, and definitely there's a great scope that we all work together in this endeavor. I conclude with the remarks of our Honorable Prime Minister, which he made during a World Bank conference in April this year. He said, and I quote, "Climate change cannot be fought from the conference tables alone. It has to be fought from dinner tables in every home." I think youth of Jammu and Kashmir have great ability to fight climate change from their dinner tables. With these remarks, I once again thank our Honorable Chancellor, Advisor to Honorable Chancellor, and all other delegates and guests who have joined this important program. On this occasion, we solicit the best wishes of our Honorable Chancellor, in particular, to further encourage us to move ahead on the path of academic excellence. I am very much thankful to the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India, for giving us this chance to host this mega event, Y20 Youth Consultation, and guiding us throughout, how to organize the program. For that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, for your encouraging remarks. Your support and encouragement, ma'am, is helping the University of Kashmir carve a niche in the present world. I now invite the advisor to Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagarji, to address the audience. Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagarji, please.
Honorable Shri Manoj Sinha ji, Lieutenant Governor, UT of J&K, Vice Chancellor Madam, dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, academicians, faculty, administrators, students, dear friends. It is indeed a privilege to be here today in this Youth 20 consultation that we are having. We are all aware of India's presidency for G20, and under the visionary and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the G20 presidency gives us, every citizen of India, pride, motivation, and an occasion to celebrate India's place in the world order. Youth, as we all understand, hold the key not only to the future, but also of the present. It is very critical for all of us to join hands to be able to achieve the goals that have been set forth. And G20 is one of the mechanisms where these goals in a world order can be influenced by us. We are all aware that climate change is something that is not what we can today afford to wait for. Action is already, in a sense, delayed. Our country, under the dynamic leadership of our Prime Minister, has already taken many initiatives in our country as well as in the world order regarding climate change and risk reduction. We are aware that we will have to take up, each one of us will have to take up this issue, and we would have to see that the factors that are leading today to extreme climatic events, to the kind of threats that we can see for our planet and for our future generations, it is we today who would have to come together and act now. And I would like to emphasize that it is each and every one of us who can contribute. Each in his own way can contribute to making this a safer planet for the generations to come. We have to understand today that it is not only technology, but the way of life that we have adopted that is going to make a difference. We have to look at our life, we have to look at our practices, we have to look at our technology to be primarily guided by sustainability today. And I'm sure this Y20 consultation will go a long way in making us realize the importance, the context, and also would be able to give us a kind of an action plan so that we can move ahead. I would also like to point out to you today that not only India in this Amrit Kal, where we are looking at the next 25 years, when we would achieve 100 years of our independence, the course that we have set for our country and also our global agenda is certainly something to look forward to and work for. I would also like to bring to your notice that under the dynamic leadership of Shri Manoj Sinha ji, our Honorable Lieutenant Governor, J&K today has turned a new chapter. We are on an accelerated trajectory of peace, growth, and development, and there is a special emphasis on the youth of J&K in this whole process. So, in the end, I would implore all of you to take not only this subject but all the relevant issues that are there before our society today, before our country, before the world, in terms of climatic conditions as well as the risk reduction that we would like to have as far as disaster management is concerned, to take it up today as a pledge that we will do whatever we can, whenever we can, and however we can. So all the best. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagarji, for addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we now have the launch of Youth 20 and Urban 20 integration. I request the technical team to play Youth 20 and Urban 20 integration. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you. We thank the technical team for Youth 20 and Urban 20 integration. Dear audience, we now have the launch of Youth 20 Chronicle, University of Kashmir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please release the Youth 20 Chronicle about the run-up events held in the University of Kashmir under the umbrella of G20 and Y20. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Ladies and gentlemen, a historical event as University of Kashmir provides a platform to the youth both at the national and international levels. The Youth 20 Chronicle. We thank all the dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is with immense gratitude and honor that I now invite the Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, to deliver his presidential address on this historical occasion as the University of Kashmir is organizing Y20 consultation. The Honorable Chancellor, Shri Manoj Sinha ji, please.
My advisor, Sri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar ji, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofar Khan, Professor Manjoor Shah, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Mr. Pankaj Singh, Senior Faculty of Patna University, Sri Guru Prakash, speakers and delegates, my colleagues from administration, Honorable Mayor of the city, Vice Chancellors of different universities, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to be with you here on a platform of exceptional relevance, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainability, a way of life. I welcome the distinguished guests from across the globe who have graced the Y20 Consultation Conference with their presence and active participation in this landmark event. Jammu Kashmir is not just famous for snow-capped mountains, divine green valley, but also for intellectual brilliance. This crown jewel of India is Sarda Peeth, the seat of learning and living example of immortal organic composite Indian culture. It is a land of enlightenment and beautifully provides connect between the ancient and the modern. I take pride in the fact that our natural resources are growing. The green cover has gone up to in the last few years to 55%, and in the last financial year alone, we have planted more than 15 million trees across the Union Territory of J&K. I hope you all will enjoy the serene nature, soul-stirring culture, and our warm hospitality. Friends, the massive participation in this Y20 consultation conference signals the encouraging prospect of a new energy in a global partnership on environment, development, and our collective effort to ensure equity, global prosperity, and better quality of life for everyone. The vision of India's G20 presidency is the vision for the future of humanity. One earth, one family, one future. It is a vision of shared responsibility to courageously tackle the two great challenges of the next 25 years, protecting the climate and promoting the sustainable development. It means, as one family, we need to nurture earth that sustains life, and sustainable development objectives should be translated into collective action to transform the lives of common men. Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has made it clear to the global family that climate change cannot be fought from conference table alone. As Honorable Vice Chancellor mentioned, it has to be fought from the dinner tables in every home. Through his mission, lifestyle for environment, Honorable Prime Minister has urged the 8 billion people of this planet, to transform the effort of tackling climate change challenge into a mass movement and promote an environmentally conscious lifestyle. I firmly believe that under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India can really show to the world how to build a sustainable society, a society that will both be an economic powerhouse and a major contributor in restoring the delicate balance of nature. The sustainable living is Indian way of life. Long before the global community realized the importance of sustainable living, our forefathers dedicated Prithvi Sukta in Atharveda to the Mother Earth, highlighting its resources and urging the people to utilize them in a sustainable manner. Thousands years before, the term sustainable lifestyle was popularized across the globe. Yajurveda mentioned about harmonious living with earth, water, trees, and to prioritize the use of natural resources. It was not merely ideas, but a call for action. Every ancient Indian scripture call for selfless act, and that's why I call upon youth to ensure that ideas to create productive harmony between human and nature are translated into action, and it must contribute to a better world. Our forefathers gave the principle of sustainable life and ecological sustainability. It is not simply some ideas or doctrine, but it is the best policy document and finest action plan ever made in the history of mankind. Today, I am happy to see that more and more youth across the globe are talking about climate change. The number of books on climate change and environment has gone up from 19 in 2010 to more than 400 titles today. It shows the growing awareness in the society, and slowly this fight against climate change is turning into the top priority for young generation. And I am confident youth will lead the world in offering pragmatic solutions to global challenges of 21st century. Friends, civilizations have prospered because the nature was flourishing. The entire global family derived their sustenance from the rich ecosystem. However, the reality is mirror opposite today. It is nature that is in the need of nourishment. And I believe the young generation will synergize innovative ideas with action to preserve the natural resources and also become active stakeholder in this movement to formulate and implement the policies on healthcare, education, environment, and clean drinking water. The youth power will ensure fair, equitable, and balanced distribution of social infrastructure and achieve the sustainable development goals. For this, a holistic approach is required to manage the challenges of accelerated growth and ecological sustainability. I always call for a balanced approach between development and nature, because nature is not outside us. Every living being, people, trees, birds, river is nature. By respecting and restoring the delicate balance of nature, we are not giving hope to our garden or river to survive, but giving an opportunity to the future generations of humanity to survive. The society exists because of the nature. Imagine what will happen if there are no trees in a particular region. Slowly, the entire human population will disappear. We need to remember that plantation of sapling in the land is not only helping the greenery to grow outside, but it is also allowing the nature to grow inside us. The moment we realize that as an individual is very much part of one family, as is the tree, our entire approach towards environment will change. So I would say it should become a practice, a natural habit of ours to count the tree outside our house as a member of the family, because our very existence depends on them. और आप जैसा जानते हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारतवर्ष की 7 प्रमुख प्राथमिकताओं सप्तर्षि में ग्रीन ग्रोथ को शामिल करके संपूर्ण विश्व को एक बहुत बड़ा संदेश दिया है। प्रकृति के बिना विकास की कल्पना अब असंभव दिखती है, और बाहर दिखाई पड़ने वाली प्रकृति इंसान की प्रकृति का अभिन्न अंग बन सके, अब वो समय आ गया है। जैसा आपने देखा है, जब देश की संसद में भारत का बजट प्रस्तुत हुआ था, तो इस साल के बजट में ग्रीन ग्रोथ के लिए ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन, एनर्जी स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इवैक्यूएशन, ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम, पीएम प्रधान गोवर्धन स्कीम, मिट्टी अमृत धरोहर जैसे अनेक अभियान शुरू किए गए हैं, और लक्ष्य जो रखा है कि 2070 तक भारतवर्ष अपने जीरो कार्बन एमिशन के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर सके। और ये संकल्प सिर्फ कार्बन फुटप्रिंट तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति में व्यवहारिक परिवर्तन लाने का भी एक संकल्प है। साथियों, युवा चेतना को मैं सबसे प्रभावी माध्यम मानता हूं, जो पूरी दुनिया को यह बता सकता है कि नेचुरल रिसोर्स पर हमारा अधिकार अस्थायी है, और उसे हर परिवार की कार्यसूची का महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा बनाया जा सकता है। Our rights on natural resources are not absolute. It is temporary. This thinking should become part of our daily habit to ensure prosperous earth for our future generations. आज पूरी दुनिया में लगभग सभी समाज क्लाइमेट चेंज से उत्पन्न चुनौतियों के बारे में जागरूक हो रहे हैं। इस जागरूकता को सोच में परिवर्तित करने का जो मुख्य काम होगा, वो युवा वर्ग ही कर सकता है, यूथ ही कर सकता है। क्योंकि जब तक यह जागरूकता प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की सोच में परिवर्तित नहीं हो जाती, तब तक इस दिशा में हमारा प्रयास अधूरा माना जाएगा। जो कुछ प्राकृतिक संसाधन हमारे पास बचे हैं, उन्हें भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए बचाने के लिए छिटपुट प्रयास कामयाब नहीं हो सकते। अपनी पूरी क्षमता, पूरा संसाधन और संकल्प के साथ वैश्विक समाज को इस दिशा में प्रयास करना ही होगा। अब कोई दूसरा रास्ता हमारे पास नहीं है। जिस प्रकार हमारी संस्कृति ने सदियों से सरल जीवन शैली को प्रमोट किया है, उसे दोबारा जनमानस के मस्तिष्क में हमें स्थापित करना होगा। इस प्रयास में समाज का सभी वर्ग शामिल हो। इसके लिए युवाओं को नेतृत्व करना होगा, युवाओं को बागडोर संभालनी होगी, ताकि क्लाइमेट चेंज की चुनौतियों से निपटने की चर्चा कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल से निकलकर एक सार्वजनिक लक्ष्य में परिवर्तित हो सके। साथियों, पर्यावरण के संबंध में बहुत समय गंवाने के पश्चात हम सबको एक बात समझ में आई है कि एक देश की एक्टिविटीज का दूसरे देश पर भी काफी प्रभाव पड़ता है। सभी एक दूसरे से इंटरकनेक्टेड हैं, इसलिए किसी एक देश की एक्टिविटीज पूरी पृथ्वी को भी प्रभावित कर सकती है। ऐसी स्थिति में कैंपेन सहयोग पर आधारित हो और उसमें समाज के सभी वर्गों की जिम्मेदारी से निभाने का संकल्प भी शामिल हो। हमें ऐसी व्यवस्था स्थापित करनी होगी और नौजवानों को उसका नेतृत्व करना होगा। कुछ समय पहले तक लोगों के मन में ऐसी धारणा बनी हुई थी कि लोग और खास तौर से विज्ञान से जुड़े लोग, वैज्ञानिक, प्रकृति पर विजय प्राप्त कर लेंगे। दरअसल यह सोच ही गलत थी। चाहे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट का मुद्दा हो, वाटर रिसोर्सेस का हो, डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन का विषय हो, हमें इस सोच को बदलना होगा। जब हम प्रकृति से अलग नहीं हैं, तो फिर उस पर विजय प्राप्त करने का सवाल कहां पैदा होता है, बल्कि हमें प्रकृति की वैसी ही देखभाल करनी होगी जितना हम अपने शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए करते हैं। हमें प्रकृति के साथ अपने संबंध मजबूत करने होंगे ताकि हमारा पूरा ध्यान, पूरा फोकस इकोलॉजी को हुए नुकसान पर हो और हम इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी में एक बेहतर तालमेल भविष्य में बैठा सकें। हमें खुशी है कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी ने जिस तरह से इस आयोजन को किया है। मैं कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी की वाइस चांसलर और पूरी कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी फैमिली को हृदय से मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ, दिल से बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। Friends, our ecosystem is like a symphony. Each element is like different notes, and I call this sound of nature as the best music ever produced on the planet. Even if one note is missing, there will be a jarring sound and you will start missing the beat and ultimate depth of life. I call upon the youth and urge each and every one of you present here to take on the role of composer and conductor of nature and society. The whole world is looking at India's G20 presidency with admiration and hope, and I am sure with your unique position and strength, we will not only advance the interest of global South and global North, but also provide solutions to critical global issues. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and Chancellor of the Universities of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Manoj Sinha ji. I now request Professor Parvez Ahmed, Head Department of Geography and Disaster Management, to present the vote of thanks. Professor Parvez Ahmed, please.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. It's a matter of great privilege and honor for me to present the formal vote of thanks. First of all, let me express our sincere gratitude to Shri Manoj Sinha, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir and Chancellor of the University of Kashmir, for his esteemed presence at the inaugural function of this prestigious event. He has been an epitome of constant encouragement and inspiration for all of us here at the University of Kashmir, sir. We would avail this opportunity to thank Shri Anurag Thakur, Honorable Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, and Shri Nisat Pramanik, Honorable Minister of State for Home Affairs, Sports and Youth Affairs, for providing us this golden opportunity to host this prestigious Y20 event. I would expect Sri Pankaj Kumar Singh ji to extend our vote of thanks to the Honorable Minister. We would also like to thank Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagar, Advisor to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, for his esteemed presence at this event. Thank you very much for sparing your precious time and for being here with us today at this momentous occasion. We would also like to thank Shri Pankaj Kumar Singh, IPS, Director, Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for his presence today. Your unstinted support, cooperation and assistance is duly acknowledged, sir. Heartfelt thanks to Shri Guru Prakash Paswan, academician and national youth activist, for his gracious presence here today. Thank you, dear. Thanks are also due to Shri Akash Jha, Secretary Programs and Logistics, Y20 India, for accepting our request to be here today and represent the Y20 Secretariat. Thank you, sir. We are thankful to we have a number of important functionaries of the state administration, from the UT administration. So I would thank all of them. Shri Alok Kumar, Commissioner Secretary Higher Education, Shri Nazim Zia Khan, Commissioner Secretary DMN, Triple R, then Mr. Sarmat Hafiz, Secretary Youth Affairs, Mr. Junaid Battu, Mayor of the Srinagar Municipal Corporation, and then we have other senior functionaries of the UT administration. I extend my vote of thanks to all of them, and then to the senior officials of J&K Police, honorable vice chancellors of various universities, and other officials for their august presence. We would like to thank each one of you present in this convocation complex, including all the international speakers and delegates from G20 countries. So we have international delegates and speakers from 12 countries, and then from G20 countries, and delegates, national delegates from 17 Indian states. So it's a privilege to have them here. And the local representatives of the civil society, university, college, and school faculty, research scholars, and students, etc. I would like to make a mention of one. We have Prasidhi Singh. She is a 10-year-old girl. She has all come along from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and she is part of this panel discussion here. So I welcome all of you. So we'd like to thank each of one of you present in this convocation complex, including all the international speakers. So last but not least, we'd like to thank the respected deans of various schools, heads, coordinators of various departments, officials of the university, registry, other teaching and non-teaching staff of the university for their valuable support, cooperation, assistance. But before I leave, my special thanks to Press Information Bureau, PIB, and other media personnel for giving an excellent coverage to this Y20 event here at the Kashmir University. We are thankful to all the media personnel. And I thank you very much and hope we have very vibrant, comprehensive and insightful panel discussions today on a very relevant theme which is of immense societal importance at the global, regional and local level. I once again thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parvez Ahmed, Head Department of Geography and Disaster Management, for presenting the vote of thanks. This brings us to the end of the inaugural function. I request the audience to please rise for the national anthem. National anthem, Shuru Kiya Jaye, please. Thank you, everyone. This brings us to the end of the inaugural function. All the delegates are invited for a cup of tea outside in the lawns of the convocation complex. Thank you. of Botany, University of Kashmir. Dr. Ansar Kulu, please. I once again call upon Sheikh Ghulam Mustafa Ali, student activist, who is in the panel discussion one. Is he present in the hall? Sheikh Ghulam Mustafa Ali, please. We proceed forward and hope you join us through the session. So we welcome all the panelists and the moderator on the dais. I call upon Ms. Basila Khan to introduce the team, the moderator, and the panelists. Ms. Basila Khan is a faculty of horticulture at Coast Kashmir. Ms. Basila Khan, please. In the words of Franklin Roosevelt, I quote, "We cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." A very warm good morning to all of you. I'm Basila Khan from Faculty of Horticulture, Scotts Cape, and I welcome you all to Y20 India, consultation meeting on climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. Y20 is a youth engagement group that brings together young people from the G20 countries to discuss and provide recommendations on the global issues. Today we are having a number of panel discussions under different themes, and the first theme is impact of climate change on biodiversity and human well-being. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. Climate change is causing significant change in ecosystem, leading to biodiversity loss and a decline in number of species. These changes are caused by rising temperatures, changing weather patterns, and due to more frequent weather events like wildfires, floods, and hurricanes. According to a report by the IPCC, the extinction of animal change leads etc. According to IPCC, between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths due to malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. Moreover, climate change can also impact food security, water availability, access to natural resources, displacement of populations, and an increase in migration. Hence, it is urgent to address this issue by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, by transitioning to renewable energy, afforestation, reducing the use of single-use plastics, encouraging sustainable agriculture, reducing food wastage, and adopting to plant-based diets. By doing so, we can help to protect both biodiversity and human well-being. Now, I would like to introduce you to the moderator of this panel discussion, Professor Shakil Ahmed Romshu, who's currently working as Vice Chancellor, Islamic University of Science and Technology, JNK, India. Professor Romshu has also worked recently as Dean for Research, University of Kashmir, Professor, Department of Earth Sciences in Head Geoinformatics, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, India. His research interests include hydrology, glaciology, geoinformatics, and climate change. Professor Romshu has expertise in various fields, including water resources, spatial analysis, remote sensing applications, vegetation mapping, climate change, aquatic ecosystems, water quality, environmental impact assessment, environmental sciences, carbon cycle, ecosystem modeling, forests, and climate change. I welcome Professor Romshu, and I request him to take over the panel discussion, to moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. No, I have. Okay.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you. So I thank the University of Kashmir and the organizers for having, given me an opportunity to moderate this session. As all of us know, since morning we have been hearing about the importance of the theme and why it was chosen. So climate change is a very important theme, and it has cross-cutting impacts on every aspect of human life, on every aspect of Earth, Mother Earth. And that's why, all over the world, it is one of the major global concerns at the, international level. And impacts of climate change on biodiversity, that is the theme of this panel here, so is very important, and we know how important is biodiversity about the human well-being. Whether it is our physical health or whether it is our economic or social, well-being, that all has a linkages with the biodiversity. And we know at the international level, people have been concerned about the biodiversity. We have, Biodiversity Convention, United Nations Biodiversity Convention. And, we have been talking about the biodiversity and its, impacts of climate change on biodiversity for a long time now. And if you look at the, the global assessment of the biodiversity and ecosystem services, where, the report gave a very alarming, informations that almost 25% of our biodiversity is threatened. Almost 1 million species will be threatened, globally. So that was that was the main discussion. If you look at that global assessment, was the main discussion in the last COP meeting, on biodiversity, and that's how the global framework on biodiversity came into existence, and where it was basically a strategy were developed how to basically not only arrest it. So there is a basically a chance that we can restore it and also conserve it. So they have identified certain the goals, certain targets, certain action points for all the nation states. And at the national level also, you see there is how we can achieve some of the sustainable development goals that are linked to the biodiversity by 2030. So we know the achieving all the sustainability, 17 sustainability goals, we have a timeline of 2030. And if we look at the global framework for biodiversity, that says by 2050, if we follow all the goals, all the tasks that are envisioned in that document, we may be living in harmony with the Mother Earth, 2050. And with that, in mind, now our chief, guest today also, the Manoj Sinha Sahab, talked about the biodiversity importance in the Jammu and Kashmir. We are called the biomass state of India. And as he said that our forest cover has now enhanced recently, increased to 56%. But having said that, now if you look at the floral and faunal biodiversity of the Jammu and Kashmir, I think you will see that many of these species are also threatened, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, in the entire Himalaya. So there is a need to discuss these, issues, because as we say it, the people in Jammu and Kashmir, the people in Indian Himalayas are not responsible for are not, I will say, significantly responsible for the climate change. But we are facing the maximum brunt of the climate change. So we need to be more vocal, because climate change, our contribution to climate change is almost insignificant. But our every aspect of resources, natural resources, our glaciers, our biodiversity, and the dependent livelihoods are being impacted. So we need to be very vocal, very, on these issues at the national level, so that our voices reach to the G20 countries and the discussions, deliberations that will be made, so that our discourse becomes a part of that. So with these, introductory words, I No, we are already 1 hour late, so I think we have to be very, brief. We have a very distinguished panel of experts, multidisciplinary. So I will briefly speak about, this is a very interdisciplinary panel. We have Dr. Robot from the, who is at the Department of Biological Sciences at Montana Technological University and has an expertise in the, ecology in plants, has made significant contribution towards the biodiversity conservation at the international level. We have Ruchit, R.D. Ruchit, doctor, she is from the National Institute of Oceanography at Goa, and she has also, very significant contributions in the field of, she has used LiDAR, radar measurements, field observations, space-based, observations in her research, has a very multidisciplinary background. We have Dr. Wazida Rahman. She is from the Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, adding a new dimension to the, panel. And, she's also, basically has a very multidisciplinary background from public administration to law, and it will be interesting to hear her views. We have Dr. Rimia from the, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitham, Kerala. And I was looking at her, background. She has, come from also very distinguished background, has also, commonality with my, expertise, remote sensing also. She will also, be speaking about the impacts of climate change on Himalayan glaciers. She has some expertise on that. We have a very distinguished panelist here, a student activist, Ghulam Mustafa Ali. He will add a new dimension to this. He's speaking from the community point of view and how that will impact the livelihoods, how that will impact the other sources of income that we have when the biodiversity gets impacted. So this is the panel of our experts, but I would request that the panelists to be brief because of paucity of time. I think if they can give their initial remarks in around 4 minutes, that's too short, and then we can have our next round because there is very enthusiastic audience here. They would like to have some questions, and you will have basically a opportunity to again speak about it by responding to those questions. So I will be really very grateful to all the panelists if they can conclude in 4 minutes. So if somebody just exceeds it, so there will be some indication from me that you will have to conclude. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Only request with the moderator is that since we are already running behind the schedule, instead of 4 minutes, if 3 minutes are given to the panelists, and then it is to the audience for the questions. So it's over to you again.
All right, everybody can hear me? Salam alaikum and namaste. I'm really honored to be here today at this Y20, G20 conversation. It's just the greatest honor to come back to beautiful Srinagar, Kashmir, the second time. As it was mentioned, my name is Robert Powell. I'm representing now Montana Technological University, that is in the center or western part of Montana, but I'm also from Hungary. I'm a researcher over at Montana Technological University, and my main profile is doing ecological restoration. That is really, it has a lot of connection to mitigate effects of climate change. But I also am working, the reason why I'm guessing I'm here the second time also because we have worked with colleagues, professors, and one individual here in the podium, Dr. Manzoor Ahmad Shah. We had this global research on invasive plant species that in a way are almost the result of our actions, and also they can be the result of climate change, because as any direction climate changes, should it be drier, wetter, plants are going to react, and they can react very quickly. And if we introduce a species from one part of the country to the other, or one part of the globe to the other, they have a big chance to take over and compete out natural ecosystems and natural plants. And I would be happy if you would just tell me how much time I have, because the reason for this whole panel is to have a discussion. I hope there will be questions that encourage us to have a conversation, because that's why we are here. Also, I need to mention, now we are living the decade of ecological restoration, so we really could have now a big impact. And the state where India is right now with the G20 presidency, really good ideas can come out. And I know there are great restoration projects going on in India, and which could be role models for the world. But we also, what I noticed, we need to focus probably on the quality of restoration. Many times we think of restoring, for example, ecosystem services like carbon sequestration or preserving wetlands. And somehow we don't really think of how are we doing that. And the best examples we can take is really from nature. So we should probably avoid having like monocultures of certain kind of forest and grasslands. We should really have a good diversity, because diversity makes ecosystems healthy, and healthy ecosystems result in healthy human communities. So with that, I don't know how much more time I have. I probably am close to 3-4 minutes. I finish up here. I could talk a lot more, but I think it would be rude from me if I wouldn't give time to my other panelists. So thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope we still can encourage conversations.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go by the list. So and the next is Dr. Ruchit. So yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Am I audible?
Yeah. You just please close to the mic.
Am I audible now? Yeah. Myself, Ruchit Tardi. I am working as a scientist in National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. I am basically working in the impact of influential role of Indian Ocean in monsoon variability and all. So already people are knowing that like monsoon rainfall, and everybody is aware of that. So we have the monsoon, basically it is showing variability in like different spatio-temporal scales. Like in like west coast and northeast, we are getting more rainfall usually. And like in the temporal scale, in the sense we have active break cycles and everything. So now this point is coming, like, in even monsoon, previously it was like that the moderate rainfall was more contributing to the seasonal rainfall. But now the condition is that extreme rainfall is not more contributing to the rainfall. Especially the moderate rainfall is getting less, and the extreme rainfall events are increasing more. All over India, especially in the central India, west coast, northeast, wherever you are considered that extreme events are increasing. That means suppose the rain has to be, officially rain has to be there for the 3-4 months, but rain like 3-4 events can supply that much amount of water to that case, to the extreme rainfall. So that much amount of water is getting. In case, so many examples like Uttarakhand flood, 2005 Mumbai flood, it was a very good example, because 2005 flood was like around 940 millimeter was one day's rainfall. That means it was almost like cloudburst. We used to say cloudburst term when the rainfall is occurring above 100 millimeter per hour. So that much furious case was there with Mumbai cases. Now the because of this global warming and everything, this climate is changing. So like everything is getting changed. The extreme rainfall events, particularly after 2000, it is getting increased. Well, usually we used to say like moderate rainfall was contributing to the summer monsoon, but this is nowadays the extreme rainfall events are more contributing to this. One of the big challenges with us is like, suppose heavy rainfall is happening, so we have to look for the landslide, we have to look for the flood, we have like lot many casualties in terms of socio-economic sector and everything. So proper management action and everything is required for this. I think I can stop it now. Can have that like discussion and everything will be in the later session.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think the third is Dr. Fazida.
Am I audible? Hope I am audible. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this platform to talk more of the things relating to environment, relating to biodiversity. So thank you so much. So I am Dr. Wazida Rahman. I am an assistant professor of law in Rajiv Gandhi National Law University, Punjab. So basically, I am working as well as researching on environmental justice as an ecological justice for the biodiversity. So you can see this environmental, justice that is covering almost everything. So basically, in environmental justice, we are talking about the distributive justice. So that is a theory we have. It required to be equally distributing of the natural resources among the all species. So meaning thereby we are correlating or we are just doing the cohabiting the human as well as the nature. So that is the biocultural thing we have, right? So in this research and in this working culture, so they do this environmental justice is a new concept for India, right? So in USA and many other parts of the globe, they already started with that environmental justice. So basically that was the movement started in USA with the racial discrimination. But in India, we don't have that kind of racial discrimination that we are talking about in the environmental justice, but we are covering almost every class discrimination and almost all of the species that is also required some of the protection under the environmental justice system. So I would love to take the questions from the regulatory aspects, right, and the policy making things where we can take the aspects of environmental justice in different perspective of the environment, that is also including the biodiversity. So many of the times we can be in a confusion that how that Biodiversity Act that is given in 2002, and after 20 years, we are also approaching the amendments in 2021 for this Biodiversity Act, right? So many things are there where it is like conflicting the things with other laws as well. So that is why it is still pending. So we can discuss on that as well, right? This is to say for my behalf. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now? So myself, Ramya. Now I am working as an assistant professor in Amrita University, Kerala. And I was a scientist before in Indian Institute of Science. And I'm working on glaciers due to climate change. What are the changes on glaciers? And I had been to Kashmir for the glacier trip, field trip, and I have visited some of the glaciers in Kashmir. And I would like to share my experience. We know that climate change is one of the major challenges global society faces, and it is a major threat to the biodiversity and ecosystem. So as my expertise on cryosphere, I would like to talk more on climate change affecting on cryosphere. Cryosphere is one of the major component of Earth system. It comprising frozen water in the form of glaciers, ice caps, ice sheets, etc. Permafrost as well. So a small change in, like it's very sensitive, a small change in temperature can actually impact the very changes in the cryosphere changes, like some of the, due to glacier melt, the sea level rise is increasing. Due to that, consequently the ecosystem, like in the humans settled in the coastal regions, they have to migrate from this place. So it affects their mental health as well as their, human security, everything. And the glaciers are melting so that the crops, like agriculture field, the reducing the crops yield as well as the water security in the downstream regions. and the food insecurity, so on. And one of the major component nowadays people are facing is the permafrost. Permafrost is nothing but the permanently frozen ground. So in Canada and Alaska, there are many places in the infrastructure is affecting due to the permafrost melting, because buildings are collapsing and the roads and infrastructure is little bit deviating. So as well as the major concern is due to permafrost thawing or melting, greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane, it is not good for the atmosphere, much more emission is happening. As well as in the Himalaya also we have noticed. So I would like to come to the Himalayan region where my area of work. So the Himalaya is nothing but we have actually the third pole we call it as, and like this is called as a water tower for Asia. 1.3 billion people are supporting the Himalayan meltwater for their daily life, and 2 million farmers, they are depending on the Himalayan meltwater for their agriculture and crops production and all. So melting of this glacier can actually impact on their life, like the crops production will be less, as well as this excess melt of glacier water can actually cause flash floods, landslide, etc. So this even actually one of the changes, and one of the model has from our team has one model, so it has published as a paper. They have actually said that they have taken the worst scenario condition, and they said that at the end of the century, there will be 80% of Himalayan glaciers are vanished. So imagine about that. And the lower temperature scenario they have taken, then also 50% of the glaciers are vanishing from here. So I have, like, researchers have now the anxiety, like how we have seen the glaciers. I have actually visited the glaciers. Many people, like sir also knows that. So in our generation, my grandchild, or they are going to the glacier like Himalaya, Kulu Manali and all, they can say that like the glaciated valley, my grandma has visited, now it became deglaciated. So imagine about that. And sir has mentioned one time like in the Dal Lake. So they used to play football in that lake. Now I don't think so anybody can play there. So I would like to end here. You can discuss me here more.
Okay, thank you very much. Please. So the last panelist, before we, come to the audience, is Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali. Please be brief. Huh?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ghulam Mustafa Ali Ahmed. I am working for the welfare of students and youth, taking up environmental issues, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir and rest of India in general. It is my esteemed pleasure to be part of Y20 panel on impact of climate change on biodiversity and human well-being. I will use this opportunity by correlating climate change and tourism, which involves biodiversity and human well-being. We know that tourism as an industry is increasing in both volume and economic importance. Several places inaccessible for few years ago, now popular tourist destination across globe. Ecosystem of many tourist destinations are vulnerable to climate change, with change in temperature and carrying capacity and many more reasons. Latest research by United Nations World Tourism Organization in December 2019 released at United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It says that carbon dioxide emissions from tourism forecasted to increase by 25% in 2030. With our vision of one planet, we are G20 nation will have to take responsibility. 78% of all emissions by G20 nation. This is much alarming. But only 5 G20 members committed to long-term zero emissions. To save these destinations, we have to put them in right trajectory by adopting sustainability aspects in tourism, because resources we are holding today, future generations are also dependent on same resources. So management, monitoring by adopting UNWTO measures, sustainable tourism indicators, we can save these destinations. Among these sustainable tourism indicators, natural environmental aspects are the most important factors to save destinations. We have to safeguard them. If we are exploring for a new destination, we must have to undertake firstly carrying capacity measures analysis, secondly conserve and manage local biodiversity, and take note of tribal culture invasions. Thirdly, monitor quality of land, water and air. Lastly, environmental impact assessment and responsible tourist behavior. We must have to adopt a common environmentally fragile zone policy to reduce climate changes in mountainous and glacier zones. I must quote that decision of Honorable Supreme Court of India, wherein Honorable Supreme Court cancelled a 5,000 million railway overbridge project by West Bengal government, in which 350 trees were to be chopped off, upholding a PIL filed by an eminent environmentalist. Supreme Court declared a monetary value of tree around 74,500 rupees, Indian rupees per tree, and multiplied by the age of tree. Maybe it's 60, 50, and if tree is 100-year old, 10 million more government should have to pay. Then relocating, replacing, and replanting is the solution. So such bold decision will definitely bring solutions for such degrading environment or indirectly solution for climate change. You know, Dr. Jonathan Dekiti, a well-known scholar of South Asian religious studies, once told that in Sanskritic intellectual tradition, he refers to early Indian text where it is mentioned that each living and non-living, from Brahma to blade of grass, is held to play a vital role in functioning of world, revealing the sharp awareness of nature and its delicate balance. I will like to conclude by a shlok, a verse of Vedas from Atharva Ved, that Mata Bhumi Putroham Prithivya. It means earth is my mother and I am her child. Thank you a lot. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Yeah, thank you panelists for being very brief. And, I will just, for sake of audience, I will just try to make it easy for you to ask the questions. Now, if I summarize it, Dr. Roberts talked about the need for the diversity, against the monocultures. We may have increased the vegetation up to 56%. How much of it is the natural vegetation and how much of it is by the monoculture. So that was a very important conclusion. And we had, we had then Dr. Ruchit, who very importantly talked about the extremes. The people of Kashmir know very well 2014 floods. The extreme rainfall we had, 620 millimeters. He talked about the Uttarakhand. So how, I think some of you must have questions, what it means extremes and what will be the future under the extreme, weather. Then we had a very important, as I said in my opening, we are not responsible for the climate change, but we face the brunt of climate change. And, we had Dr. Wazida Rahman talking about environmental justice, climate justice. And he also talked about the national, biodiversity frameworks that we have. So many of you may have questions on that. We had Dr. Rima, she talked about the impact of climate change on glaciers and food, energy and water security. So I think we say that glaciers is the most important resources for the people in the Himalaya. And we know the waters from these glaciers are basically, meeting the demands of 800 million people in this region. And we heard from the, Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali, we heard very differently, how there is a need for sustainable tourism, how the indigenous cultures, livelihoods, and, is going to impact it. So with these, so I would appreciate that the audience to, ask the questions, identify yourself and be very brief. So instead of questions, please ask, instead of comments, please focus on questions, please. Yeah, would somebody give a mic to them? And also, to which of the panelists you are asking this question? And Yeah, do you have a mic? Or you can speak loudly? Yeah, but please come for a question, not a speech here, please. Yeah, it is working.
I welcome all the panelists on the platform of paradise known to you by the name of Kashmir, the famous beauty of India. So my question to Mr. Roberts is, he talked about the biodiversity and its, we can say the benefits of biodiversity, and he's currently working on it. So my question to you is that you talked about exotics and the invasion by the exotics. What is your stake on the exotics? Because we currently in Kashmir are also facing this exotic problem, becoming the invasive species. We have the horror of Kashmir here, that is the Salvinia species. Can you just please put some of the views towards it, sir?
Okay, thank you. I think the question is very clear. So,
Okay, I hope I understood your question. So what is my take on the exotics and their spreading? So exotic species are, I think, a common purpose across the globe because every nation has problems with them. And the problem is that they're coming also, of course, in each other's regions. So back in United States, we have plants that are coming from Europe, from Eurasia, and you here in Kashmir have species that come from Europe, from North America, from all over the places. And I must tell you that climate change doesn't help that. And again, it will be just kind of common efforts to make things better, because if climate changes, we're going to have even worse impacts that we're going to see with, going, for example, just join to the theme that we have here, glaciers melting away. Back in Montana, we already see dandelions going up to the mountain ranges, alpine areas where they've never been seen before, and they just taking over roadsides and everything. So, what is my take? We need to be just very cautious, and we need to actually be working together. And I'm really glad that we are working with Manzoor and trying to understand these species, where they're coming from, what they're doing there, what could be actually with I'm very lucky, I have a PhD student from India that is my PhD student in Hungary, and I'm mentoring him from Montana, and he's working on a topic that tackles an idea. There is a plant that could be a potential invader because it's already used as an ornamental plant. It's an allium, it's called Allium ursinum, and he was setting up all kinds of different greenhouse experiments, and it turns out that if climate changes, soil conditions are just perfect over in the US for that species to just kind of come out of its range and, be the next potential invader for us. Just kind of we have to understand more and more species and have them in a list, and be careful if we see them starting to spread, put the fire out when it starts, in a way.
Okay,
I hope
thank
that
you.
helps.
Yeah, thank you very much. So there was another hand going up there, please. Very brief, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Deepika Vashist from Geography Department, Aligarh Muslim University. My question is for Dr. Ruchit sir. Sir, as you were mentioning about monsoon variability. So when we see last April of this year, we had unusual rain a few days. And what IMD said that it is because of the intensification of western disturbances, which generally in India we have in late January or February. So my question is that how do you anomaly and how it is going to impact farmers' livelihood?
Yeah.
Yeah, please move closer to the mic.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tricky question actually. This is like, this is going to happen. Western disturbance happens usually in the winter months. But this up to March, you can get it. But April, it is an anomaly. But now the condition is like everything is getting delayed. Like even the monsoon, suppose it is starting in like May, it can start. And that, what you're saying, the predictability is going back. So for every weather systems, no, that it inherent, what is saying that non-linearity is increased. Suppose like we have like monsoon we are predicting normally. But nowadays it's not like that. Like every time that it is having inherent error and everything. So western disturbance is also same. So IMD said like that intensification of western disturbance, right? So this rainfall is actually what we have to do is like according to the farmers, it will affect very badly sometimes because everything will be getting bad. But what we can do is like we can make a social awareness of all this. All this climate change is going to happen. Suppose we have a lot many other systems. Suppose we are planning it properly. We have like in India, according to me, people are less looking at the prediction systems and everything. People used to blame that. But we won't look at it properly. But when the flood came and the extreme events came, no, now people started looking at it. At the same way, suppose people are looking into that, I think we can reduce the casual margin of all these things. Anyway, this systems is like everything, western disturbance is going to increase its extremity nowadays. So the season is from the March to it can come up to April. So we have to plan accordingly. Everything is like rainfall is also supposed like October it was there, like people used to cultivate the plants, rice plants and everything after monsoon in so many areas like in South India. But now they have started like it got delayed after 1 month or something. It is like they are doing it on November and all.
Okay, Dr. Ruchit, thank you very much. I think, you responded in details. So I would, request and preferably the questions to the other three panel members because we are short of, time. So if you have, those of you who have a question for the other three panelists. Yeah,
Yeah,
please.
hi. My name is Rais. I work as research associate in Department of Botany. My question is to Robert Paul, actually.
Yeah,
As you said that we should do ecosystem restoration in a more scientific manner, giving importance to biodiversity or ecosystem functions. Since we know that climate change is based on predictions, how important do you think are predictive models like species distribution modeling approaches in devising more robust ecosystem restoration projects?
Yeah, Robert, very briefly, I know this is a, very loaded question, so it needs
Yeah,
long
it is. So kind of, because it's kind of echoing from here, it's really difficult to hear your question. So you were asking how useful would be predictive models for you as a tool for ecological restoration and in biodiversity. They're the future. I think the more we understand and the more technology we use, and nowadays also AI maybe will help us to design and be better at not being too objective and taking huge databases, because we have now so much data about different ecosystems and use them with the AI and creating different scenarios, because we need to create, scenarios for different levels, for example, of change. So use them and they will be for sure helpful. So
Yeah.
Great idea.
So there's a lot of uncertainty in the predictive models, so we know that. But, if anybody has a question for Dr. Robert or, Dr. Ruchit, so we can have that later in the, during, but I would preferably request those, to put up questions for the other three panelists. Yes, please, if you have for, yeah, please. Please be very brief.
My name is Abid Hussain. I'm from Department of Environmental Science. My question is open to all the panelists. There is another popular opinion of climate change, that climate change is inevitable. So, because they believe in this geological time scale. So, my question is that should our main focus should be the pace of climate change or the climate change, please?
Okay, so I think, one of you can, Dr. Wahida can, she's saying, question is that, or, you can, Remia can, he's saying that climate change is inevitable. So what, what should be our focus? Our focus, we can't stop the climate change. So what should be our, strategy? Please. Yeah, either of you? Yeah, please, Ramya.
As he said, it's like very interesting question. Like we always, like we scientists used to ask, what we can do it. So more or less, like we understand the problems, so we should come out with the solutions. Like more or less, climate resilience and the more sustainable practice, how we adopt to the system. So one in Himalayan region, one of the thing we have implemented is the ice stupa. So the artificial glacier. So they preserve the snow and glacier, and they use it whenever it is a summer. Some of the streams are dead, and they can use this for the agriculture purpose and as well as other regions. So this is one of the practice started using in the Ladakh region, and it is not implemented in the other regions of Himalaya. As well as one other thing is it has come up, UN nation has come up with a rocket stove. I don't know, Himalayan rocket stove. It actually reduced 90% of the smoke pollution. So actually in winter, you know that in the Kashmir and other regions, coal burning is very common. So for reducing this, they use this agriculture waste and other, and they use the combustion in twice, like dual combustion system, so that the smoke is converted into heat, and they can use for for heating the warming the rooms as well as for the cooking. And also one of the thing is it actually promote the economy. If the local region can actually build this process, and they can actually save this economy, like entrepreneurship can come out with this. The
Thank
local
you.
community can build it up.
Thank you very much. I think in brief, she is just, adaptation and climate resilience is the solution. That's up to us. Easily we can do that. Next, please, there is one boy raising hand. Okay, please, not to these three panelists, to the other two panelists, or you just open to have a general question.
Sure, sir. Rais Masroor, a delegate from Department of Education. My question is very simple. Any of the panelists can just answer the question. In fact, G20 group of countries belongs to both developed as well as developing countries. And it has been found, and there is a Stanford University research that since 1960s, there has been an increase in the economic inequality between the developing countries by 25%. My question is very pointed, that the developed countries are contributing more towards the global emissions, while as developing countries are contributing less towards the global carbon emissions. And the developed countries are doing less, developing countries are doing more. How to reconcile this?
I think your question is very clear.
Thank you.
And Dr. Wahida, he is talking about the climate justice. The developing countries are not much responsible for the climate change. It is the developed countries. So how do you respond?
Thank you for your question. Actually, this climate change situation, that is the reality. So we should understand that thing is not happening in one day. So it is a continuous process that we ignored earlier, and now we are just realizing the output of that realization, right? So here we have lots of agreements, right? Basically, we can talk about the Paris Agreement 2015. So where we are talking about environmental restoration or protection of the environment in one hand, and taking the economic development in another hand, right? So that is the main clash we have regarding the environmental justice to be maintained in climate changes. And also, we are also, developing the economic things in our countries, right? So there is a solution. They have, given the measures as a, we can take the help of the developed countries, right? Regarding the technological help, regarding the financial help, right? So here we require some of the framework on the particular issue to whom we are taking that help, right? If we are a developing country. So here that framework is, I think, the lacking in our country as well. So you can see the laws we are making in different perspectives, like we are talking about the biodiversity. So in 2002 Act, we are not given the immunity to the Ayush practitioners. Now we are given the Ayush practitioners like the easy patenting. So that easy patenting is also covered under the traditional knowledge. That is a part of IPR. So in IPR, under this traditional knowledge, we don't have a particular law.
Yeah,
but recently,
thank you very much, for a very detailed response. We have time for only one question. And that question has to be to Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali. It has to be to Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali. If you don't have, then I have a question for him. Yeah, the younger, so we have to give a preference to the, a young participant. But it has to be to Shri Ghulam Ali. He talked a very important thing. How the climate change is impacting sustainability of the tourism, traditional knowledges, please.
So, I'm Prasiddhi. I've planted 1 lakh trees and I'm Prime Minister National Child Awardee. My question is that, thank you. My question is that you are a student activist. So, do you believe in action or do you believe in activism in order to fight climate change? And why would you pick one of those options?
Yeah, Ghulam Ali Saab.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Very thankful to this young participants to give me a chance to answer this question. In fact, activism and action work vis-a-vis. These cannot be sidelined. If we act, we have to be activate ourselves. So as far as tourism and climate change is concerned, we know that G20 group has a lot of contribution in world scenario. At present, 60% population, 60% land mass, and a large chunk of youth. Around 30 to 40% youth residing in these nations. And we have a lot of contribution. Firstly, we have to activate ourselves for actions. So activism and actions are related and dependent on each other.
Charlie, thank you very much. So I seek apology for, cutting down the questions because of the paucity of time. We don't have, I know there are very curious, minds here. So, but because of paucity of time, I will not be able to take any more questions. And I, congratulate the participants, the panelists, for having responded very, promptly to the questions, queries that were put to them. Thank you very much. And I hand over the mic to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shakil Ahmed Romshu. This concludes the interactive session with the theme, Impact of Climate Change on Biodiversity and Human Well-Being. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate the moderator of the session, Professor Shakil Ahmed Romshu. Professor Shakil Ahmed Romshu, Vice Chancellor, Islamic University of Science and Technology. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and thank you, Professor Shakil Ahmed Romshu. I also request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate all the panelists. Dr. Robert Paul, Montana Technological University, USA. I next invite Dr. Robert Paul, Montana Technological University, USA. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Dr. Robert Paul. Thank you, ma'am. The next panelist is Dr. Ruchit R.D. from National Institute of Oceanography, Goa. Dr. Ruchit R.D. Dr. Ruchit R.D. Thank you, ma'am. The next panelist is Dr. Wazida Rahman from Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, Punjab. Dr. Wazida Rahman. Thank you, ma'am. The next panelist is Dr. Ramya S.N. from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Kerala. Dr. Ramya S.N. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Kerala. To felicitate the next panelist, I also call upon Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan. I now invite Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali, student activist. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Shri Ghulam Mustafa Ali. I once again request Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate the rapporteur for this session, Dr. Ansar Ekuru from Department of Botany, University of Kashmir. Dr. Ansar Ekuru from Department of Botany, University of Kashmir. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, and all the panelists here. I request all the panelists to pose for a group photograph with the book given to them. Can we have the book for all the panelists, please? Yeah. We thank all the panelists on the dais. This concludes the panel discussion 1 on climate change, biodiversity and human well-being. We thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and all the panelists of the session 1. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, Seema ji, for conducting the proceedings of this panel 1. So, we will be going for the panels 2 simultaneously, that she will, of course, now start the proceedings off. And I would ask Seema ji to please proceed ahead and start the proceedings, inviting the panelists and all that.
So moving ahead, we move to panel discussion 2 on the theme Disaster Risk Reduction for a Safe Tomorrow. I now invite on the dais the moderator for panel discussion 2, Professor M. Sultan Butt, University of Kashmir. Professor Sultan Butt, please. I also invite the panelist, Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, Charles Darwin University, Australia. Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, please. Welcome, sir. The next panelist is Dr. Ajanta Goswami from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, India. Dr. Ajanta Goswami. I now call upon Dr. Ashim Sattar, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Dr. Ashim Sattar. Welcome. The next panelist is Dr. Sandeep Singh, Lovely Professional University, Punjab. Okay, good. And Ms. Farhana Bhatt, alumni of University of Kashmir. Ms. Farhana Bhatt, please. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Akhtar Alam from Department of Geography. I now invite Ms. Ishrat, and she will introduce the moderator and the panelist. Ms. Ishrat, please.
Amidst the winds of change and chaos, we stand amidst a world in peril. The skies are dark and heavy as our actions take their toll. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to introduce the session, Disaster Risk Reduction for Safe Tomorrow. Well, disasters can strike at any time and at any place, leaving destruction and devastation in their wake. As the world is increasingly becoming vulnerable to natural as well as the human-made disasters, it's important to consider how we can save ourselves and our communities. Collaborative actions on disaster risk reduction and sustainability is critical for the future of G20 nations. Well, DRR is, or we can say disaster risk reduction is like investing in hope for better future. It's not only the technical solution, but what I think is that it is beyond that. It is not only the technical solution, but it's a kind of act, full of compassion and empathy towards those who are more vulnerable. It's like understanding that disasters do not discriminate on the basis of age, gender, or social status. They can affect everyone. So it becomes our responsibility to take actions in this direction and, try to just listen or try to address their causes and impacts and help lessen their impacts. By investing in disaster risk reduction, we can get a chance to rebuild lives and communities. We can get a chance to heal from the wounds of past. And above all, I think we can get a chance to look forward to a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, on this particular day, I want to say, let us embrace a new philosophy and take responsibility of our ecology to create a world that is just and fair, where nature and humanity can both share. The moderator of this particular session is Professor Mohammad Sultan Butt. Professor Mohammad Sultan Butt is presently working as professor in Department of Geography and Disaster Management, University of Kashmir, with teaching experience of 28 years. Besides working as head Department of Geography for 10 years, he has also served as Dean School of Earth and Environmental Sciences for a period of 3 years. He has authored more than 80 research papers in the national and internationally acclaimed peer-reviewed journals, Some of his research works has been utilized for policy formulation by various concerned institutions and departments. Professor Mohammad Sultan Butt has pursued and guided research in urban geography, watershed development, climate change, and environmental studies. I request Professor Mohammad Sultan Butt to please come and introduce the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this pleasant introduction. At the outset, I would like to express my thanks to the distinguished panelists on the dais and the distinguished delegates in this auditorium for just displaying tremendous patience since 9:30 a.m. to just witness the various types of the activities which are going on. I know we are very much hard pressed in terms of time, and as a moderator, I will try to be very brief to set this house in motion. Since the theme which we are supposed to deliberate upon in this session, my task has been facilitated to a greater extent by the earliest panelists because the theme is very much relevant one and it is rather the continuation of the same. And we will be discussing second important dimensions of this theme, that is the disaster risk reduction for safe tomorrow. I would like to just make three important comments in order to set this debate in motion. One is that so far as India's initiatives with regard to the disaster risk reduction are concerned, we have got a very robust institutional mechanism. And one of the important acts which is in place, that is the National Disaster Act 2005, it gives us a lot of institutional mechanism to develop the disaster risk reduction initiatives not only at the apex level but at the grassroots level. At the apex level, we have the National Disaster Management Authority, which is headed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And at the district level, we have got state disaster management authorities, and at the grassroots level, we have got the district disaster management authorities. So that way, we have adopted the bottom-up approach in order to address the various issues which are arising out of the disaster management scenario. This is very important from addressing the various dimensions of the disaster management. And India has got a very robust mechanism in this context. Second important observation which I would like to share so far as this theme is concerned, that since from the inaugural session, the climate change has been discussed very widely, and truly so, because given the scenario which has been unleashed by the unprecedented climate change, it has been aptly described as the crisis multiplier. Crisis multiplier in the sense that it triggers a whole host of natural disasters. Like we have in the mountainous areas, we have the gulfs, we have the frequent flooding, we have the snow avalanches, and then the large incidents of the landslides in the different parts of the country. So, in order to address these natural disasters triggered by the climate change, we have got a sound technological backup. If we are going to just list the technological breakthroughs and the innovations which the country has managed over the period of the time, we have been able to successfully develop the advanced weather and communication prediction system, satellites. Then another important breakthrough has been the climate prediction satellites which have been developed by the ISRO, and then internationally known, we have integrated tsunami warning system. This tsunami warning system is accredited by the Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission, which is operating under the aegis of UNESCO, and it has been accredited to just issue the warning system for 28 Indian Ocean rim countries, along with Indonesia and China. So that way, India has exhibited tremendous commitment and the responsibility and also the capability to shoulder global responsibilities to address the various concerns which are arising there on account of disaster scenario. Lastly, I would like to highlight this another important point that India has got a very huge demographic potential, and we are at the threshold of reaping the demographic dividend, and that has been already started since last couple of years, that the Indian youth has taken the lead in the different domains like the information technology domain, then the unicorn. We have one of the largest units of unicorn so far as Indian diaspora is concerned, and then the other many related aspects where India has exhibited the global leadership. So with these remarks, I would like to conclude my observations and set the House in motion for further deliberations. We have a very distinguished panel of experts here who will be deliberating on the various dimensions of the disaster risk reduction. The first panelist, we have got Dr. Akhilesh Surjan. He is a world acclaimed disaster environmentalist, and one of the pioneering contributions of Dr. Akhilesh Surjan is that he is a lead author of the 5th assessment report of IPCC. So he has contributed tremendously towards the UN Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction. Besides this, he is having a huge publication output in the different internationally acclaimed journals. The second panelist, we have Dr. Ajanta Goswami. By training, he is an earth science student from IIT Roorkee. He has worked on diverse aspects of geohazards, especially the cryosphere and cryospheric sciences. Then the third panelist we are having Dr. Ashim Satar, a very young DST Inspire faculty at Devachu Center for Climate Change, Indian Institute of Sciences, Bengaluru. Fourth panelist we have Dr. Sandeep Singh. Basically, he is a trained environmentalist, and he is currently working as senior assistant professor, lovely professional university, Punjab. Then the last, but not the least, we have one of the very important social activists with us, and we are hopeful that we will be keen to listen her observations regarding the disaster risk reduction. Ms. Farhana Bhatt, who is the alumni of Kashmir University. So I will be inviting now the first panelist, Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, to kindly share his ideas and opinions. And at the same time, I will be having this humble request that because of the paucity of time, the panelists are requested to just take 3 to 4 minutes. And then at the end of the session, we will be inviting the observations and comments from the distinguished delegates. Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, please.
Am I audible now? Thank you. Thank you. It is honor to be here in this August gathering, and it gives me immense pleasure to see a lot of youth who are present here from so many countries, from so many different parts of India, and also from different wide range of academic backgrounds, such as environmental science, engineering, geology, Ayurveda, yoga, language studies, and they are taking keen interest in the topic of today's discussion. I would also like to congratulate bringing Y20 and U20 together, because I think when cities are occupying only 4% of the landmass on the earth, but they are also home to 60% of the world's population, it is very important that youth and urban complexity should work together hand in hand to solve some of the most complex problems the earth we are facing today. This talk is about disasters, but let me giving you imaginative scenario. Consider that you are sleeping in your home on the winter night of December. This is the era when mobile phone doesn't exist in your life. And you are experiencing burning sensation in your throat and eyes, coughing, and some kind of strange smell which is suffocating you. What you will do? You will get out of your bed and probably say, check in the kitchen, is anything burning? Nothing is burning, gas is off. Then you will probably check all the electric connections in all the rooms in your house. If nothing is there, still you are suffocating, the next thing you would like to do is to open the doors and windows of your home. When you open the doors and windows to get some fresh air, you realize that your neighbor is also doing that. And then somebody will say, some gas has leaked from somewhere, we don't know where. And then you will start running, because that is the time you don't have much motor transport available. While leaving your home and rushing to wherever you wish to, by walking, you are inhaling even more gas. And that is how, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, more than 3,800 people died in just one night in a city called Bhopal, which is in the central part of India in 1984, about 40 years ago from now. And in the next 2 weeks, about 8,000 people died. In the last 40 years, more than 20,000 people have died because of that industrial disaster, but also about the same number of 20,000 premature deaths have also happened. My talk is not about Bhopal today. My talk is to highlight the case that in Bhopal, the disaster of such a scale could have been prevented if a simple awareness tip would have been given to the people that take the handkerchief or any kind of cloth, soak it in the water and put it on your nose. Probably the deaths would have avoided from 3,800 to probably a couple of hundred or maybe less. But this simple awareness tip was not given to the people out there. So disaster risk reduction is not just about a spacious knowledge. It is also about simple things such as awareness, sensitization, and community action. Disaster risk reduction is everybody's business. Disasters, as we know, wash away development gains of decades. You have a very important role as a youth to bring a paradigm shift in our current way of doing things. Globally, if we look at in the last 30 years, the world has experienced 20,000 disasters. And out of that, 2.7 million or 27 lakh people have died, and 6 billion people were impacted directly or indirectly. However, the place which is of the attention at the moment is Asia-Pacific region, which is the epicenter of disasters. Out of the 20,000 deaths, 45% of that have occurred in this region. And mortality is 70% and affected population is 90%. So we can certainly see that the risk and vulnerability is disproportionately distributed in this part of the earth. As of today, governments invest very less in pre-disaster preparedness, prevention and mitigation, despite the studies showing that there are 10 times more money is required in response and recovery compared to preparedness and mitigation. We continue to act even today in the response mode. We have made high progress in disaster governance. You can see, creation of NDMA, SDMA, etc., disaster management plan, etc. However, our disaster preparedness mechanism has making gradual progress in the last 10 to 15 years. But the area where we have made very low or slow progress is in addressing the underlying causes of risk. And because of this, even we keep doing right things, we will not get right results. We are not addressing vulnerability, which is very dynamic concept in itself, which has many faces, including poverty, inequality, not including everybody, and creating fundamental developmental challenges. However, there is the good news. The good news is globally, disaster-related mortality is declining. This shows we are making progress. We know that global population is rising, but the disaster-related deaths are declining. It is a great news, isn't it? And we must celebrate it. I'll give you one small example. When you go back in 1999, a state called Odisha in India experienced a super cyclone. 15,000 people died with that deadly cyclone. 20 years later, in 2019, the same area was hit by a category 5 super cyclone called Cyclone Fani. Only 89 people died. With my due respect to those 89 lives, this is a success which has shown that our investment is giving a positive yield. I must say that while the world of disasters is full of negative news, we need to highlight these positive, examples to highlight that there is a row of hope further down there. I would stop here and I'll probably make some other points in the Q&A session.
I would like to call upon second speaker, Dr. Ajanta Goswami, please. This way.
That's right. Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, learned dignitaries here in the off the dais, audience, and dignitaries on the dais. I am Dr. Ajanta Goswami. I am Associate Faculty at Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Roorkee, and Joint Faculty in Center of Excellence in Disaster Mitigation and Management at IIT Roorkee. I am born and brought up in Arunachal Pradesh, and I am native of Assam, and I have traveled across the width of Assam to reach here in Kashmir. I am so happy to be here. So talking about disaster risk reduction, I think you all know in detail about what exactly is disaster risk reduction. Just to define disaster risk reduction, we can say that it's a concept and practice of reducing disaster risk through systematic efforts to analyze and reduce the causal factors, and which includes mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, which also includes reduction and readiness. So I'm here, I'm getting only 3 minutes of time, so I'm here to advocate or push 3 points which I feel should be included in disaster risk reduction process, okay? So among them, first is standardization of all the data that we are preparing. For example, for disaster risk reduction, the first step is risk mapping. So we all do risk mapping, we all do hazard assessment, isn't it? But suppose my map, hazard map, does not match with someone who is working here in Kashmir or somewhere there in Bangalore. Why? Because we have not standardized the whole process. We can't standardize the methodology, but at least we can standardize the process. So that's what was the first effort that we did around 6 months back in IIT Roorkee in collaboration with Bureau of Indian Standards, where we tried that whether we could standardize the process of glacial lake outburst flood mapping, glacier mapping as well as glacial lake outburst flood modeling. Although we can't standardize the whole method, but at least we can standardize the pre-processing processes. For example, what exactly should be the projection systems that we should use so that my data can be overlaid over other data which will be produced in some other part of the country. So my first point that I want to push here is standardization of the processes, at least the pre-processing processes. Second thing is, you might have, many times this has been discussed here in this particular forum, that Indian knowledge system or our community knowledge system whenever we are doing projects, suppose I'm getting a project and I'm working on that project for last 5 years, okay? So I have generated data for only 5 years, or maybe I get some additional 5 years of data from some other person who has worked previously. So I am preparing my model out of only 10 years of experience. However, the traditional knowledge system or the community which is living in that particular area, they have developed that knowledge system out of sample of some 100 years or maybe some 200 years or maybe some 300 years. So maybe their technique may not be that much scientific, but their data is huge, and since their data is huge, and therefore maybe their model is bit more better than our model. Therefore, I believe that we should also include the traditional knowledge system as well as Indian knowledge system whilst doing any activity related to disaster risk reduction, especially preparedness. If we are going for any preparedness, then definitely we will have to include Indian knowledge system or the community knowledge system, whichever is existing there. So first point is standardization, second point is Indian knowledge system. Okay, so third thing is, which other panelists may also be saying about the training programs that we need to do. So here I would like to say one thing about what we are exactly doing at IIT Roorkee in Disaster Mitigation Center. So you might have heard about GADRI. So GADRI is Global Alliance of Disaster Research Institutes, which was initiated in DPRI, Kyoto University. So which includes all the Global Alliance of Disaster Research Institutes. So similar to GADRI, at IIT Roorkee we have started a new society which is called as SADRI. SADRI stands for South Asian Alliance of Disaster Research Institutes, which was formally inaugurated on 6th of November 2020. So here we are focusing on the research institutes or academic institutes, whichever are there in the South Asian region, so that we can develop something which is related to this particular region, because disasters by name they are common in most of the continents, but their nature as well as their treatments are quite different in different regions. So therefore we thought that we should move ahead with this SADRI. So I would request that whoever want to join SADRI, they can be a member of SADRI, and then we can have a good alliance, and which also falls into the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda, where he says that institutional collaboration is very much important. So with these three takeaway points or my advocacy, I might conclude my points here itself. Thank you so much.
I request Dr. Ashwin Satar to just share his views and ideas.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here. Of course, today's panel discussion is about disaster risk reduction. So the main term here is risk. So do we really understand risk, or we interchangeably use it with hazard, disaster, risk altogether? Do we really understand the term risk? You know? So when we talk about risk, it's about a combination of hazard, vulnerability, resilience, and then exposure, which is basically how much of the infrastructure or how much is the population which is exposed to a particular hazard. The term hazard starts at the source, right? So that what initiates risk. So anything which has a potential to cause damage to property or infrastructure is a hazard. But risk is something when the hazard is combined with exposure, or exposure of entities like infrastructure, population, and then you have the resilience of the community. For example, let's say you have a flood-prone area, and then you have frequent floods every year, and then people are aware of the event, and then slowly what people can do or community can do is build resilience with time so that the damage is reduced. What we are doing alternatively is that we're reducing the risk. The point is, when shall we start and where shall we start? The point is, the first is, where shall we start? We can start it right from the source. That, for example, I would like to give you, I've been working glacial hazards, glacial lake outburst floods for the last 7 years. And what I see is that it can be started at the source by reducing the hazard. So as I said, anything that can cause damage is a hazard. So what if, say, let us take an example of glacial lakes. I think Kashmir also has a lot of glacial lakes here. And one of the recent events in 2014 in Gaya village, where there was a glacial lake outburst event, which was because of the dam, destruction of the frontal dam, and it destructed the community downstream. So what lessons do we learn? Where was it were we able to predict it, the event? Of course not, because the event already occurred and the damage is already done. But now, studies have said that in future, if such events occur from the same lake, which has been growing right now, to a more bigger lake, it can have 55% more damage potential. That means that we have a lesson from a previous event, but we also have we can take those lessons to learn about how to be more resilient and what steps we should start with. Also, finally, I would like to just tell upon the event that also occurred in Kashmir, that is in 2010, that is a debris flow event. And it was triggered by a cloud burst event, and there was destruction, there was fatalities. Well, these are some of the events we should look into. There can be cascades of events, there can be hazards which can lead to other hazards. So first of all, when we are talking about disaster risk reduction, it should be for the people, to the people. So whenever we are preparing for a disaster, we have to take the community perspective. For example, there are multiple ways we talk about when we talk about natural disasters. So the term natural disaster is very, I don't know whether it really exists, because a disaster cannot be natural. So there has to be damage of something which turns into a disaster. So when we're talking about community, it has to be for the community, to the community. Involvement of the community is important. Whenever you're, for example, let us take in multi-hazard early warning systems. So science is in one hand, community is on the other hand. Science gives us the numbers, whereas community is important to come up to a good solution, because sometimes communities knows better than what science knows about a particular region or an area. So here I think I'd like to conclude by saying that whenever there is disaster risk reduction, community involvement is important. And I think we can discuss more on the questions if we have from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to call upon the other panelist, Dr. Sandeep ji. Yes.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. A lot has been said about the theme disaster risk reduction by the geologist's point of view also. I would like to talk from the environmentalist point of view. One case which I would like to talk about is Uttarakhand floods 2013. Occurred because of a massive cloudburst. 6,000 people died. A cloudburst is a common phenomenon in Uttarakhand, but still how 6,000 people died. A lot has to deal with 50,000 hectares of forest being cut from 2000 to 2020. And haphazard construction in the floodplain zone, even in the floodway of the river. When we are doing things like that and haphazard construction of resorts, roads, dams and all is done without giving due consideration to how it can affect in the future, then disaster is bound to happen. Dr. Hashim talked very finely that we don't know whether it's the natural disaster or the man-made disaster, because these are the two types of disasters. So maybe natural disasters are there, but the effects of those disasters are aggravated by the man-made actions. So we need to stop that. One more thing which I would like to talk about in this regard is whenever we cross a bridge in a plain area, usually the river is flowing in a very narrow path of the bridge. Then why is such a long bridge? Because at one point of year, in the monsoon season maybe, the river actually swells to those limits. But if we are doing agriculture and we are doing construction activities in that floodway, then again disasters are bound to happen. So what is the solution? Solution is, first of all, while doing these construction activities, while doing this developmental activities, we have to give due consideration that we are not crossing the limits that are there, that are bound, that are made by the nature. Secondly, the the best solution, because my work was on environmental monitoring and pollution assessment and bit on remediation also, and my prime focus was on phytoremediation use of plants. So that gives us the best solution. Plants, they prevent the disasters also in the upstream areas, mountains, no deforestation, reforestation, afforestation. Secondly, in the downstream areas, in the plain areas, I would like to go for the terms revegetation and avegetation, wherever we can find plants, trees, and that's the only solution we have got for the pollution problem also and for the disaster risk problem also. I'd like to conclude here.
Thank you, Sumeet. Now we have the last panelist. I request Ms. Farhana Bhatt to share her views.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Farhana Bhatt. I am alumni of this prestigious University of Kashmir. It's an honor to put across certain observations on disaster management and risk reduction for a safer tomorrow for all of us. For a country like India, which is highly prone to a wide range of natural disasters like floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, etc., as well as human-induced disasters like industrial accidents, conflicts, etc., which has devastating consequences. With a large population and diverse geographical features, India faces unique challenges in disaster management and reducing disaster risk. According to a 2022 disaster study, it was given the disaster risk index of 42.82, and India followed with a disaster risk index of 42.31. India has always dealt with disasters effectively, be it Bhopal gas tragedy in 1984, Odisha super cyclone in 1989, Gujarat earthquakes in 2001, or be it Kashmir floods in 2014. As we consciously are aware of what risk disasters pose, as briefly explained by fellow panelists, so I will just share a few observations regarding what measures could be taken in order to eliminate and minimize the consequences. First, it comes to assessment of risk, which leads us to fundamentals of understanding the nature and magnitude of potential hazards of vulnerabilities. This process involves analyzing past disaster events, identifying exposed populations and critical infrastructures, assessing the potential impact for the future. Then we come to prevention and mitigation, which leads to the proactive measures which could be implemented through enforcing government policies, building codes, promoting sustainable land use planning, and improving infrastructure resilience, by virtue of which underlying risk factors can be minimized. Now we come to preparedness, which plays a very vital role in disaster risk reduction. This includes early warning system, emergency response, planning and equipping individuals and communities with knowledge and resources so that they can effectively deal and respond to the disasters. The measure which I put forth, supra, regarding disaster risk reduction, holds significant importance in safeguarding lives, promoting sustainable development, which I'm sure you all will agree with. So due to the dearth of time, with this, I thank you all for patiently being with me and letting me put across my views and heartfelt gratitude to the honorable members and dignitaries present here. I thank you all, and I would take a leave now. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So thank you to all the distinguished panelists for sharing their useful insights on different dimensions of disaster risk reduction. So to sum up with the proceedings, for the sake of the audience, Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, he has stressed on one of the important dimensions of this disaster risk reduction. That is, there are so many inequalities in the socio-economic landscape so far as Indian situation is concerned, and which has given the differential vulnerability to different disasters. And then Dr. Ajanta Goswami, he has talked about one of the important dimensions of disaster risk reduction, that is the quality of the data and its reliability. So in order to make a very formidable policy formulation so far as the disaster risk reduction is concerned, we have to rely on the quality data and we have to make it a very reliable and sensitized one. Then Dr. Ashim Satar, he has stressed on the conceptual clarity on the different dimensions of the disaster risk reduction, and then he has also focused on the vulnerability aspect. And equally, one of the important concerns that has been raised by Dr. Sandeep Singh, that is the role of the anthropogenic interventions which have exacerbated the situation of the disasters, especially in the mountainous areas. So we living in the mountainous areas of Kashmir, we have witnessed the devastating and historical flood of 2014. But despite the fact that we were not having any strong institutional mechanism at place, but still the quantum and the magnitude of the casualties was minimum so far as the 2014 flood event is concerned. And it was because of the active and very vibrant participation of the local community that we have been able to avoid those casualties. Ms. Farhana, she has quoted some useful statistics so far as the disaster casualties throughout the world and India is concerned. So that way, these were some of the important useful insights which have been shared by the distinguished panelists. And now the session is open for deliberations in the forum of, we would like to have just some pointed queries, very brief queries, and at the best we can entertain 5 to 7 queries because we are already late by 1 hour. And while addressing the query, kindly identify yourself and then the distinguished panelist to whom you are addressing to the query. Now the session is open for questions, please. No, identify. Yes, please. You identify yourself and then identify the distinguished panelist also whom you are addressing the question. Mike, please. We will be entertaining 5 to 7 pointed queries. I make a humble request to the...
Good afternoon to all of you, sir. It's my pleasure to talk with lots of intellectuals in front of me, and congratulations to Kashmir University for organizing this event. So my question is to Dr. Ajantnath Goswami, sir. Sir, we are in modern life, and we are in a life where our honorable Prime Minister said, "Make it in India, made in India." So how we can work on the climate change and disaster risk management without modern life? Please.
Yes, please. Dr. Ajanta Goswami.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't get your complete question. You were talking about like India's now initiative is towards Make in India, isn't it?
Sir, you are from nanotechnology, you are from technology, and I am also from a technology. We have to work with technology and also with disaster management. So what's your work? How can we reduce the risks of disaster management?
I didn't get the question.
I suppose the question is like this, that how the technology can play a role in mitigating the disasters, this magnitude of the disasters.
Okay. So to answer this question, I'll take a little bit more time. You know how this space program started in India? So when this space program started in India, Vikram Sarabhai, he borrowed so many sensors, launch vehicles from different countries. He assembled here in India, and then he started the first space mission, okay? That's how. So if we are starting something here, if like we are working on disaster risk reduction, there is no harm in borrowing lots of sensors, lots of instruments from abroad, and then developing something which is more relevant to India. Like we can customize something which is more relevant to India. Once we have showcased the ability of that particular instrument in disaster risk reduction or anything related to disaster, so then we can move ahead with production of that particular thing in India. So first we can showcase the potential of that particular instrument by borrowing it from some other places, then customizing it according to Indian standard, and then we can move ahead with the production of that particular instrument here in India itself. Step starts like that. We can't do something just in one go. We can't manufacture something in one go. We'll have to develop it in some such type of mechanism.
So I suppose the point has been well taken. Yes, please.
Thank you.
सर मैं संदीप डॉक्टर संदीप सिंह सर से पूछना चाहता हूँ सर मेनली वाटर लॉगिंग इज ए मेजर इशू एंड emerging problem which occurs every year which kills many people in towns and by making concrete roads houses buildings etc has a major risk of waterlogging. So what are your views on this and what should be the other ways round to deal with this problem, sir?
So who will be the panelist who is interested to address this query, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Sandeep Singh, please.
Dr. Sandeep.
Am I audible?
Sir.
Yes, please.
As far as I could understand from the question, it's about the water logging in the low-lying areas. Yeah. See, water logging in low-lying areas, as the climate change is happening and more weather extreme events happen and the glaciers melt, this problem is going to get worse with the time. What can we do about that? Now, we are not in the preparatory mode now, we are in the reactionary mode now. It's not the action time, but reaction time. So in the reactionary mode, my viewpoint is that, first of all, at least whatever we can do to reduce down the thing, that is early warning systems and preparedness for effective action on time, number one. Because if like cloudburst I talked about happens or the storms occur, then water level rises, then it's bound. But so what we can do in the perspective of life and property, first we to save the life. Number two, no matter whatever way we go, the only way we can reduce down the effects of climate change, and it's proven, is planting, and that's, I'm going to say the same thing, planting more trees wherever possible. They reduce the greenhouse gases, this slows the process of this climate change, global warming, and as we go on, but for the first point, right now waterlogging and all these issues happening, the best thing to do about that is early warning and effective SOPs, standard operating procedures, so that if the thing starts, if the disaster starts, then we are able to move the people out from those areas. That's the only thing we can do right now.
I would like to make one more additional observation in this regard, that the need of the hour is to just, so far as the disaster risk reduction planning is concerned, it has to be mainstreamed with the developmental planning so that we could get some very desired results. So next speak, please.
Sir,
yeah.
I would like to take the opportunity, and my question goes to Ma'am Farhana, as she's from Kashmir, and I am too, and she belongs to the students community. So since the topic is evolving around, disaster and its risk reduction, so as we know that environmental related problems are simultaneously social problems as well. So I would like to make you understand by an example. Take the example of Gujarat, where water is very scarce. So sometimes there is no waterfall, so there is drought. So rich farmers, what they do is they invest in deep tube wells, so they can cope up with that problem. Whereas the poor section of the Gujarat, they can't cope up with such environmental related problems.
So your point is well taken. I would like to request Dr. Akhilesh Surjan to respond to this, please.
Thank you so much.
Farhana, please. So he's talking about the usage of the water which is being used by the different communities, isn't so? Which are from the diverse socio-economic background. So if you would have listened to the very pertinent discussion of Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, he was talking about the vulnerability of the different sections of the population. If we are going to dissect the socio-economic landscape of the Indian demographic scenario, we have almost 30 to 40% of the population which are living below the poverty line. So one of the thumb rule in the disaster vulnerability is that the poor people are more vulnerable to the different disaster risks. Isn't it so? They are at more risks. So in order to just reduce their vulnerabilities, we have to formulate certain planning strategies in order to just avoid that type of this while their level of vulnerability could be reduced considerably. So that could be done by devising the various planning measures. So I suppose, I hope you have, we have addressed your this query, please. Now next speaker, please.
Thank you so much for the entire panelists for an excellent session and for sharing your insights and your vision. I have two humble submissions. One is on aligned with the theme of today's summit, which is climate change and disaster risk reduction. They go hand in hand. We have, and thanks Professor Butt for talking about the institutional setups that we have. We have a state disaster management plan and a district disaster management plan. Then we have climate change action plans. We have state action plans. But how aligned are they with each other? How often do the departments talk to each other? How coordinated is it? Is there a need for mainstreaming DRR with DRR and climate change adaptations with sustainable development goals? Do we have guidelines for the state? So I would kind of want Dr. Akhilesh sirs and all the other panelists, opinion on this particular thing. Also, talking about the COP27 takeaways, one very important thing that was a major highlight in COP27 was the loss and damage funding. Funding can mean different things to different people, but today we are talking about climate change and climate resilience. So, need to create innovative mechanisms that support nature and climate outcomes at the national and ecosystem level. That
thank you.
We have so that could be another recommendation that can be put in, and we would like to know from the panelists their vision on this.
We have taken your observation. I request Dr. Akhilesh Surjan to respond to this, please.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. So I think your first point is very well taken, that you said that there is still siloism exists and departments probably do not talk to each other. While your point is very well taken, madam, but with due respect, I would like to let you know that as we all know about the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and out of the 10 out of the 17 SDGs are linked to disaster risk reduction. So it clearly highlights that globally, disaster risk reduction is a priority. We need to also make it a local priority. And I can tell you with my own experience of working in India, in the starting time when the disaster risk reduction started getting mainstream, I walked to the office of the Education Commissioner in Delhi, and I said, I am working in the disaster risk reduction project, and I would like to have a word with you. He said, you are in the wrong office. You should go and talk to the fire department or police or maybe MCD, Municipal Corporation of Delhi. We don't deal with the disasters here, Mr. Surjan. You can imagine it took a couple of meetings for me and my team to make it a sense that DRR or disaster risk reduction has to be mainstreamed in every section of the society, every section of the government. And it required massive effort to introduce 2 books in the CBSE syllabus on disaster risk reduction for the schools. And I'm very proud of it. And I am a strong advocate that even in the universities, whether somebody is studying political science or geology, whether they are doing engineering or technology, They must study disaster risk reduction, climate change, and overall global environmental stresses which we are experiencing today. And departments are also doing this, although progress can vary from state to state, jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Your point number 2 was about COP27. Sorry, I didn't get it very clearly, but was it about sustainability? Innovation and sustainability. It is very, very, very important, I guess. And I think I'm also speaking in the next session where I'll be talking a bit more about the innovation. And our younger population especially is doing amazing job in India. Whenever I visit India, I get a lot of inspiration from this young population who is very entrepreneurial at this point of time. And I'm sure more and more innovation will come up, ground up, which will change our life way differently than what we are living in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, for giving this elaborative explanation.
Can I?
This will be the last this query,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
Last one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashia Hayat, and my question is to Dr. Akhilesh, sir. Sir, we know that this climate change and these disasters, although this all is just because of the emissions from industries and factories that we have, right? So my question is, but we have to do industrialization that is vital for our development. So what is your take on that, and what can we exactly do to make industries, in a more sustainable manner?
There's a bit of a audibility issue here. I will try to address this question the way I heard it. So first thing we have to understand is the past is no more a reliable indicator to way we should do the things in future. There's a lot of uncertainty which is built into the system. We have to also understand the systemic nature of risk, the cascading impact of risk. For example, I lived in Japan for 10 years. I was there when 2011 earthquake and tsunami happened. It was basically a very strong earthquake which has happened under the earth of ocean. After about half an hour to roughly about 2 hours, in different parts of Japan, tsunami reached on the shore and caused different level of destruction. And later on, it also led to the nuclear power fallout in the Fukushima. So we can see the cascading nature of disaster impacts. This is also happening in many other parts of the world. We just talked about the water logging. Basically, extreme events as well as not so extreme events, but because of the nature of urbanization and the land use planning which we are practicing, it is likely that more and more areas will be waterlogged. And waterlogging is not just the issue of having a feet or 2 feet water in our feet, but also leading to more vector-borne and waterborne diseases.
Thank you, Dr.
So we
Surjan.
need to have a holistic planning to address this, and I really compliment your question. I'm not sure whether I did justice or not, but I did answer.
We can discuss some of the queries of the session in the next deliberation. The last one, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Dr. Sandeep Singh. Sir, in Jammu, from where I belong, around 38,000 trees are going to be chopped off for a high court shifting project in Ratka forest. Now, many young activists are fighting to protect the forest, and Jammu comes under seismic zone 4 and 5, which means that clearing the forest will make it prone to massive calamities, reduce its air index quality. On the one hand, the administration encourages us to come forward, take a stand, share our ideas, but when we work on the ground level, many a times it is the same system that we have to pose, the same system that poses challenges. My question is, how are we supposed to reach a mutual conclusion, a middle ground with the administration in such a situation?
Yes, Dr.
Well, I don't know if what can be the answer, because many times the answers or the queries that the environmentalists put that sometimes is not in sync with the administrative. But coming back, about my viewpoint is that from the societal point of view also, and from the administrative point of view, so it has to be collaborative. See, we need development. Definitely, it's no question that we don't need development. We need development. But in this development, we have to find a middle path. There are three pillars of sustainability, I think you would know: environmental, economical, and social. So until and unless these three pillars are balanced, the sustainable development won't happen. So from the societal point of view, the society has to create the pressure, as has been in many cases, that construction of projects have been stopped and halted. Like Silent Valley movement, you would know, this hydroelectric power project by Kerala State Electricity Board, it was halted because so many NGOs and local people, they protested against it. So this middle ground can only be found if, let's say, the administration is taking in the view of the public and let's say, environmentalists, and also the environmentalists and social organizations, they are also taking in the views of the state. Because this middle path, otherwise if we are not moving middle path, we'll be on the extremes. And extreme is not how the nature works. It's not how nature works. It has to be equilibrium.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Singh. We are really sorry we could not take many more queries and observations from the distinguished participants. I will be concluding now by inviting my co-report here, Dr. Akhta Alam, to just present a formal vote of thanks to the distinguished panelists. Please.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to report the session. I'm thankful to the speakers for valuable inputs. I'm also thankful to the other participants who have been really very patient, listening to the different comments from the guests. I think I have noted all, as a reporter, I have basically noted all the valuable comments. We'll be basically compiling them and using them for further proceedings. Thank you very much.
Well, dear audience, this concludes the panel discussion 2 on disaster risk reduction for safe tomorrow. I now invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate the moderator, Professor M. Sultan Bhatt, from the Department of Geography and Disaster Management, University of Kashmir. The Honorable Vice Chancellor felicitating Professor M. Sultan Bhatt from the Department of Geography and Disaster Management, University of Kashmir. Could we have a huge round of applause from the audience, please? Thank you. I also request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate all the panelists. Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, Charles Darwin University, Australia. May I please invite Dr. Akhilesh Surjan, Charles Darwin University, Australia. The next panelist, Dr. Ajanta Goswami, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Dr. Ajanta Goswami. The next panelist, Dr. Ashim Sattar, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. Dr. Ashim Sattar, please. The last panelist, Dr. Sandeep Singh from lovely Professional University, Punjab. Dr. Sandeep Singh, please. Dr. Sandeep Singh, lovely Professional University, Punjab. I thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, for felicitating the panelists. I now invite Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate Ms. Farhana Bhatt, alumni of University of Kashmir. I now invite Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate Ms. Farhana Bhatt, alumni of the University of Kashmir. I also request Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate the rapporteur for this session, Dr. Akhtar Alam from Department of Geography. Dr. Akhtar Alam. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude the panel discussion 2. I request all the panelists to pose for a group photograph with the book given. We now have a group photograph of all the panelists. Thank you, panelists. This concludes panel discussion 2 on disaster risk reduction for safe tomorrow. We now break for a 45 minutes lunch break and will resume immediately with panel discussion 3 and 4 after a lunch break. We thank one and all gathered here. Delegates are once again requested to please be back on time so that we can cover up for the time lost. Thank you.
Introduce the topic of session, green energy, innovation and opportunity, a crucial and fast emerging topic. Ladies and gentlemen, green energy has become an important topic on the G20 agenda, with member countries recognizing the need of transition to low carbon economy in order to mitigate the impacts of climate change. The development of green energy sources require innovation in technology, infrastructure, and implementing policies to support the transition to sustainable energy future. Green energy presents significant opportunities for the economic growth, job creation, and reducing carbon emission to mitigate the climate change. As a leading member of G20, India is well positioned to capitalize on these opportunities by investing in green energy, research and development of clean energy technologies such as hydrogen fuel cells, solar wind hybrid projects, and implementing the policies that support renewable energy adaptation. The concept of International Solar Alliance was jointly conceived by the Government of India and the Government of France to promote the harness of solar energy globally. And our country, India, has set a target to achieve 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, going green is the best defense in ensuring sustainable world for generations to come. A slogan goes, think globally and think locally. Now, I would like to extend my pleasure in introducing the esteemed moderator who will be sharing valuable insights and perspectives with us during the session. The moderator for this session is Professor Seaman Robab, currently working as a professor at the Department of Physics, National Institute of Technology, Srinagar, UT of J&K. She has expertise in renewable energy, material sciences, physical education, gender and science, and history of science. May I now request the moderator of this session to please moderate this session and introduce the panelists. Professor Seaman Robab.
Good afternoon, honorable dignitaries, speakers. It's my pleasure to moderate this session. And first of all, since we are running late, so I will request all the speakers to be to the point and be brief. So first of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Akhilesh Srujan. Dr. Akhilesh is proactively engaged with the issues of disaster, environment, climate risk reduction, and sustainability in the context of human settlements. He has served as a lead author of the 5th assessment report of IPCC and also contributing author of the UN's Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction. Dr. Srujan is Associate Editor of Progress in Disaster Science, which is an Elsevier journal, and series editor of book series Disaster Resilience and Green Growth, which is also a Springer publication. He also served as editor for Sustainability Science from 2013 to 2019. He is regularly invited to lecture in global, regional, and national forums. So, sir, I request you to speak on the theme of this session. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaking after lunch is the most difficult thing because a lot of people would like to rather take a nap after such a wonderful discussion we had in the morning. I'll come to the point immediately. In March this year, Secretary General of the United Nations said, climate change is the fight of our lives. And young people have been on the front line leading the change for climate justice. There's no doubt that the young people are increasingly at the forefront of climate change activism. I hope you all remember Greta Thunberg. This wonderful young girl from Sweden was only 15 years old when she skipped school to protest outside the Swedish parliament for more action against the climate change. Greta's famous quote is, "You are never too small to make a difference," and we can see an example here, living example. Greta is an amazing role model, so is, I'm very sure, Prasiddhi is. But in Greta's very simple yet impactful speech, she challenged the world leaders in the UN conference to take immediate action for climate change mitigation. She strongly asserted that humanity is facing an existential crisis because of global warming. Her simple yet very powerful words have sparked climate debate among young people worldwide. There were school strikes for climate which have been recorded in 150 countries. It is gaining widespread attention from the public and the media. Recently, a study was published in 2021 in the Lancet, which is one of the world's oldest and highly impactful journal. They surveyed 10,000 people between the age of 16 to 25 years old youth from 10 countries: Australia, Brazil, Finland, France, India, Nigeria, Philippines, Portugal, and the UK and USA. This was about 1,000 people from each country. Almost 70% of the participants said that they were either extremely worried or very worried about climate change. This number was even more higher on an average in developing countries of the global south. More than 50% youth have reported that they feel sad, anxious, angry, powerless, helpless, and guilty. More than 45% of the respondents said their feelings about climate change negatively affect their daily life and their functioning. And many have reported a high number of negative thoughts about climate change. In fact, 75% people said that they think that the future is frightening, and 83% have said that they think people have failed to take any action to save the planet. More recently, United Nations Development Program also did a different survey, and they found that people under the age of 18 are thinking that climate change is a global emergency. Other studies also show that there is a greater level of eco-anxiety going on and on increase in the young people. This is not a great news. But the question is, can our youth will remain a victim of climate change, or they would like to be the agents of change? They would like to be a part of the problem or part of the solution. Let's see what youth can do. And this is my suggested list. I'm sure our youth will know all these things already. Number one, we cannot imagine a day without using energy. Since energy production also pollutes, green energy will remain a very significant solution. Green energy revolution is already happening. For example, the cost of solar and wind power and electric vehicles have come down drastically. Between the year 2010 and 2019, or only the 10-year period, solar energy is now 85% less costly. Wind energy is less costly by 55%. Lithium-ion batteries down by 85%. You as a youth can do more impactful research, not just in the universities, but also in collaboration with the communities to innovate with green and renewable energy, making solar and wind more affordable and more accessible to the masses, not only to the few elites. Mahatma Gandhi famous, one of his famous quotes is, "Be the change you want to see in the world." You can be that catalyst of change, dear youth. You can bring a multiplier effect in promoting 3R, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle. You can bring the communities together for neighborhood level composting of green waste. You could be the brand ambassador for reuse, reduce, and recycle. You have a powerful tool called social media in your hands, and you are the biggest user of it. Use those social media platforms to make 3R fashionable. If you can make Pepsi and Coke fashionable, which are anyway very, very unhealthy drinks, you can use the power of advertisement and make healthy lifestyle more fashionable, reducing the consumerism more fashionable. And I'm sure these little actions will take you a very long way in creating a very wonderful future for greening the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable inputs in stipulated time. So now I would like to introduce Dr. Siddharth Khare, who is an assistant professor from Civil Engineering Department. And from your bio, I can see that you are a multidisciplinary person. Because you have worked in remote sensing, GIS, phenology, biodiversity, phenocam, crop monitoring, advanced surveying, and artificial intelligence. So for civil engineering point of view, this is really diverse, and I request you to give your input in 3 minutes.
So thank you for having me here. I would like to say one thing about this panel discussion is that we are focusing on the green energy and also the innovation and opportunities. So when we talk about the innovation and opportunities, it's very important that India is a country of majority of youth. And we have the capacity to convert our ideas and small solutions into a big business models. So now every universities and Indian government is now helping the small scale businesses to grow and to basically they are helping the ideas to convert into the technologies. Yeah. So I'm coming from IIT Roorkee, and in IIT Roorkee we are fostering the culture of startup. And we have several startups in our IIT which are led by the faculties, including me. So I have also one startup in the agriculture domain where we are focusing on the sustainable agriculture using satellite remote sensing and drone-based technology. And the idea is that can we convert the youth who are studying in the university, so apart from the traditional knowledge or a traditional way of studying the books, can we convert their ideas or their energy into the real product? Because that is the need of the hour of this country. So that is what we have to focus. And India is a country of agricultural land. And majority of like 60% of the economy is contributing the GDP in agriculture sector. And sir has mentioned about the solar power. The solar is one of the major aspect in the agriculture sector. We can use it, and that would reduce the, that will increase the capacity of the Indian farmers, and also they can reduce the stress, water stress that is currently facing in the agriculture sector. So we have to understand that as a youth, even all the youth, I can see that they're like sitting here. I would suggest them that just think beyond your capacity and try to do something, you know, which is which can help the masses. So as a professor and as an entrepreneur, I have learned in those 6 or 7 months that if you have an idea and if you have a capacity to build that idea into a product, you can reach to the masses. And then you can actually help not only yourself in building the business, but also you can cater the real problems of India. Because in India, if you just walk 100 meters, you will find a problem. And if you are able to solve that problem with the help of technology, and I'm 100% sure in coming 15 to 13 years, India will be the leading business providing solutions in the market. So thank you very much from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth, for your valuable input, especially about startup culture. What we miss here in Kashmir is the startup culture. Recently in NIT Srinagar, we have also started this startup thing.
So I would like to add one thing. If anybody would like to know that how to start the startup or what are the things that they need to do, they can contact me anytime. Sure. I will be ready to help them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So next, I would introduce Dr. Sharmishta Banerjee, and her area of expertise is also very interesting and growing field, because we see a lot of engineers, we see doctors, but we hardly see any designers. So she is from design background. Dr. Sharmishta is currently working as an assistant professor at the Department of Design and Center for Disaster Management. The combination is very interesting, I would say. And she has done her MSc from Delft University of Technology and her PhD from IIT Guwahati. She is also working there only in IIT Guwahati. So please give your suggestions, inputs regarding green innovations.
Yeah. Hello. Hi everybody, nice to be here. So I would like to introduce our lab. We call it as Sustainability and Social Innovation Lab. So what we do over there, so as ma'am has already introduced me, we design products and we design services. What kind of products, what kind of services? Any kind. It can be a hardware product, it can be a software product. But our focus is design for sustainability. The problem of sustainability does lie at the production side because our production processes are not very clean. However, the major problem lies on the consumption side. What do I mean by that? So about 3 decades back, very few people will own a air conditioner because they were power guzzling machines, so it used to be very expensive to run them. However, technological innovations brought in a lot of efficiencies, and now we can buy 5-star rated products and so on, which consume very less energy. But did that solve our problem? No. Actually, because owning a air conditioner became cheaper, the market got flooded with air conditioners. Almost everybody owns one and can afford to run one. As a result, the whole society's energy consumption went up. So our sustainability problem is more on the consumption side. So our aim at the lab is to look at how can we make sustainable consumption systems. So a major problem with consumption is ownership-based consumption. So I want to have pure water, I will buy a water purifier. I want to wash clothes, so I will buy a washing machine. But do we need washing machines or water purifiers? No, absolutely not. We need clean clothes and pure drinking water and an easy way of moving ourselves from point A to point B. So that's where the problem lies. We have been constantly told that we have to own things to be able to consume them and to have a certain standard of life. However, a product service system is good enough way of doing the same thing. It can still provide you with clean drinking water, clean clothes, transportation from point A to point B with equal amount of ease or maybe more ease, and as a society we consume less. We consume less material, we consume less energy. So that's where our intervention comes. So how we look at this whole thing? So I will give you a small example. We work a lot in agricultural machinery because efficiency in terms of energy consumption and water consumption is very less often spoken about in Indian agricultural machinery. Most of the time it is like, let the thing do the work. So we look at agricultural machinery very closely. First we start looking at, so in northeastern part from where I belong to, the farms are very small. So let's say ginger, turmeric, they cannot take the produce to the market because the volume is small, and if you take the fresh produce to the market, you spend a lot of money, you are not able to make enough profits. So they will sell the raw produce which gives them low returns. However, we decided, oh, let the machine go to them which can process it. So I have to design machinery appropriately, considering their scale of operation, what is acceptable to them. Second thing, now I can clean the ginger and turmeric by using mechanical means, by using ultrasonic cleaning. So then comes the energy considerations. By considering the economic aspects, the social aspects, and the environmental aspects of consumption, our overall aim is to reduce consumption in a manner that we can be within sustainability limits. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sharmishta, because you are bringing design concepts to green energy and sustainability, which is again an innovative concept, I would say. And thank you so much. Now I would like to introduce our young delegate, young speaker, Prasidhi Singh. And I am inspired by her because we only talk and talk in any, and she has done. She has planted 1 lakh saplings, 1 lakh plants. So that's the biggest introduction of her. But I will go through her bio. She wants to be read like that. So Prasidhi, her age is only 10 years. And she's Prime Minister National Child Awardee. And she is the founder of the Prasidhi Forest Foundation. And she's into these things since 4 years of age only. Yeah. She's the youngest fruit forest creator of India, Book of Records, Prasidhi's brand ambassador for the nationwide girl literacy campaign, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, by Tamil Nadu government. She has also been appointed as child ambassador of Green Tamil Nadu Mission. Prasidhi has been featured in Wikipedia for the plantation program on environmental contribution. She was the youngest G20 Y2 official consultant at IIT Kanpur. So many things. So, and now I'll directly go to the awards and recognition which she has received. She has received the Diana Award, UK, highest prestigious global accolade for social action and humanitarian effort. ZTV Born to Shine Award, then Global Child Prodigy Award, Dubai TV 18's Byju's Young Genius Award, finalist Indian of the Year, CNN News 18 Award, Eco Hero Awards, California, USA, Earth Day Network, Rising Star, USA, Global Sustainability Award by GCPIT, and Young Change Maker by Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers. So I would request everybody to give her an standing ovation, including myself. Now I would request Prasiddhi to say a few words.
Am I audible? Yes. Greetings, everyone. I'm glad to be on this platform, and I'd like to firstly congratulate all my fellow panelists, the dignitaries over here who were there and are currently there as well, and especially the amazing, enthusiastic audience I have at this very moment. I would like to do a special thanks to the people behind this event, Ms. Nilofer Khan, as well as Mr. Parvez and Mr. Manzoor. So I'd like to start by asking a very simple question. As per you, I mean someone in the front line, if you could answer, as per you, how would you describe technology in 2-3 lines? Wonderful. So we can consider that applications or solutions that help us solve problems and make our lives more comfortable. But from where did we get the inspiration to create these solutions, to create these innovations? Nature has inspired us. For instance, birds taught us how to fly, or beavers taught us how to create dams, tiny termites taught us how to create infrastructure, or else, if you see, we have www, that is World Wide Web. But 370 million years ago, trees created their own www, that is Wood Wide Web. Or right now we are struggling, thank you. Right now we are struggling in a DAS level 5 autonomous vehicle. Ants had that already through pheromones network, a chemical reaction through which they can non-verbally communicate with each other. And there are so many solutions we can find in nature. But then we always thought that we were the most intelligent species and wanted to recreate it. Right now, the world is facing unprecedented challenges, and the humanity is faced with a choice to go on an unsustainable trajectory or to stop, listen, and learn from nature. And obviously, there are a lot of problems, such as by 2050, there will be more plastic in the sea than fish, or by 2040, 1 in 4 children will be living in areas with extreme water shortages, or even if we see by 2100, all the rainforests of the world will not be there. But just saying these numbers is not going to help. We have to take action. Because from the past 75 years, we have always been asking for rights and demanding from the government, corporates, or big leaders. It is time that we work on our responsibilities and do something. And I believe that such platforms are an amazing platform for you as well as for me to connect with so many like-minded people and help amplify the impact. So coming to our major topic, that is on green energy, innovation and opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, I think recently there was an article by the Economic Times that said if we want to achieve our net zero target by 2070, India needs to transit to 50 million green jobs, which means the government is putting high pressure on that, which also means in the near future, just as much as we require a basic educational qualification, we will also have to have an understanding or experience in green skills. And it is everywhere. You don't need to do something new, such as architecture, tourism, service industry, businesses, anywhere. And green skills are definitely going to be a game changer. So I'd finally like to tell that I'm open to collaborating with anyone. In fact, I have a lot of different ways through which you can connect with me, that is Be the Impact Creator course as well, that you can find on our website www.thegreenpillar.com, and do a lot of different projects with me. So finally, I would like to conclude by obviously thanking everyone over here and saying that if not you, then who? And if not now, then when? And if not here, then where? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prasiddhi, for your lovely words, sweet words, and the take-home message from your talk is Wood Wide Web. So we have to create a Wood Wide Web. Thank you. So it's my pleasure to invite Professor Ripudaman Singh, and he's a professor of geography at MIT University of Social Sciences, and his area of specialization is regional development, urban and regional planning. In fact, his master's thesis is also on the same theme, trends in regional disparities in India since independence. So I would request you to give your thought on the theme.
Respected VC ma'am, senior faculties, esteemed guests, dear panel. Is it audible? Audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Respected Vice Chancellor ma'am, senior faculty members, my dear panelists, dear students, colleagues, and friends. I'm honored to be part of this panel and to share my views on green energy innovations and opportunities. Now, the part of this Y20 Consultation Summit, the theme being climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainability, a way of life. Now, when we come to green energy, now all these things are related. We can't look for separate climate change, disasters, or sustainability as a separate things, or green energy as a whole. Now, climate change, which started with the Industrial Revolution and the growing pollution day by day, particularly, and which has speeded up in the post 1960s, you can say, where we have entered into the Anthropocene epoch, where the human influence on nature has increased tremendously. Now, disasters have also increased with the human actions and destroying our nature. Right? Now, if the time we are living with nature, preserving nature, it's very good, and we are also happy. But the moment we are destroying the nature, we are destroying each and everything, and humanity will be destroyed with that. That is true. Now, green energy, when we say that we have to move from non-renewable to renewable sources of energy, solar energy, wind energy, tidal energy, and so on. Now, those are the things which we have to incorporate in with us and in our daily lives, and human and the public participation is the most needed thing. Without participation, we can't do, because it will remain a policy. So as in the morning it was said, and Modi ji also said, that we have to move from conference tables to the dining tables. Discussions should reach there. Now it should be the part of our family discussions, our routine discussions, and it should be in our acts that we should preserve and we should do for our betterment and for the sustainability of humanity as such. Now, moving in that way, the things which we require, we have to move from green revolution towards evergreen revolution, that we have to use less energy, lesser and lesser. So we have to develop the technologies which are consuming less energy. That is one thing. So that our realization on energy is reduced, And side by side, our proportion for greener energy has to be increased, and 2050 as the target for zero net emissions, and for India, which is 2070 or nearby. Now we have to remove these fossil fuel usage. We have to go for our this, and people's participation is this. No doubt, we are presently in the industry 4 and moving further. Now, the technology which is required should be, that is energy saving and less energy reliant, and which are more on green energy, right? Our daily use, for example. So if mobiles are coming, they should be like that. They are consuming less energy, right? And if computerization will be increasing, but we should come with the things which are using less energy and polluting less, right? So simultaneously we have to go in that way. So that is the case. So we have to think green, we have to act green, and we have to live green. That is the only case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ripudaman sir. Now it's my pleasure to invite Shri Vikas Pandey, and he's a engineer, computer engineer by training, but he's an entrepreneur, and we need persons like him more for the development of green energy, and he is using AI for the development and utilization of green energy. So from him, ladies.
Thank you for giving me a chance, and thank you for inviting to such a wonderful city of Srinagar. I was here last year with my family, and I was amazed. I've never seen such a beautiful place, not Srinagar as such, but whole Kashmir. It's a heaven on earth on a literal way. And I was discussing with engineer Abdul Rashid, who has made a wonderful documentary about what climate change is causing effect in Himalayan region, and he was telling me about the many new things. He told the flooding in 2014, and how glaciers are shrinking or 1 meter per year, and it's going to cause a disaster in long term. So it's a very sad realization which we are having every year. About 7 lakh people die because of pollution. And it causes lot of suffering for the families who lose their loved ones. And it's not something which is not avoidable, it's something which we have made ourselves. And it's so many things are happening in the technology field, so many things are presenting opportunity for us, which you young generations can look forward to. For example, apart from AI and other things, I also help there are a lot of clients which are into green technology and power generation. I help them in their PR as well as digital media. So I know the pain points which they face. And I also know the opportunities which government of India and the world overall is providing, and the state government is providing. So a lot of things are coming up. For example, first of all, let us discuss the problem. The pollution caused by transportation is 14%, and the pollution caused by the electricity generated by the fossil fuel is around 25%. So there are two things, two of my clients which I learned about their technology through them. One of them works on ethanol, and one of them works on green hydrogen. I think pretty. How many of you have heard about green hydrogen? Just one? Just couple of them? So I cannot even ask about what is brown hydrogen or yellow hydrogen. Anyways, so the green hydrogen is that liquid hydrogen is needed in a lot of industries. For example, steel industry, and things like that, but majority of that fuel is being generated through fossil fuel. Now fossil fuel itself is, while green hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, once it burns it produces water, but if you create itself by using fossil fuel, it's of no use, right? So that is why government of India has allocated around 20,000 crore rupees for hydrogen fuel generation, and it has also made a national hydrogen policy recently, around one year back, in which it is facilitating a lot of companies who are coming up with ideas of setting up plants about hydrogen fuel plants. They are allocating the government lands to them. We are also giving them a lot of subsidies in transportation of liquid hydrogen from one state to another and reducing the cost by 50%. So the cost, this is the battle of cost. So a lot of companies like Adani's and Ambani's have joined the fray, and their plan is to reduce the cost of generation of green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is something, a hydrogen is, when it is created by, say, fossil fuel, burning fossil fuel, it's called brown hydrogen. Once it is created by using renewable energy like solar and wind, because India has become a big player in solar and wind energy and renewable energy, so using that, it's trying to create infrastructure to make hydrogen fuel also, and that hydrogen fuel is called green hydrogen, and government is giving a lot of subsidies to create infrastructure for green hydrogen. So the market is huge. The market I was just noting down. India uses around 7 million tons of hydrogen, hydrogen. So, now government is giving a lot of subsidies to people who want to invest in green hydrogen. So that itself, as well as 28 million green hydrogen requirement, tons of green hydrogen requirement will be by 2050. So if you are an entrepreneur, if you're looking for a startup, you can go into this, or even ethanol production, it's going to be very beneficial. I know it's not purely green, but it is actually 40% less greenhouse emission fuel. And with the norms of, government has introduced a norm of getting 20% of the fuel with ethanol, and it is helping a lot of savings in foreign reserves, as well as it is also helping a lot of farmers. Ma'am, we are already a sugar surplus, we are already corn surplus. So farmers were not getting actual price if they are using those sugar for fuel, for food. Now government is giving them option to them, so that you can also give that thing for fuel production of ethanol production. So it is also helping a lot of farmers. Government of India was able to save 40,000 crore rupees in foreign reserve because we started using ethanol as 10% of our overall fuel. So a lot of technology breakthroughs are happening, ma'am. I just wanted to tell you something about it. Please go through it. Green hydrogen and ethanol, a lot of things are coming up. Government is giving a lot of opportunities. You can also learn about it and make a career out of it.
Thank you. Thank you for finishing in time, because we are already late. So we have a very diverse panel, and sir just gave the brief introduction, Akhilesh Surjan sir, about green energy and how it is connected with the environment. Then Siddharth Khare is, and I can say that he is working in very diverse field, and he can give input to the startups on green energy. So if you can see, get his email ID from IIT Roorkee's website from Civil Engineering Department. Those of you who are interested in having your own startup in energy field, so he has said that he will help you. Then we have another entrepreneur, Mr. Pandey, Vikas Pandey. He will also help if somebody wants to develop any entrepreneurship in energy field. Especially he said that hydrogen energy, water is splitting, green hydrogen energy is being incentivized by the government. So if you have any doubt, then you can get, these days it is easier to get the bio or email ID of the speakers. If you are attentive, you can write their name and then you can get their email ID and you can contact them. Then Professor Sharmishta, she is from a very new field. So sustainability design is a very new concept, and in Northeast, she said that they are helping the entrepreneurs, the growers, to get the market value of their product. using this technology, especially agriculture products like turmeric, etc., then there is no word to say about the work which Prasidhi is doing. And I congratulate her father because he has chosen the name Prasidhi, and Prasidhi is already Prasidh. तो प्रसिद्धि से सबको यही सीखना है कि शजरकारी करो, पौधे लगाओ, प्लांटेशन करो, हर कोई कम से कम एक पौधा लगा ले. तो and the finally all these technologies are for people. So Ripu Daman sir said कि diversity जो है disparity, social disparity को कैसे energy से खत्म किया जाए, remove किया जाए. So now the session is open for question answer. Yeah. And I would request the audience to be very specific and brief in question. Ask one question one time. Yeah. Can somebody give her a mic? Do we have a mobile? Acha.
Indirectly depend on primary economic activities. So what are the innovative and sustainable ways by which we can reduce the proportion of these greenhouse gas emissions?
Thank you for your question. It's very important question that you asked. So one sector that I mentioned in my talk as well, and sir also mentioned the solar, and he's also mentioned about the solar power of solar in the agriculture. Some innovation I can mention that some devices these days are coming, like for example solar pumping system, and there is like solar crop drying system, solar spraying system, and solar tractors. So you can see that these type of technologies are coming into the market which can help the Indian farmers also. Because in India, there are a lot of sections which are semi-arid or arid regions. So in those regions, we need that type of system where the water problem can be solved, and in hilly regions also where the water cannot be reached to every places. So these type of solar based agriculture system or the machinery which has been produced by the different organizations can be reached to the farmers. So in this way we can help our farmers in reducing the carbon emissions.
A very good afternoon to you all. I would like any of the panelists to explain the role of energy conservation building codes with respect to the use and promotion of green energy. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question? Because mic was very close to your mouth.
The role of energy conservation building codes. Energy conservation building codes.
Energy conservation. Okay.
Thank you.
Like your question is, what are the various routes of energy conservations?
Yes. How are energy conservation building codes helping us? Yeah. Energy conservation.
Okay. How can youth be a part of energy conservation?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to start from your home. Any youth can start from home. In home, you use energy for cooking, lighting, water pumping, and appliances. And these things are there. So you can be attentive. You can use energy efficient cook stoves. So she was talking about energy star rated appliances. You can motivate your parents to buy a refrigerator which has higher, or an AC which has higher star rating, for example 5-star rating. So if an appliance has a 3-star rating, that will consume more energy than a 5-star rated appliance. So that way you begin from your home, and then you can begin from your institutions, You can use energy lighting, LED bulbs, etc. over CFLs and incandescent lamp. Fine? Satisfied? Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have an open question to the panelists. My question is that when it comes to shifting to the renewable sources of energy, but the major constraint which we face is cost-benefit ratio. So my question is that, is it practicable to move to this source of energy? And if not, then what are the alternatives? Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting question. So cost becomes one of the barriers for sure. So that's where comes innovating in terms of business models. So there have been lots of cases where sustainable product service systems have been designed, where you don't need to actually own the solar panels to consume the solar energy. They can be rented to you following different kinds of models in a manner that for the provider it is economically profitable, as well as for the user it is economically profitable. So we need to innovate in terms of business models and create sustainable product service systems.
Ma'am, one thing I wanted to add. One update is that nowadays solar energy, for example, has become pretty cheap, much cheaper than other sources of energy. It was not the case, say, 5 years back. It is so cheap that production of energy, Bangladesh is trying to import, is planning to import energy or electricity from India, because India has made it so cheap because of these renewable energy and all. So initially all kind of technologies are costlier. That is where, as ma'am said, the business model as well as the force of government comes in. It gives subsidies and it makes their life easy, those people who are investing in technology. It also forces people. For example, it made a list of people, companies who are very big power consumers, and it made a quota initially when renewable energy was very high cost thing. So it made a quota saying that itna to aapko lena padega renewable energy. Now when it has become so cheap, they've removed the quota. Something similar they are doing with the green hydrogen now. They know, government knows that green hydrogen is the future, and this is something which may propel us as net exporters of, just like how Arabian countries are exporting oil, we will in future export green hydrogen to the world. So they are making such policies so that it makes their life easier, people who are investing. So a lot of policies have come up. If you search the Power Ministry's website, you will, even state government gives a lot of subsidies. So that's why getting into such technology is a good idea if you are starting fresh.
I think one more question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Hassan Raja Naqvi, working as an assistant professor in the Jamia Millia Islamia University. So first of all, I congratulate to all the panels and the speakers who have highlighted the very relevant points related to the themes which you have given by the organizers. Now my question is, like crop residue burning is a major issue in northern plains, especially in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana. And there are adverse health impact on the community. So what could be the potential solution you would like to give to the farmers and the government as well?
Sure, you can.
So, thank you for your question, Dr. Hassan. So, basically, recently the government has started this program where the farmers, they don't need to burn their parali, that is called parali. So, the thermal power plants, what they are doing, they are giving the economical solutions to the farmers. So, if, for example, if the farmer would like to sell their stuffs they can sell their stuff to the thermal power plant, and they can convert that particular thing into pellets, and then they can use the 20% as instead of coal, they can reduce it to 20%. So the idea is that they are trying to empower the farmers so that they don't need to use that particular thing for the burning, stubble burning. Instead of that, they are giving some money to them. So they are helping farmers to think in that direction, so they don't need to burn their stubble, and instead of that, they can thermal power plant can buy it and convert it into pellets. So in this way, they are trying to use the green energy, and they're also helping farmers for their sustainable agriculture solutions.
Okay, so because of paucity of time, we have to wrap up this session, and I would like to request Dr. Muhammad Muslim to just give a brief report and then conclude.
Thank you, Professor Simin Rubab, the moderator for the session. We have had a wonderful panel discussion, starting with Dr. Akhilesh. He gave us an perspective of the climate fight and our, emphasizing on how our lives are going to change, and he gave an understanding through the various studies that have been published and how climate is posing a strong threat all over the globe. Then we have had Dr. Siddharth Khare. He emphasized on the broadening the spectrum, beyond the energy, and presented the sustainable business model, as a solutions to the current issue of energy crisis. Then we have had Dr. Shamista Banerjee. She gave a perspective of product and services with a focus on the sustainability. She also gave an understanding on the, how focused on how we can go for the reduction, by innovations. We had Prasidi, our young warrior. She talked about how we should get an inspiration from the nature and do away with our problems. We had Dr. Ritu Daman Singh. She focused on the human influence on the nature, and how public participation can and its role in conservation and management of our environment. Then we have had Vikas Pandey, Mr. Vikas Pandey. He focused on the climate change region on the Himalayan, gave a perspective of that, and he presented a detailed perspective of and opportunities in terms of the global green investment. Then with these words, it was a very good and excellent session. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the moderator of the session, Professor Simin Rubab, for conducting the proceedings. I will also like to thank our panelists for the session, and I will also like to thank the audience, wonderful audience that have been with us throughout the course of a day. Thank you very much.
Sessions.
This, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of panel discussion 3. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate the moderator of this session, Professor Simin Rubab, from National Institute of Technology, Srinagar. I once again request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate the moderator of this session, Professor Simin Rubab, from National Institute of Technology, Srinagar. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor. I also request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate the other panelists. Dr. Siddharth Khare, IIT Roorkee. We invite Dr. Siddharth Khare from IIT Roorkee. Dr. Shamista Banerjee from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Dr. Shamista Banerjee, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ripudaman Singh, MIT University. The next panelist, Dr. Ripudaman Singh from MIT University. The last panelist, Shri Vikas Pandey, entrepreneur working on clean energy. Shri Vikas Pandey. We thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor for felicitating the panelists. I now invite Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate Ms. Prasiddhi Singh from Chennai. I invite Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, ma'am, to felicitate Ms. Prasiddhi Singh from Chennai. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. I also request the Dean Students Welfare, Professor Anisa Shafi, to felicitate the rapporteur, Dr. Mohammed Muslim. Dr. Mohammed Muslim from the Department of Environmental Science. Thank you, Professor Anisa Shafi, and we thank all the panelists on the dais. I request all the panelists to pose for a group photograph with the book Modi at 20 Dreams Meet Delivery. I request all the panelists to please come forward and pose with the book Modi at 20 Dreams Meet Delivery. So we have a group photograph of all the panelists with the book Modi at 20 Dreams Meet Delivery. We once again thank all the panelists on the dais, and this concludes panel discussion 3. I now invite Professor Parvez Ahmed to conduct the proceedings for panel discussion 4. Professor Parvez, please.
first session panel discussion. And I hope that the first three sessions have been quite vibrant, they have been quite insightful. And I hope all of you must have felt that this theme has been discussed threadbare. There is something more which we want to add. So we are in the final panel discussion. And this panel discussion is on water resources, challenges and prospects. This particular panel discussion is to be moderated by Dr. G. Balachandar from Krishi Bounty Biotech, Nandi Hills, Bangalore, India. So I would basically invite Dr. G. Balachandar to come onto this stage. So our next panelist is Dr. Julia Osterman from University of Gothenburg, Sweden. Our third panelist is Dr. Vamshi Krishna, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, Telangana. Vamshi. So, our next panelist is Dr. Sunil Gurappu, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. I hope I pronounced it rightly. Next panelist, Dr. Shruti Singh from Sharda University, UP. And the last panelist in this panel discussion is Shri Khalid Jahangir, Chairman ICPS, Srinagar. Now Ms. Hanan from Department of Botany would introduce the panelists to the audience. Hanan.
Imagine that the Divi grass vanish into nothingness, leaving a parched ground behind. The white snowy glaciers reveal red earth, and the lush plants and trees have not even a single speck of...
Wait, Reis. Probably Parvez Sahab missed it. We have a report here, Dr. Reis Malik. Is he here? Please also join the audience.
You wait under the tap for hours, desperate only to find the bounty of one drip. Your throat is so dehydrated that it becomes tender and sore. This is the worst scenario one could ever imagine without water. Though we are not living in a lifestyle like this, but the time is near if we continue to use water unwisely. Water, a vital resource for human survival and economic development, constitutes 70% of the planet Earth. It's very normal for us to think that water will always be plentiful. However, this is not the scenario. Fresh water, the stuff we drink, bathe in, irrigate our farm fields with, constitutes only a small percentage of the total water found on Earth, that is 3%. Out of this 3%, most of the water is stuck in the form of glaciers or unavailable for human use. According to a report by UNICEF, 771 million people do not have access to clean water, which means 1 out of every 10 individuals does not have access to free water. 2.7 billion people around the world face water shortages for at least once a month in a year. These challenges have significant economic, social, and environmental impacts, and they require urgent action to ensure sustainable water management. The G20 signifies the importance of water management as a critical factor in sustainable development and global growth. With this agenda, I'd like to welcome all of you to the panel, Water Resource Challenges and Prospects. I am highly honored to introduce you the moderator of the session, Dr. G. Balachandar. Dr. G. Balachandar is a managing director at Krishi Bounty Biotech, Nandi Hills, Bangalore, India. He is currently working as a managing director at Krishi Bounty Biotech. He has significant experience at global, regional, and international levels. His forte is in bringing interdisciplinary perspectives to address challenges at the intersection of economy, ecology, and equality. I welcome Dr. G. Balachandar and I request him to come on stage and introduce all the panelists. A big round of applause for Dr. G. Balachandar.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know your name, but you already anticipated some of the things I was going to say, so you made my job quite easy. One thing I would add to the availability you said about fresh water being 2.5 or 3%, the actual utilization of that water, do you have an idea how much of it goes to agriculture, how much goes to industry, how much goes to household use? You don't have to give me an answer, but just think of a number or numbers. Actually, on average across the globe, 70% goes for agriculture, 20% for industry, and 10% for household use. And again, this is not static. As economies develop, this will lead simultaneously to needing to improve our food security given population increases while reducing the amount of water needed for it. So this is a common refrain that people say, more crop per drop. So you need to find one of the ways, again, coming to the conclusion what we can do in terms of action, you need to find smarter ways of doing agriculture. And again, I'm sorry I don't know the name, about 1 billion people have inadequate access to safe drinking water. Linking it to sustainability, SDG 6.1, in effect by 2030, the goal is to achieve universal and equitable access to safe water for all, and this is an aspirational goal. Now, whether we can achieve it, it all depends on all the governments, all the people, civil society, and multiple agencies. Another question for you, to wake you up. Water is a wicked problem. How many of you know, somebody asked about green hydrogen, how many of you know the term wicked problem? Just raise your hand. Wicked does not mean evil. I'll say that. Wicked is something where solutions are not easy. These are complex issues requiring multiple approaches, holistic approaches to addressing complex issues, and these keep changing. Circumstances change. Climate change is a wicked problem, and climate change impacts on water is quite well known. There's a significant reduction or increase in freshwater availability as a result of climate change. Some places like Siberia might become areas for wheat growing, while parts of India, parts of South Asia may be affected significantly by reduction in monsoon rains by 19 to 20%. Some of these are models. Clearly, we do not know. Before we come to the panelists, I would also like to add, severe shortages of water can lead to ecosystem degradation while increasing health and loss of livelihoods, worsening health. So water is at the heart of nutrition, health and food security, poverty alleviation, gender equity, youth and social inclusion, environmental health and biodiversity. So the basic, I think I would say summary at this stage on water is, if there's no water, there's no food and no dinner. So you cannot even discuss anything at the dinner plate. So now we'll start off with the panelists, and how better to lead off this discussion on food security, even though we are talking about water. I just indicated if there's no water, there's no food. Julia Osterman, she is German, but she's living in Sweden, and she works on pollinators and food security, how to increase food security. And I leave the rest of it to her, and we'll come back to the other panelists subsequently. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the lively discussion so far. I'm very amazed with all the questions and interactions I had so far. So yes, my name is Julia Ostermann. I'm a researcher at Gothenburg University and member of the Gothenburg Global Biodiversity Center. So my focus is, research focus is biodiversity and sustainable agriculture. So in my field, we look at pollinators and how they contribute to food security. And we found that 75 of the most global important crops depend to some extent on pollinators for fruit set. So in order to have food on our table, we also need pollinators. And especially those crops that are rich in nutrients and vitamins. So they're essential for us, the pollinators, to be healthy. But pollinators are in decline, and humans and their impacts and also climate change are one of the threats. And now you think about what does this have to do with water? Well, I think that you can have very many similarities between pollinators and water, and both are needed for sustainable agriculture and for healthy life of living. So as we heard, water is very essential for food production, and 66% of all the water we use is used for food production. So the usage of water is a little bit hidden. We don't see it directly. We maybe just see the water we drink or use for showering or cleaning, but a lot of water we need is for food production. And that is at risk because of climate change. Because with climate change, we have more disasters, as we heard today as well. We have droughts, we have floods, and many of these disasters are related to water, and that might affect food security. And so the question I'm asking myself is, how can we meet these challenges and what can we improve? And I think one part, and I'm a researcher, so I think research can be a major driving part of finding solutions like precision farming, AI, diversifying farming, or restoration of habitats, all the things that we heard today. But I really would like to highlight not only the research, but also local knowledge and traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Because I think we as researchers have forgotten about some things that are already out there. And I think the connection between researchers and local people, indigenous people, traditional farming would be very important also to solve water issues. Because there's already great examples. For instance, I have colleagues, they work in milpa systems in Guatemala. And it's a very old traditional farming system where they grow corn together with pumpkin and chili. And it has been found that this farming is very beneficial for pollinators. But it's also great for preserving water because the pumpkin with the big leaves protects the earth, and so there's less respiration from the earth. So I think we have to learn from these traditional systems, and we have to find win-win solutions because we're not only in one crisis, we're not only in climate crisis, we also have a biodiversity crisis, and pollution is also happening. So if we find win-win solutions all together, then we can make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. The next speaker, or the next panelist is Dr. Vamsi Krishna. He is an assistant professor at the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, works on watershed management systems and applications on climate resilient issues, focused on development of hydrological models, etc. So over to you, Vamsi.
Thank you, Dr. Balchandar. I am Vamsi and I am a faculty at NIT Warangal. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I basically work on water management, especially in the agricultural sector, irrigation water management, and to improve the water availability in the water scarce regions, such as rainfed agriculture. So we've been talking about climate change from the morning, and one of the aspects of changing climate is the changing in the rainfall patterns. So on an overall, if you look at many of the basins across the world or even in India, the total amount of rainfall that we are receiving has not changed much. But some basins it's changing, but majority of the basins it's not changing. But the problem is this pattern, that is the rainfall intensity or the number of rainy days are changing. Now this change in the rainfall pattern is what is resulting in floods and droughts, the hydrological extremes, which are the major challenges that we need to address in terms of water, right? And now if you look in some of the basins, these floods and droughts, they occur in different parts of the basins, or in some locations, flood may be occurring sometime during the monsoon, and in the other time it may be drought. But we need to address how to save water during the high rainfall season and then use it during the drought period. So there are different solutions, and that's where the challenge lies. You have reservoir operations, or you can have watershed management, where you try to conserve water at the scale, at a watershed scale, and use it for various purposes such as agriculture and domestic uses in rural areas. Now because of these extremes, that is your floods and droughts, one of the worst affected area is the rain-fed agriculture, which almost contributes to about 55% of the world's food production, or even in our country's food production. Now, if we are not able to have a sustainable production from this rain-fed agriculture, it will affect our food security. So, in addition to economy that is caused by these extremes, economic losses, we are also going to face the food security issues. So, how do we manage this limited water resources to meet various demands for water as well as for food? So, there are different agricultural water management strategies such as deficit irrigation, scheduling, or even precision agriculture, or we can use some of these AI and ML techniques to improve the water use efficiency. So right now, in terms of water resources, the challenge is basically to how to maximize the efficiency of the water utilization from different sources. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Vamsi. The next panelist is Dr. Sunil Gurappu. He is scientist at the National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. I guess you're a colleague of one of the person we heard from IIT Roorkee earlier panel. So he specializes in hydrology, climate change, and hydrological extreme weather. Over to you.
Sure. Very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the brief introduction, sir. Respected dignitaries and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Sunil Gurappu. I am working as scientist at National Institute of Hydrology. I work in the field of impact of teleconnections on hydrological extremes and regional hydrology, and also I'm working on climate change impacts on water availability and extremes. So since morning, or from a very long time, we have been talking about climate change, and someone in the first panel session has rightly said it's the climate change is inevitable. And climate change is not something new. It has been happening from many millennia, from the past millennium. Although from the recent past, the change in climate has been intensified because of the increasing greenhouse gases from anthropogenic activities. So because of the changes in climate in the prehistoric period, there have been extinction of species, extinction of civilizations, and most of these extinctions have occurred because of the hydrological extremes, which are floods, either due to floods or due to droughts, or inavailability of water, or excess availability of water. So what I'm trying to say, in the future, because of the the projections are being made that there will be an increase in temperature, which is going to affect the precipitation patterns, and it might lead to extreme events. I have done some study using a prehistoric data set, thousand years of data which have been reconstructed from paleoclimatic data, which have shown that the extremes that we have seen in the recent 100 years is not as severe as it has occurred in the past 1,000 years. So the extreme events we are expecting in the future is nothing new to us. What can be done is we can adapt to the change in the climate, but adaptation is always not possible because there are some limitations to adaptability. So sustainable growth or sustainable development is very important. And as there is a change in climate and there is a change in precipitation patterns or hydrological extremes, we can make our development sustainably accordingly. And also, as I said, I've worked with the impact of teleconnections on regional hydrology. Teleconnections, as I mentioned, if some of you have heard of El Nino Southern Oscillation or Pacific Decadal Oscillation, we have known about climatic variability at a temporal, at a very small temporal scale, at a daily scale or an annual scale. When I say teleconnections, we are looking at a variability in climate at a decadal scale or interdecadal scale. Either at 10 years or 30 years, there is a change in climate. So from my research, I have found that because of the changes in climate at a larger temporal scales, there is a change in, the magnitude of the flood or drought is different in the phases of this variability. So I think if we have to plan to the effective management of water resources in the future, we have to make sure that we are considering not only the annual variability, but the decadal and interdecadal variability. Thank you.
Thank you. The need for long-term or longer-term planning is essential, is what you're saying. Now, that leads us nicely, it's a segue to Dr. Shruti Singh, who is an assistant professor at Sharda University, working on glaciers in this part of the world, Western Himalayas, Nardu Glacier. So she can talk about what's happening there, whether it's alarming, whether it's not, what we can do. So I hope for some words of wisdom from you.
So water, among many necessary components of life, the amount of fresh water present on the earth's surface right now is 3%. And among this 3%, 75% of the water lies in the glaciers and polar ice. So if we want to have the sustainable supply of the water, it is necessary to save our glaciers. Apart from this, glaciers are the natural savers from the climate change, as they have the albedo effect, which save us from the harmful radiations, because they used to reflect most of the radiations which we are coming from the sun, and that's how they make us that the earth cooler. And good evening to all. My name is Shruti Singh and I am working as an assistant professor in Sharda University. My research lies in glaciers. I used to work in the Western Himalayas and my primary topic is about the mass balance, energy balance modeling, and apart from that I also work on the temperature as well as precipitation trend analysis, which are very much important components while assessing the situations of the glacier. While studying the glacier, I found that not only the western part of the Himalaya, all over the Himalayas, glaciers are melting at a rapid rate, which gives us the challenge for the future supply of the water.
That was before time, so you still have some time to answer some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Jahangir or Dr. Jahangir, Shri Jahangir, I think it's very appropriate. You work on peace studies. Water can lead to war, especially in a time of reduced availability and upstream, downstream, and even interstate. I mean, I come from Tamil Nadu, I live in Karnataka, I can see some of these Kaveri water issues dating back to 1924, and then people still holding on to old agreements. The reality is very different now. So, you are the right person perhaps to talk about how do we come together. It's one world and it's one nation, one region. Do we look at it as a river basin? So what are some of your thoughts on how we deal with the issue of water in the coming ages, coming decades?
Thank you. Thank you, dear moderator. Fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the Valley of Kashmir. And the discussion today on the important topic. Hello, it's coming? Even though I am not an expert on this subject, I am heading one of the India's most important think tank called International Center for Peace Studies, we usually focus on the national interest and security in the South Asia. But even though the topic was given to me, I thought, being an inhabitant of Kashmir soil, I thought, let me address some points which I can gather for your information. If you go around the city of Srinagar, you feel we are blessed with water. The per capita water availability is highest in India, in our valley. Our rivers are fed up by Himalaya glaciers, and experts say we are not likely to have any problem till 2060. So we are safe. We don't have to worry about that something is going to happen. However, we know that glaciers are receding due to climate change conditions. Water is not an infinite resource. It's likely to duplicate, drying up our water channels. Even when water is available, we don't have efficient water management plans, not in India and not in particularly in our region. Moreover, there is uneven distribution of water across the state. As we know, the population is growing. There is a pressure of supply of potable water. There is a case of judicious, equitable and sustainable management, allocation and utilization of water, and fixing the rates for use of water, which has not been accordingly done, mostly in parts of the India also, in mainland and here also. We have a responsibility towards future generations. When we talk about cleaning our water bodies, but we pollute the water which is available to us without thinking how precious it is. We dump waste into the water which is about 10,000 metric tons per day in a peak tourist season in Kashmir city. I am talking only in city way. You must have seen the Dal Lake, and the whole waste goes in the Dal Lake only. We release 18 tons of phosphorus and 25 tons of nitrogen nutrients from 15 drains in the city lakes. There is also the issue of fluid management, which has not been addressed till today. The use of water, control and management of construction works with respect to storage, conservation, irrigation, supply, flood control and prevention improvement in the flow of water, improvement in the quality of water for human use are issues which are being looked into and we should also look into for future. These issues are being addressed to a certain extent, but the cumulative impact of measures taken by the previous governments is not yielding result which are making our water bodies in a dying position. Primarily because there is a less public awareness about the issue, it is imperative that such issues are discussed in civil society, organizations and in university workshops so that people can be aware about how to preserve our water bodies and our water supply chain. The most important fact is that water resources are getting depleted in Kashmir Valley by the day, and therefore we should all work towards judiciously use and conserve it with subsoil water recharge as well as adoption of eco-friendly lifestyle from the optimal use of the resource as well our Dr. Sunil Gurba was just mentioning. I just want to take a brief points. Thank you for giving me this audience. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be very brief in wrapping up. I'm not going to repeat who said what, but my own thoughts capturing the essence of what they have said. So what is very clear, whether it's biodiversity, whether it's relating to disasters that Dr. Akhilesh talked about and others talked about, whether it is about innovations, it's no longer business as usual, even when it comes to water. What is it that we have to do? Now, there was a question earlier in one of the sessions about tube wells. If I remember right, the poor do not have access, the rich have access, so are they going to extract more at the cost of the poor? So clearly, deliberative trade-offs, reconciling competing social, environmental and ecological interests. This is going to be there, but one needs to have, as a society, a mechanism that looks at what are the trade-offs. Sometimes in economics, people might talk about Pareto optimal approaches, outcomes, win-win situations. Here it may not always be win-win. So what kind of offsets can be provided? So I think in carbon credits, there are offsets. I mean, there are lots of issues with that as well, but we need to understand the overall framework. what is happening, it's not just human-centric. The whole ecosystem must be looked at. So what are the ecological costs and benefits? What are the economic interests? And somebody talked about Silent Valley again. So one needs to have visionary leadership as well. And there are social issues. We cannot forget that people have needs, most basic needs have to be met. And this is not just for today, but across space and time. And this is an important issue that we need to ensure that it is all captured in our deliberations, in our planning. And this has to be built on a combination of clear policy, credible institutional mechanisms, and good data. And this is where science, and you talked about indigenous knowledge, and it's not simply mouthing something that's politically correct, but there's a lot of indigenous knowledge. Some of it has to be modernized or has to be updated with current thinking and current knowledge. Human race is also progressing. So how do we make the best of it? So these are all very important. Some very low-hanging fruits in terms of water. You talked about recycling, reusing. I worked with Manzoor and others on the Dal Lake, trying to understand the status. And when we talk about, oh, climate change is something created by the West, or by, yes, they did a lot. But what is it we are doing today to ourselves? How do we take charge of the challenges that we have created for ourselves in terms of what is going into the lake? It's extremely important that we come up with solutions and innovations come in here. And I already talked about more crop per drop, and then research linked to local indigenous knowledge you mentioned. And before I open it up for questions, how many of you have heard of Elinor Ostrom? Just raise your hand. Elinor Ostrom. Elinor Ostrom was the first woman to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2008 or 9. I had the honor of meeting her. She was a grantee of the Ford Foundation, and I had a great opportunity. She worked on the commons, the common property resources. Earlier, Garrett Hardin talked about the tragedy of the commons, that the only solution was either it's government property or it's private property, forgetting vast numbers depend on the common lands. So where do they go? And she was the one who did seminal work on the commons and came up with 8 rules. And it applies very much to water bodies, river basins. Clearly, these are the rules that have to apply to anything that is a common property. It has to have clearly defined boundaries. It cannot be vague. So if you take a river, it's not, doesn't end at a state border. It's a whole river basin. Rules should fit local circumstances. And from that will follow that participatory decision making is critical and crucial for ownership. And it's not just mouthing, hey, okay, let's bring a panchayat here as a few women token members. No, this has to be genuine participatory decision making. Commons must be monitored. We build a new building, we cut the ribbons, and then it's not maintained. So in the same sense, monitoring is an essential element of managing the commons. Sanctions for those who violate on a graduated basis. And conflict resolution mechanism must be easily accessible. Because just as we say, the justice delayed is justice denied, here we need to have easy mechanisms, easily accessible mechanisms for people to address the issues that will arise. So, it seems a little esoteric when I talk about these things, but it applies very much to a common property resource, which is water. And water is very critical, very crucial, just like biodiversity, they're all linked. So I'll stop here and then see what kind of questions come up, and just like before, address who you are, very brief question, and then to whom it is to be addressed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. as we know that world has this haves and have-nots when it comes in terms of water resources. Also, there is an opinion and various studies that available water resource is enough to sustain the world population. Now my question is that should we treat it as a governance issue or issue of supply? Thank you, sir.
Hearing is bad, or the audible, it was not audible. Maybe can you?
Sir, should we take water scarcity? We are of the opinion that water is scarce, but it varies in terms of temporal and spatial way. So should we treat this water scarcity as the
Let's see. First, if the panel is nobody is willing, I will take a shot at it. But is anybody? What about Jahangir? You want to answer? Okay, he couldn't get the question, so no answer. You?
So he's actually saying that the scarcity of water is actually the problem of governance, or it is the second thing.
Okay, did I understand you right by asking whether you said is managing water a problem of governance?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or supply.
Okay.
Or the
Anybody wants to answer? So I can take a shot and then let my colleagues do, or you go first?
Yeah, you go first.
Okay. I'll give you a specific example. When you talk about governance, I mean that triggered something. In South India and Tamil Nadu, there used to be neer kattis. Neer kattis, maybe Prasiddhi knows that, or her father knows if he knows Tamil. So neer kattis were the ones who are managing the irrigation ponds in the various villages. Now, after independence, and I'm not blaming anybody here, after independence all became centralized. Public Works Department was managing. So once you removed the local governance, then it became an issue of somebody deciding without understanding the local circumstances. So another example would be the Chennai floods. Now, whether it's true or not, what is understood was that ultimately from one of the major tanks or major sources of water, lakes, that provided water to Chennai, the final decision to release water in stages was left to the chief minister. And the lake got filled up and filled up and filled up, and ultimately they had to release in such force that it inundated and devastated the city. So decision making has to be at a much more of a participatory decision making. I talked about it earlier, but your question, I think I probably would answer in such a way. Is there anything you would want to add? What about you? Okay, are you satisfied, or we can have a separate conversation outside? Yeah, while we are waiting.
Hello. Am I audible, sir? Oh, thank you. I have a question for Dr. Shutri ma'am. My name is Mohammad Muzammil Mir. I am from Physical Education and Sports Department. My question is that the reason of rapid rate of melting of glaciers, like we can see it through the Majuli Island, which is the largest river island in India, in Arunachal Pradesh, has sunk 45%, and Jakarta, which is sinking 25 centimeter every annual year. So what's the reason? Sorry.
We are not able to understand
Your voice is not clear to us actually.
My voice is not clear.
It's not clear to us actually.
My question is that the rapid...
Can you come forward and ask a question? Can you come forward here and ask a question?
Yeah, maybe it's a sound system, not your voice box.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, am I audible right now? Oh, my question is the reason of rapid rate of melting of glaciers. Like we can see it through the Majuli Island, the largest river island which is in India, Arunachal Pradesh, has sunk 40%.
I think it will be more good if. Yes, yes, exactly.
Right.
So what are the reasons and what are the solutions? How do we get out of all this? That we can't see like the world is sinking in front of our eyes and we are for that.
As I said, the only solution is to cope up with the climate change. As much as we will be able to cope up with the climate change, soon we'll get the things out of this. That the only thing which can save us from the rapid recession of the glacier is to cope up with the climate change.
Yeah, maybe on the Majuli I can add something. I've been to Majuli. The Brahmaputra created Majuli. I mean, by bringing in all the sediments and the erosion from the mountains, it can also take away. So the issue is, how do you, if you want, given large numbers of people are living there, perhaps Prasiddhi could go there, do a lot more planting of trees and appropriate vegetation that would at least mitigate some of the erosion of the sandbanks. So there are no easy solutions, but there are approaches that can mitigate and people can adapt to it. So business as usual is no longer the solution.
Mitigation with the greenhouse gas emission. This is the only solution, I think.
I'm Danish Tantre, a student of Government Degree College, Sogam. We believe that if we are being cruel to nature, the nature is going to be cruel to us. We all are aware of the fact that water is a necessity, and despite knowing that, we are wasting and polluting it on a global level. So I want any of the panelists to put forward a brief message regarding importance of water and what, according to you, should be the price of water bottles in front of you, keeping in consideration the scarcity of it. Thank you so much.
Not clear to us.
You want to repeat the question and then see if it's correct?
Yes.
I think, sir, my opinion is that if there will be the slight.
We request.
Yeah, the echo, we are not able to hear what you're saying.
Well, when we say about the water tariffs throughout the world and throughout India, I think in India it's very lowest because my wife is from Tamil Nadu, so they usually get I think per month around 250 rupees something as a water tariff in Coimbatore. So the water is fed from the river called Siliguri something. Some Siliguri river. So when we say about Kashmir, I don't know what are the water tariffs are. I think there is after 5th August, I think there is a complete management which looks over the water bodies and including this department. But I think, as you rightly said, my younger brother, that we should save our water as a Kashmiri also, as a citizen of the country. Our first right is to save our water bodies, including drinking water. Where we get, I have seen myself that how many even neighbors, how they wash their cars with the tap water and how they used to wash near the Dal lakes. I am basically from Gandharbal. I have my ancestor house near the river Sindh. I have seen how they catch fishes through some kind of chemical. They put some chemical in the water, and so it's a society which has to gear up to serve our Moj Kashmir. Otherwise, our guests are here, they can only suggest us. They can be our partners in safeguarding our cultural diversity, our cultural bodies. But first responsibility are we have as a community as a social leader, as a political activist, or as a peace builder to talk about it, give awareness, whether it's a university, whether it's in a college or a school. So the responsibility lies us as a Kashmiri first.
Let me add to what Jahangir said from a different point of view. In terms of water usage, India is amongst the lowest users per capita. And even within India, the per capita usage of the middle and upper classes is 3 to 4 times higher than the poorer classes. So when you say if you increase the price of water, for example in Tamil Nadu, the access to water per capita is 40 liters per day per person in the lower classes, which is seen as much less than what a person would need for a decent living. The richer ones might pay might use 100 to 200 liters, take a shower, whatever it is. So when you talk about pricing, yes, clearly price can act as a signal, as a mechanism, but I think just like in electricity, a minimum quantity should be made available irrespective, let's say especially for those who have affordability issues. And as you go beyond, so it means piped water, metered water, and so on. So if you go beyond a certain amount, then the prices will start increase, and that mechanism should enable people to conserve. And then rainwater harvesting, so many other things. But anyway, that's what I can say.
Thank you everyone for delivering this talk on water conservation. I have simple query regarding the use of pesticides.
Can you speak without the mic?
Yeah. I have a query regarding the use of pesticides. I live in a place that is Kashmir. Which is that so control of our trade or for the use of pesticides. This is our income market. And there is practice digital or so this is a livelihood. So what would be the policy mechanism for this? And all that one very better resolve from sustainable livelihood and all that very important part.
So can somebody repeat the question? You start, take it. Repeat the question for others.
So if I understand correctly, you're asking about the usage of insecticides and pesticides in agriculture, and some areas it has been banned, which is affecting the livelihood of the people. But then if you use it, it will affect the water quality. I think it has some kind of trade-off has to come up, like it's not the optimum application of these insecticides and pesticides such that it doesn't really affect the water quality. That is one way of looking at it. Another way is probably looking at some of the organic solutions in the organic agriculture, how to solve these problems without, how to solve the problem of pests and insects without affecting the water quality or the environment as such would be some of the solutions that we need to look for.
Maybe I can add, since pesticides affect pollinators a lot. I've been involved in many pesticide studies. And in Europe, we have several mechanisms to protect also the water bodies. For instance, we have farmers need to have some buffer zones to water bodies so that you don't come as close. We still have pollution, unfortunately, but maybe it's a way of reducing the impact to have a buffer to any river or lake. And the European Union wants to reduce the pesticide use by 50% in 2030. So that's an amazing goal. But as you also said, farmers, if you want to produce food, it's sometimes needed to use pesticides. But maybe with some technical solution like precision farming and so on, we can also reduce the use of pesticides and therefore also reduce the effects on the water bodies. And monitoring is also very important because often we don't know what's out there, we don't know what's in the water bodies. And if we don't know that, we can't relate it to the effects that we see.
Yeah, let me add, this is an inspiring story from Rachel Carson. Have you heard of Rachel Carson? From the 1960s. She wrote the seminal book called Silent Spring. She was vilified by the corporates in the US. The chemicals, the PCBs that went into the lakes and killed the lakes. But subsequently, it was determined she was correct, and that led to the Clean Water Act of 1972. Now, so what it means is there has to be a political will. Political will, good scientific data, and then coming up with alternatives. If we do that, clearly there's a solution. For every challenge, there's a solution, provided there's a political will, there are good institutional mechanisms, there's credible data to back it up, and resources need to be put in. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but all these things have to be coming together like a perfect storm.
And what I think is also very interesting from a pollinator point of view is that we now figured out that it might be not the active ingredients in some of the products, but those things that are mixed with the active ingredient. And because we don't have data on what is actually in those mixtures, we cannot really say what's the effect. And I assume that can be the same for water bodies and all the insects living in there. We need to have clarity what's in the products and what is actually causing the problem, and then we can act on it.
A very good evening to everyone. I'm Sania Hundal from Government College of Women, Parade Ground, Jammu. I have a question. We know that 3/4 of fresh water is in the glaciers. And in India, we have a very strategic glacier and a very important one, that is the Siachen Glacier. Am I audible? So, how can we use technology for the utilization of this fresh water without harming the environment?
We did not get your question actually.
Maybe we can do one-on-one while we are outside. We are running out of time as well. Not that we want to ignore you. If you can say it very quickly, come out and without the mic.
See, it is always not like that the glacier can only be used for the, to provide the fresh water. If the population is not around, you cannot use that water. As just take the case of the polar ice. Okay, we cannot use that polar ice for our, fresh water need. So, like that way, we cannot use that glacier water as a fresh water resource. But no doubt that glacier is huge enough, and it can, act as a, very good reflector of the sun radiation. So, like that, it can save us from the climate change.
If anybody has any more questions, I'm willing to meet with you one-on-one, whether I have an answer or not. I'd be happy to do that. So, we thank you all, again the organizers, and then the reporter, if you have anything to say. Okay, he doesn't want to say either. So, we'll end here.
Thank you, Dr. G. Balachandar. So we have now reached the conclusion of this fourth panel discussion. It was a brainstorming session, and in which basically the panelists were there, and then we had our own question answer session. So there was some audio problem. We apologize for that. And then, so before we conclude, there is a small function, a felicitation ceremony. So I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofar Khan, to come onto the dais. एक मिनट बेटा रुको बेटा. Sir, I would request Dr. G. Balachandar to come on to the.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Julia Osterman from University of Gothenburg, Sweden, to come on to the front. Now I would request Dr. Sunil Gurappa to come on to the. Now I would request Dr. Shruti Singh. Shruti Singh from Sharda University, UP. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now I would request our Dean Students Welfare, Dr. Anisha Shafi, to come on to the stage. I would request Shri Khalid Jahangir to come forward. Chairman ICPS Srinagar. Thank you, sir. Lest I forget, I won't forget it now. So, I would request, ma'am, उसको तो दिया? नहीं, वामशी कृष्ण को नहीं दिया. Vamshi is है ना, Vamshi is. I would request Dr. Vamshi, Dr. Vamshi Krishna Vama. Dr. Vamshi. He's Vamshi. He's Vamshi. Vamshi. Farzana? Farzana? ये मिश्रा इसमें कितनी? ये मिश्रा इसमें कितनी? Okay, इनके लिए कुछ नहीं ना? Okay, okay. So, ma'am, Professor Research. Either we have problem with Rais or Rais has problem with us. So, moment for Dr. Rais Malik, the rapporteur for this session. So I think we are over with the felicitation ceremony. Thank you very much. So hope to see you in the cultural evening. We have a cultural evening today. So hope to see all of you. So thank you. Thank you very much. Kindly stay on the stage for a group photograph with the book.
इनको नहीं कल्चर प्रमोशन ना एम्पैथी ये पेंटिंग एंड पोस्टर कॉम्पिटिशन की प्राइस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन शायद आप
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's proceed straight away to the felicitation. No,
Award
wrap
ceremony.
up.
नहीं छोड़ा award ceremony?
No. Wrap up ceremony. Don't wrap up.
Safe was that?
Wrap up. You should wrap up, you can say.
ना बस वो इवैल्यूएशन कितना प्राइस दी?
उसी में है. That's
उसी
not
में.
bad.
What of that?
Do you want? Over ना? Work करते. Work वाला.
So now we have concluded this here. We are straight away moving to the wrap up ceremony here. So kindly be seated, and we have a wrap up function of this one day event, consultation event. So I'll hand over mic to Miss Dr. Seema Singh. Dr. Seema Singh.
So ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next session, may I now have your attention, please? We had organized 2 competitions on the sidelines of Y20 consultation, poster making and painting competition. May I have the honor to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khanji, to the dais to felicitate the winning students. May I also request our worthy registrar, Dr. Nisar Ahmed Mir sir, to please come forward on the stage and give away the prizes to the winners. I'll also request the Dean of Students Welfare, Professor Anisa ma'am, to please join the felicitation ceremony. So the third prize in the poster making competition goes to Suhail Muhammad Khan from the University of Kashmir. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. This person is a specially abled student. He cannot speak, he cannot hear, but he has the talent. Thank you very much. The second prize goes to National Institute of Fashion and Technology, Afnan Riaz. Thank you very much. The winner of the poster competition is Harisa Farooq from the University of Kashmir Institute of Music and Fine Arts. Thank you very much for your appreciation. In the painting competition, the third prize goes to Peer Aisha Jahangir from the Institute of Music and Fine Arts, University of Kashmir. Peer Aisha. The second prize in this category goes to the Department of English, University of Kashmir, Badruni Sabat. Thank you very much. The winner of the painting competition is Rahil Sajad. Rahil Sajad. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Worthy Registrar, and Dean Students Welfare. May I now invite Dr. Seema ji for the further proceedings of the function.
And a very warm welcome to the concluding session of Y20 India. It is an honor to have amongst us our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nilofer Khan, ma'am. I also request Shri Om Priyadarshi, Treasurer Y20 India, to kindly come on to the dais, please. Shri Om Priyadarshi. I request Convener Y20, Professor Manzoor A. Shah, to kindly accompany the dignitaries on the dais, please. We welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. We begin the concluding session with the theme Tarana, which is an attempt to sensitize people in general and the youth in particular regarding their responsibilities to conserve and preserve the ecosystem. We hope you enjoyed this Tarana. Can we play the theme Tarana, please?
से शोले उबल रहे हैं, बरस रही है आग, दरियाओं के मुंह तक आती देख शहर की चाह। जंगल धुआं धुआं है अपने झील पे तारी मौत, बुझ जाए ना लापरवाही सी दुनिया की जोत। जंगल धुआं धुआं है अपने झील पे तारी मौत, बुझ जाए ना लापरवाही सी दुनिया की जोत। तेरी करतूतों के तुझको डसने लगे जहरीले नाग। सहरा
कुदरत है नाना
कायनात से उलझ के अपनी
खो देगा पहचान
जहर हवा में दरिया सहरा
कुदरत है नाना
कायनात से उलझ के अपनी
खो देगा पहचान
आखिर कब तक बेमतलब की करेगा भागम भाग नौजवान सुनिए पुकार ऐ नौजवान सुनिए पुकार ऐ नौजवान सुनिए पुकार ये कोहसार ये आबशार ये खेत बाग और जानदार सबके जुड़े हैं आपस में तार
We thank the technical team for the theme Tarana. I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, to felicitate the international delegates who have joined us for the Y20 consultation. I first invite Mr. Bagus Faisal from Indonesia. I invite Mr. Bagus Faisal from Indonesia to please come on to the dais, please. Mr. Mario Alberto Gomez from Mexico. Mr. Mario Alberto Gomez from Mexico. I think he's here. I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Mr. Mario Alberto Gomez from Mexico. We now have Mr. Bagus Faisal from Indonesia. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Ms. Galina from Russia. The next, Ms. Galina from Russia. Ms. Hristova Gulnara from Russia. Ms. Hristova Gulnara from Russia. I think she's here. Ms. Hristova Gulnara from Russia. The next is Ms. Elif Zeynep from Turkey. Ms. Elif Zeynep from Turkey. Ms. Hristova Gulnara from Russia. Ms. Elif Zeynep from Turkey. The next, Ms. Miyu Yukawa from Japan. Ms. Miyu Yukawa from Japan. The next, Ms. Elena Stoykina from Russia. Ms. Elena Stoykina from Russia. Ms. Elena Stoykina from Russia. The next, Mr. Hyung Jin An from South Korea. Mr. Hyung Jin An from South Korea. The next, Mr. Julius Femi from Nigeria. Mr. Julius Femi from Nigeria. Mr. Julius Femi from Nigeria. The next, Ms. Raisha Lutfi from Indonesia. Ms. Raisha Lutfi from Indonesia. Ms. Raisha Lutfi from Indonesia. The next, Ms. Diana Deborah from Indonesia. This is Ms. Raisha Lutfi from Indonesia. The next is Ms. Diana Deborah from Indonesia. The next, Mr. Lucas Bohrer from Brazil. Mr. Lucas Bohrer from Brazil. This is Ms. Diana Deborah from Indonesia. The next is Mr. Lucas Bohrer from Brazil. Mr. Lucas Bohrer from Brazil. The next, Mr. Taina de Souza from Brazil. Mr. Taina de Souza from Brazil. The next, Mr. Taina de Souza from Brazil. The next, Mr. Rafif Ramadhana from Indonesia. Mr. Rafif Ramadhana from Indonesia. Mr. Rafif Ramadhana from Indonesia. The next, Mr. Daria from Russia. The next, Mr. Daria. Sorry, it is Miss Daria from Russia. We now have Miss Daria from Russia. The next, Mr. William Joseph from USA. Thank you, Miss Daria from Russia. Mr. William Joseph from USA. And the last delegate, Dr. Sadaf Munshi from USA. Dr. Sadaf Munshi from USA. We thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and the other delegates on the dais for felicitating the international delegates. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor. I now invite Convener Y20, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, to wrap up the proceedings. Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dean Academic Affairs, Dean of Research, other deans and heads of departments, directors of main campus and the satellite campuses, international delegates, national delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it has been an eventful day. Since morning, after your campus walk, we started with the inaugural function. As you saw that inaugural function, first it was initiated by the inauguration of the sustainability exhibition by the Honorable Chancellor. And after the inauguration, when he visited each and every stall there, it was highly appreciated. after this session, when we'll be having the tea break, after the tea break, I urge all of you, please go and visit the stalls again. So this is the time for you to ask more questions and think about and just get a feel of the, the sustainable way of living, which is our sort of traditional ethos and ecological wisdom. And after, in the inaugural session, you heard all the speakers on the days, and the theme was very well deliberated upon from different perspectives. And the fact of the matter is that each and every dignitary on the days actually, especially our Honorable Vice Chancellor, expressed their deep sense of gratitude and happiness as well for such a massive participation of international delegates and the delegates from all across the places in the country. After that brief inaugural session, since we are already running short of time, I have detailed proceedings, a brief of proceedings with me. I would not like to go to all the details, but briefly summarizing up, the first panel discussion that we started just after the inaugural session was on the impact of climate change on biodiversity and human welfare, where Professor Shakil Ramshu, the Vice Chancellor of IUST, was the moderator, and Dr. Anzar Khoro from Department of Botany was the rapporteur, and we had different panelists. After Professor Ramshu did set the stage for the discussion, talking about the impact of climate change and its links to the biodiversity erosion and its socio-economic importance, Dr. Robert Pal from US, Dr. Ruchit from National Institute of Oceanography, Dr. Wazida Rahman from Rajiv Gandhi National Law University, and Dr. Ramaya from Amrita Vishwa University, and Dr. Shri Ghulam Mustafa, a student activist. They talked about their backgrounds. There were a number of questions, and the questions were linked to the invasion by alien species to Dr. Robert Paul, which he pertinently replied, which is the core specialization, and he has rightly said that we have been working together for quite a long time. And a very interesting turn of environmental and climate justice by Dr. Wazida Rahman was connected, and the panelist from oceanography talked about the changing pattern of monsoons under the climate change, and Mr. Mustafa also cautioned about the likely impacts of climate change on the biodiversity loss, especially with respect to tourism. All the questions were very pertinent questions asked. Each and every question has been documented, I must say here, and the response has also been documented, which will go into the policy forum documents as was enshrined in the inaugural function. That is the spirit of this actually, this Y20 consultation. So every question that has come from this forum will go to the G20 forum. Second panel discussion was on disaster risk reduction. It was moderated by Professor Sultan Bhatt Saab. Dr. Akhtar Aram was the rapporteur, wherein Dr. Akhilesh Surjan very beautifully summarized the colossal loss of life and property and livelihoods on annual basis because of the climate change, and especially the disasters beyond climate change. And he gave many examples globally. And then Dr. Ajanta Goswami, Dr. Asim Satar, and Dr. Sandeep Singh and Ms. Farhana Bhatt were the panelists who talked about different aspects of disaster mitigation and citing many instances across the globe of the recent disasters and how technology can help in basically in tackling the disasters better, in predicting them better. And the questions actually that were from the floor, that were especially how this technology would be useful in the disaster mitigation, and how can we reduce the flood hazards and the vulnerability of the poor communities especially, and how can we bring in innovation and sustainability aspect to this part of the policy planning. The third panel discussion was on green energy and innovations and opportunities, which was moderated by Professor Simin Rabab. Rapporteur was Mohammed Muslim, and in which Dr. Akhilesh again talked about various aspects of climate change on different aspects of humanity as a whole, and Dr. Siddharth Khare focused on broadening the spectrum beyond the green energy to sustainable business models. And different business models came to the fore, and main attraction of the, I would say, that particular panel discussion was Ms. Prasiddhi Singh, our young champion of the ecological causes, who talked about how nature can inspire us to find solutions. And something that I really liked from her was that if not you, then who, which was very nice, Prasiddhi. So Dr. Rudapam Singh also presented different perspectives of human influence vis-a-vis this green energy and how best we can strike the opportunities to circumvent the energy crisis globally through the new initiative and novel initiatives of getting green energy. So there were different questions again from different, Mr. Vikas Pandey, who was also a student activist in a way, who talked about the green investment and deliberated upon the national hydrogen policy and the other government initiatives. And how best, the very pertinent questions came to the fore, how best this cost-benefit analysis and energy conservation can be ensured, and we can come up with the innovative business models for in such a scenario. Then the last panel discussion was on water resources, very well moderated by Dr. Bala Chandra. And he linked the different aspects of water, and he made a point for water as a common property resource. And then he set the ball rolling when Julia came in with a different perspective of linking climate change and water resources and the organic farming with pollinators, which was a very nice connection that I really did not probably know of. And Dr. Vamsi talked about the water resources and the floods, which was complemented by Dr. Sunil, talking about impact of railway connections and climate change on water availability. And Dr. Shruti talked about the glaciers, energy mass balance in the context of climate change. And Dr. Khalid Jahangir had his perspective on the growing pressures, how to mitigate the growing pressures on water bodies. And different questions. The important question was, should we increase the cost of water bottles? How can we check the melting of glaciers, use of pesticides in the water bodies, so on and so forth. So my point is, if you look at the overall theme of the Y20 consultation, that is climate change, disaster risk reduction, and making sustainability a way of life, I think all broad aspects of it were covered in all the different panel discussions through and all our panelists very well responded to the questions that came from the floor. And as I said, the aim of this consultation is to get these perspectives to the G20 policy platform. And there would be a proper documentation of this. And I assure you that these perspectives and the crux of these deliberations would go to the G20 platform. And I'm sure some of the points at least that have been discussed here and that will go to the that policy forum would come into the final policy document from this prestigious platform, which will have global implications. So that way you have become already part of a global change. And I would urge you to make sure that you continue your active participation in bringing this change to this planet that is struggling with so many issues. And I'm sure together, through our collective action, we can make this planet a better place to live for all of us. So I thank you all with the core of my heart. I mean, I must say, Honorable Vice Chancellor was here right from the morning. She did not move even for a minute, I believe. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being here with us all through, and all our Dean, Academic Affairs, Dean, Research, even Dean, College Development Council, Registrars, all the senior faculty directors, our chairpersons of the different committees, members of different committees, students from different institutions. I appreciate your presence, your patience. I understand that it is a long day for you, but briefly after this, will be having the Honorable Vice Chancellor's concluding remarks. You will have good time. The idea is to have, after we conclude this wrap-up session, after the Honorable Vice Chancellor's remarks, there will be a group, we will immediately move out here for a group photograph. I would request especially all the international delegates and the national delegates and dignitaries here to join us for the photograph. And that would be also the tea break. And after the tea break, as I said, you can go and visit the stalls until we meet back in this hall for a relaxing, refreshing cultural evening. So please do join us for that cultural program. I once again thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Convener Y20, Professor Manzoor Shah, for your concluding remarks. I now invite Sri Om Priyadarshi, Treasurer Y20 India, for his remarks.
Hello. So, respected guests on and off the dais and my dear participants. So, आज is the first G20 event in Kashmir Valley. So, I would like to congratulate all of you and all the Indians present here for successfully running this G20 presidency in the country. So, India is rising as a global power. Am I right or? Please answer yes or no. India is rising as a global power. So, how do you feel it? आपको लग रहा है क्या ऐसा? So, मेरे पास कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स है. जैसे अभी ऑडियंस बहुत कम हो चुका है. लास्ट सेशन है तो सबको वैसे ही घर जाना होता है. तो उस एग्जाम्पल में से so first thing is the value of Indian passport. So a decade before, so there is a time like the value of European passport, value of UK passport, and you saw in Bollywood movies the importance of a US passport. That's very great. Like if you have a US passport, you are living in European countries, it's very great for you. But after 2010 and when India started rising and we are taking so much development projects and we are making our footsteps in the international relations. So it's the time like any Indian, those who are living inside the country or abroad, they are feeling proud like we are Indians and we are the country with, we are the mother of all the democracies. We are the country which is giving solutions to all the global problems. So एक situation अभी बहुत rise हुआ है. Secondly, the trades. So before 2 years, like till this COVID era, the trades mostly in US dollars. But now around 18 countries agreed to trade in Indian rupees. So all of you are of that? So 18 countries now agree, including European Union, to trade in Indian rupees. Third, so making up movies and the industry of entertainment. So now you can say all the movies and drama series across the globe, they are India-centric, very much India-centric. And our Indian actors also getting lead role in international dramas, international web series, movies. So this is also a change. Even in many of my friends now studying in European universities and UK universities, so they also told me that many of Kashmiri students, they are researching, they are doing their masters in universities like Germany, UK, on Kashmiri traditions, culture, folk life of India, folk life of Kashmir. So this is also a change. Fourth, removing colonial history from our textbooks. So till date we are studying about those who are the Western history, those who are attacked upon India. So we are studying that, but now we are removing the colonial history from our curriculum, and till the primary education from standard 1 to standard 8, our students people can study in their regional language. Even a Kashmiri students can like complete their course, the primary course in regional language in Kashmiri. So this is the change also happened. And as I told that India is always being a solution provider to the world. And the previous session, previous panel discussion was about the water crisis and the water management. So I just want to mention India is the first country who proposed in front of the world to declare this year as International Millet Year, and we are the first country to propose the International Millet Mission. So all of us are aware that the Millet Mission. So India is leading that. So if you those who know about the millet, it's very less water consuming and it's adaptable, sustainable, and drought nutrients also, gluten free also. So this is just an example. And in the last, so having this G20 presidency and conducting Y20 consultations. So our primary aim is to our youth, our Indian youth, which population is around 49% of total Indian population. So we want to our youth regarding the international diplomacy, कंट्री रिलेशंस अभी तो क्या हो रहा था ना कि जो भी ये चीजें इट्स ऑलवेज कंपेक्टेड इनटू द इंग्लिश न्यूज चैनल टीवी डिबेट्स. तो हम वही चाहते हैं कि सबके पास ये जो इंटरनेशनल डिप्लोमेसी क्या है, इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस क्या है, वो पता चले. एंड वी शुड टेक एफर्ट्स एंड विथ डेडिकेटेड एफर्ट्स टू मेक इंडिया विश्वगुरु अगेन. थैंक यू. So I have very less time, so I just want to complete in very. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Om Priyadarshi, for your remarks. I now invite Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Professor Nilofer Khan, for her concluding remarks. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being with us for the whole day today. As you all know, this was an important event which is now in its last session. I first of all thank our Chancellor and Lieutenant Governor of JNKUT for sparing his valuable time with us in the inaugural session this morning. We also witnessed that Shri Rajiv Rai Bhatnagarji, the advisor to Honorable Governor, also was here in the inaugural function. I equally thank other distinguished members, Mr. Pankaj, Mr. Akash, Shri Guru Prakash, who spared their good amount of time since yesterday with us. We have on dais Shri Om Priyadarshini ji, Treasurer Y20 India. We just now heard him. And I must congratulate the convener of Y20, Professor Manzoor Ahmed Shah, and all the chairpersons. I can see maximum of them over here. Due to paucity of time, I may not be able to announce each and everyone, but the organization, the management was quite vivid how meticulously it was done. In fact, I was glad to see that things went so smoothly and so nicely that without any hassle, everything moved very fast. It was indeed a pleasure and very great information, not only to us in the University of Kashmir, but to all other delegates internationally and nationally, and all our youth who listened to various panelists in the 4 panel discussions. And indeed, it's very satisfying that all the panel discussions went so well, were so good, nicely conducted by the moderators, and was full of information, which will definitely, the recommendations will definitely help us in some of the other recommendations. I was also glad to see our young students giving bites to media persons outside this hall about this event, which is also encouraging, because this is how they can put their point across in the most dignified manner. I indeed express my deep sense of gratitude to each and every person, whether from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, whether from the University of Kashmir, from police, civil administration, our sister universities, for lending their cooperation in making this event a success. It's not a one-day job, it's a job which takes lots of time, and I have witnessed how hard our chairpersons of the committees and other members have worked hard throughout, for last 1 month for preparing this event. I really thank everyone, and Dr. Ashfaq Zari has put in lots of efforts to organize the exhibition on sustainability, which in fact was very much praised by the Principal Secretary to Higher Education and also by our Lieutenant Governor. And in fact, I think will be involved in many such activities with the state government. The idea was very nice. I really compliment the DSW and the team for the painting competition and poster competition, which was held in the lawns of Convocation Complex. It was a very good idea because we saw how our youth depicts their creativity through painting and through their idea, which was done so nicely. Our university proctorial wing worked very hard, day and night, and took care of everything very meticulously. The registrar of the university was monitoring everything with me. A real taxing 1 month, but fruitfully ended, for which we are grateful to Almighty that He gave us courage and success for the smooth conduct of this event. At the end, I would like to make few quick comments. First, this dialogue amongst youth on climate change must continue. Even though this event is ending today, but our youth must continue with this conservation so that there is no break in between in this important discussion which has kicked off today. And second, as I said in the morning, the universities in our UT will have to think of more and more collaborations to keep this conservation going among students. I think these are two important ways to amplify the message of Y20 and make it more result-oriented. Another point that I want to make is that our youth must carry forward the message and learning from such deliberations to the society as well. That would be a great contribution from them, because our society is today desirous to know about such critical problems like climate change. And all these deliberations will be fruitful not only for the society, but make aware our scientists, our academicians, when we address these problems of climate change. With these brief concluding remarks, I thank everyone who have been here since morning, whether it's been our deans, heads, students, faculty, and students who are from our UT, who have come from other countries or who are from our own countries, for being so patient and listening to each and every deliberation. Still, the program has not concluded. We would definitely like that each and every one of us see the exhibition, which gives an idea how our youth is engaged in innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, for your concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the concluding session. We thank one and all gathered here and invite all the delegates and students for a group photograph and visit to the Y20 exhibition on art, craft and sustainable livelihood. After the tea break, we have the cultural program at 6:30. We thank each and everyone here. Thank you so much.
And after that, we'll be back in this hall around 6:30 for the cultural program.
जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। बहुत समय पहले थे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के एक जाबाज सिपाही। नाम था मंगल पांडे उनका। थी स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आग जलाई। 22 वर्ष की आयु में ही हुए वो ब्रिटिश फौज में दाखिल। देख स्वार्थी अंग्रेजों ठाना आजादी की हासिल। दुख भर गया था हृदय में और मन में था गुस्सा। हिल गया ब्रिटिश राज जब हुआ ये महान किस्सा। जानवरों की चर्बी से निर्मित आई एक नई कारतूस सैनिकों की धार्मिक भावनाओं को पहुंची ठेस। देख अंग्रेजों की ये करतूत। विद्रोह का बिगुल बजा दिया मंगल ने। कारतूस को किया इनकार। हाजिर हुए देश की सेवा में और लगाई क्रांति की ललकार। क्रोधित हुए अंग्रेजी अफसर। दिया मंगल की वर्दी और हथियार छीनने का आदेश। उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया मंगल ने और दिया हर भारतीय को ये संदेश, जागो उठो, हे भारत माता ने पुकारा। देख ऐसा जुनून, राजा रजवाड़े सैनिक मजदूर सब में भड़क उठा अंगारा। भयभीत ब्रिटिश सरकार ने चलाया मंगल पर मुकदमा कठोर। मिली सजा फांसी की, लेकिन अब हर जगह मच गया क्रांति का शोर। प्राण त्यागे मातृभूमि के लिए, एक अकेले थे वो हजारों अंग्रेजों पर भारी। मंगल पांडे के साहस की मिसाल से हमेशा जलती रहेगी देशभक्ति की चिंगारी। आशा है कि देशभक्ति से भरपूर ये कहानियां सभी भारतीयों के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देंगी। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां, सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। आओ सुनाए आपको बेगम हजरत महल की। कहलाती थी वो शान अवध, थी वो रानी स्वाभिमानी। जब दिया अंग्रेजों ने लालच और हुआ नवाब का देश निकाला, हार न मानी बेगम ने और ले आई क्रांति का उजाला। अपने पुत्र को बिठाया गद्दी पर, अब थी बगावत की बारी। झुकी नहीं अंग्रेजों के सामने और बन गई वो क्रांतिकारी। लड़ती रही निडर, रखा अपनी मातृभूमि को सुरक्षित। आत्मसम्मान के बल पर किया लाखों सिपाहियों को प्रेरित। कूद पड़ी आलमबाग के जंगे मैदान में, हुई अंग्रेजों की सभी कोशिशें बेकार। लेकिन जब बढ़ी कैसर बाग की ओर, हार गई जंग, हुई छल की शिकार। कब्जा कर ब्रिटिश राज ने दिया दंड मुक्ति का दिलासा। ठुकरा दिया प्रस्ताव बेगम ने, पहचान गई थी अंग्रेजों का झांसा। गुलामी को किया नामंजूर, आत्मसम्मान नहीं था गंवाना। और साथ लेकर अपनी सेना को हो गई वो नेपाल को रवाना। कमी न आने दी अपनी सैनिकों की देखभाल में और लगा दी अपनी दौलत और संपत्ति। देश और अपनी प्रजा की निस्वार्थ सेवा करने में कभी न हुई उन्हें कोई आपत्ति। नेपाल में देह त्याग कर बन गई वो हिंदुस्तानी शान की मिसाल। बेगम हजरत महल छोड़ गई वो एक अमिट छाप और जला गई स्त्री साहस की मशाल। 1857 के जंग के किस्से आज भी हर भारतवासी के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देते हैं। ऐसे ही वीरों की प्रेरणादायक कहानियां लेकर हम फिर लौटेंगे। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। बहुत समय पहले थे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के एक जाबाज सिपाही, नाम था मंगल पांडे उनका। थी स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आग जलाई। 22 वर्ष की आयु में ही हुए वो ब्रिटिश फौज में दाखिल। देख स्वार्थी अंग्रेजों को ठाना आजादी करनी है हासिल। दुख भर गया था हृदय में और मन में था गुस्सा। हिल गया ब्रिटिश राज जब हुआ ये महान किस्सा। जानवरों की चर्बी से निर्मित आई एक नई कारतूस सैनिकों की धार्मिक भावनाओं को पहुंची ठेस। देख अंग्रेजों की ये करतूत। विद्रोह का बिगुल बजा दिया मंगल ने, कारतूस को किया इनकार। हाजिर हुए देश की सेवा में और लगाई क्रांति की ललकार। क्रोधित हुए अंग्रेजी अफसर, दिया मंगल की वर्दी और हथियार छीनने का आदेश। उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया मंगल ने और दिया हर भारतीय को ये संदेश, जागो उठो, हे भारत माता ने पुकारा। देख ऐसा जुनून, राजा रजवाड़े सैनिक मजदूर सब में भड़क उठा अंगारा। भयभीत ब्रिटिश सरकार ने चलाया मंगल पर मुकदमा कठोर। मिली सजा फांसी की, लेकिन अब हर जगह मच गया क्रांति का शोर। प्राण त्यागे मातृभूमि के लिए, एक अकेले थे वो हजारों अंग्रेजों पर भारी। मंगल पांडे के साहस की मिसाल से हमेशा जलती रहेगी देशभक्ति की चिंगारी। आशा है कि देशभक्ति से भरपूर ये कहानियां सभी भारतीयों के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देंगी। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। आओ सुनाएं आपको बेगम हजरत महल की कहानी। कहलाती थी वो शान अवध, थी वो रानी स्वाभिमानी। जब दिया अंग्रेजों ने लालच और हुआ नवाब का देश निकाला, हार न मानी बेगम ने और ले आई क्रांति का उजाला। अपने पुत्र को बिठाया गद्दी पर, अब थी बगावत की बारी। झुकी नहीं अंग्रेजों के सामने और बन गई वो क्रांतिकारी। लड़ती रही निडर, रखा अपनी मातृभूमि को सुरक्षित। आत्मसम्मान के बल पर किया लाखों सिपाहियों को प्रेरित। कूद पड़ी आलमबाग के जंगे मैदान में, हुई अंग्रेजों की सभी कोशिशें बेकार। लेकिन जब बढ़ी कैसर बाग की ओर, हार गई जंग, हुई छल की शिकार। कब्जा कर ब्रिटिश राज ने दिया दंड मुक्ति का दिलासा। ठुकरा दिया प्रस्ताव बेगम ने, पहचान गई थी अंग्रेजों का झांसा। गुलामी को किया नामंजूर, आत्मसम्मान नहीं था गंवाना। और साथ लेकर अपनी सेना को हो गई वो नेपाल को रवाना। कमी न आने दी अपनी सैनिकों की देखभाल में और लगा दी अपनी दौलत और संपत्ति। देश और अपनी प्रजा की निस्वार्थ सेवा करने में कभी न हुई उन्हें कोई आपत्ति। नेपाल में देह त्याग कर बन गई वो हिंदुस्तानी शान की मिसाल। बेगम हजरत महल छोड़ गई वो एक अमिट छाप और जला गई स्त्री साहस की मशाल। 1857 के जंग के किस्से आज भी हर भारतवासी के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देते हैं। ऐसे ही वीरों की प्रेरणादायक कहानियां लेकर हम फिर लौटेंगे। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। बहुत समय पहले थे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के एक जाबाज सिपाही, नाम था मंगल पांडे उनका। थी स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आग जलाई। 22 वर्ष की आयु में ही हुए वो ब्रिटिश फौज में दाखिल। देख स्वार्थी अंग्रेजों को ठाना आजादी करनी है हासिल। दुख भर गया था हृदय में और मन में था गुस्सा। हिल गया ब्रिटिश राज जब हुआ ये महान किस्सा। जानवरों की चर्बी से निर्मित आई एक नई कारतूस सैनिकों की धार्मिक भावनाओं को पहुंची ठेस। देख अंग्रेजों की ये करतूत। विद्रोह का बिगुल बजा दिया मंगल ने, कारतूस को किया इनकार, हाजिर हुए देश की सेवा में और लगाई क्रांति की ललकार। क्रोधित हुए अंग्रेजी अफसर, दिया मंगल की वर्दी और हथियार छीनने का आदेश। उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया मंगल ने और दिया हर भारतीय को ये संदेश, जागो, उठो, हे भारत माता ने पुकारा। देख ऐसा जुनून, राजा, रजवाड़े, सैनिक, मजदूर सब में भड़क उठा अंगारा। भयभीत ब्रिटिश सरकार ने चलाया मंगल पर मुकदमा कठोर, मिली सजा फांसी की, लेकिन अब हर जगह मच गया क्रांति का शोर। प्राण त्यागे मातृभूमि के लिए, एक अकेले थे वो हजारों अंग्रेजों पर भारी। मंगल पांडे के साहस की मिसाल से हमेशा जलती रहेगी देशभक्ति की चिंगारी। आशा है कि देशभक्ति से भरपूर ये कहानियां सभी भारतीयों के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देंगी। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां, सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। आओ सुनाएं आपको बेगम हजरत महल की कहानी। कहलाती थी वो शान अवध, थी वो रानी स्वाभिमानी। जब दिया अंग्रेजों ने लालच और हुआ नवाब का देश निकाला, हार न मानी बेगम ने और ले आई क्रांति का उजाला। अपने पुत्र को बिठाया गद्दी पर, अब थी बगावत की बारी। झुकी नहीं अंग्रेजों के सामने और बन गई वो क्रांतिकारी। लड़ती रही निडर, रखा अपनी मातृभूमि को सुरक्षित। आत्मसम्मान के बल पर किया लाखों सिपाहियों को प्रेरित। कूद पड़ी आलमबाग के जंगे मैदान में, हुई अंग्रेजों की सभी कोशिशें बेकार। लेकिन जब बढ़ी कैसर बाग की ओर, हार गई जंग, हुई छल की शिकार। कब्जा कर ब्रिटिश राज ने दिया दंड मुक्ति का दिलासा। ठुकरा दिया प्रस्ताव बेगम ने, पहचान गई थी अंग्रेजों का झांसा। गुलामी को किया नामंजूर, आत्मसम्मान नहीं था गंवाना, और साथ लेकर अपनी सेना को हो गई वो नेपाल को रवाना। कमी न आने दी अपनी सैनिकों की देखभाल में और लगा दी अपनी दौलत और संपत्ति। देश और अपनी प्रजा की निस्वार्थ सेवा करने में कभी न हुई उन्हें कोई आपत्ति। नेपाल में देह त्याग कर बन गई वो हिंदुस्तानी शान की मिसाल। बेगम हजरत महल छोड़ गई वो एक अमिट छाप और जला गई स्त्री साहस की मशाल। 1857 के जंग के किस्से आज भी हर भारतवासी के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देते हैं। ऐसे ही वीरों की प्रेरणादायक कहानियां लेकर हम फिर लौटेंगे। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां, सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। बहुत समय पहले थे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के एक जाबाज सिपाही, नाम था मंगल पांडे उनका। थी स्वतंत्रता संग्राम की आग जलाई। 22 वर्ष की आयु में ही हुए वो ब्रिटिश फौज में दाखिल। देख स्वार्थी अंग्रेजों को ठाना आजादी करनी है हासिल। दुख भर गया था हृदय में और मन में था गुस्सा। हिल गया ब्रिटिश राज जब हुआ ये महान किस्सा। जानवरों की चर्बी से निर्मित आई एक नई कारतूस सैनिकों की धार्मिक भावनाओं को पहुंची ठेस। देख अंग्रेजों की ये करतूत। विद्रोह का बिगुल बजा दिया मंगल ने, कारतूस को किया इनकार। हाजिर हुए देश की सेवा में और लगाई क्रांति की ललकार। क्रोधित हुए अंग्रेजी अफसर, दिया मंगल की वर्दी और हथियार छीनने का आदेश। उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया मंगल ने और दिया हर भारतीय को ये संदेश, जागो, उठो, हे भारत माता ने पुकारा। देख ऐसा जुनून, राजा, रजवाड़े, सैनिक, मजदूर सब में भड़क उठा अंगारा। भयभीत ब्रिटिश सरकार ने चलाया मंगल पर मुकदमा कठोर, मिली सजा फांसी की, लेकिन अब हर जगह मच गया क्रांति का शोर। प्राण त्यागे मातृभूमि के लिए, एक अकेले थे वो हजारों अंग्रेजों पर भारी। मंगल पांडे के साहस की मिसाल से हमेशा जलती रहेगी देशभक्ति की चिंगारी। आशा है कि देशभक्ति से भरपूर ये कहानियां सभी भारतीयों के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देंगी। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां, सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत। 1857 जब आजाद हिंदुस्तान के सपने ने जन्म लिया। आइए जाने उन वीरों के बारे में जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता की नींव रखकर इतिहास रच दिया। आओ सुनाएं आपको बेगम हजरत महल की कहानी। कहलाती थी वो शान अवध, थी वो रानी स्वाभिमानी। जब दिया अंग्रेजों ने लालच और हुआ नवाब का देश निकाला, हार न मानी बेगम ने और ले आई क्रांति का उजाला। अपने पुत्र को बिठाया गद्दी पर, अब थी बगावत की बारी। झुकी नहीं अंग्रेजों के सामने और बन गई वो क्रांतिकारी। लड़ती रही निडर, रखा अपनी मातृभूमि को सुरक्षित। आत्मसम्मान के बल पर किया लाखों सिपाहियों को प्रेरित। कूद पड़ी आलमबाग के जंगे मैदान में, हुई अंग्रेजों की सभी कोशिशें बेकार। लेकिन जब बढ़ी कैसर बाग की ओर, हार गई जंग, हुई छल की शिकार। कब्जा कर ब्रिटिश राज ने दिया दंड मुक्ति का दिलासा। ठुकरा दिया प्रस्ताव बेगम ने, पहचान गई थी अंग्रेजों का झांसा। गुलामी को किया नामंजूर, आत्मसम्मान नहीं था गंवाना, और साथ लेकर अपनी सेना को हो गई वो नेपाल को रवाना। कमी न आने दी अपनी सैनिकों की देखभाल में, और लगा दी अपनी दौलत और संपत्ति। देश और अपनी प्रजा की निस्वार्थ सेवा करने में कभी न हुई उन्हें कोई आपत्ति। नेपाल में देह त्याग कर बन गई वो हिंदुस्तानी शान की मिसाल। बेगम हजरत महल छोड़ गई वो एक अमिट छाप, और जला गई स्त्री साहस की मशाल। 1857 के जंग के किस्से आज भी हर भारतवासी के मन में जोश और उत्साह भर देते हैं। ऐसे ही वीरों की प्रेरणादायक कहानियां लेकर हम फिर लौटेंगे। आजादी की अमृत कहानियां, सूचना एवं प्रसारण मंत्रालय और नेटफ्लिक्स द्वारा प्रस्तुत।